Chapter 261. I buried myself. With the eclipse totem, Solun no longer had to constantly worry about mental aberrations. He relaxed that taut string at the bottom of his heart and got thoroughly drunk for once. The potency of Poet's honey wine was strong, with that floating, ethereal sensation lingering for a very long time. Solun felt as though he had had a very long dream. This sleep was very solid, bringing an unprecedented sense of security and joy. The honey wine seemed to have also intoxicated the ferocious beast at the bottom of his heart, and they lay quietly. He vaguely felt that in his sleep, as if someone had been chanting beautiful poems, melodious and pleasant, their echoes resonating within his heart. It was like resting on clouds, experiencing an ineffable and utmost tenderness that transcended words. He didn't know how much time had passed. The dream should end. It was like the golden light of dawn spilling into his eyes. Solun's closed eyelids fluttered slightly as his consciousness gradually realigned with his body. Only then did he realize that the disturbance of his sweet dreams was the crisp chirping of birds beside his ears. A gentle breeze brushed against his body, one side feeling slightly cool, while the other retained a soft warmth. Still drowsy, Solun moved his body, and the smooth touch felt increasingly real. It was then that he gradually became more alert. He wanted to move his arms, only to discover they were trapped in a gentle embrace. Without any barrier, skin touched skin. Solun slowly opened his eyes to find that at some point, he was entirely naked, mumbling in his heart, no wonder it felt a bit cool. Upon closer inspection, lying beside him was an equally undraped, stunning body. The dawn's glow played upon her wheat-colored skin, emanating an amber-like delicate and soft light. The thin blanket on her body failed to conceal her exquisite figure. Strands of morning light shone from behind her, illuminating the contours of her waist and the curves of her hips like undulating hills, alluring and graceful. This was naturally Yuta. Their current position was extremely intimate, with Yuta's mostly bare body leaning against Solun. Their extensive skin contact allowed Solun to feel her body temperature and the hidden softness beneath her lithe and athletic stature. Solun had seen Yuta naked before, but this was the first time they had such close skin-to-skin contact. His gaze lingered on her pretty face for a moment, then slid downward. He saw through her at a glance. The smooth visual touch, especially in the morning light, was particularly alluring. It was hard to look away. Perhaps it was Solun's fixed stare that triggered her alertness, as her obedient wolf ears trembled slightly and her eyelashes twitched. Yuta woke up as well. Opening her eyes, her gaze was filled with the reflection of Solun, and she smiled faintly, "Mr. Solun, you're awake." The Dala people weren't shy about expressing their love, and even though she was naked, Yuta barely flinched, her face devoid of any trace of shyness. Solun also felt quite good, chuckling softly, With that, he gently caressed her face. Yuta didn't get up, maintaining their intimate position, snuggling up beside Solun. In this treehouse, hundreds of meters above the ground, the breeze served as their blanket, and the clouds as their fleece. Morning light poured down on them, seemingly softening just for them as they savored this rare peace and quiet. Solun gazed at the not yet fully brightened sky, his eyes profound. It seemed as if he was still savoring that unfettered, pleasant feeling. This was a solid sleep he had never experienced before. Yes, and an enjoyment of extreme tenderness. Neither spoke, Yuta's eyebrows curved, her fluffy white wolf tail sweeping through the air from time to time. Solun looked on with curiosity and gently touched it with his hand. The previous 2 times had been for healing, and while attending to her body, his mind had been free of distractions. Now, it was completely different. No need to avert his eyes, he openly appreciated her. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. Yuta did not skimp on showcasing her figure, even turning her body slightly to make it easier for Solun to touch. Yuta's figure might not boast an exaggerated proportion of curves, but it was very symmetrical. Her proud and full grip, waist and hips were just right. Her waist and abdomen had smooth lines, and touching them, he felt a special kind of softness and resilience. Then there were the playful wolf ears and the fluffy tail, which added a wild and natural beauty. Solun played with the wolf tail for a moment, and then his hand landed on the perky part above, enjoying the wonderful feel. Yuta didn't mind at all. At that moment, she seemed to sense something and a teasing smile flashed in her eyes. "Mr. Solun seems quite spirited this morning." Solun raised his eyebrows and gently caressed her as a response. "You seem to be very interested in my tale," Yuta said with a smile, not waiting for Solun to reply. as she flipped over and sat up. With the change of position, Solun found it more convenient as well. He could not remember what had happened in his drunken state, it seemed to have happened, yet it also seemed like a dream, not quite real. And now, he was thoroughly enjoying the delicate sensation without being polite. At this moment, Yuta seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Solun, there's also a bite mark on your shoulder. As she spoke, she reached out and touched it. Solun tilted his head and barely managed to see the imprint on his own shoulder. A teasing glint flashed in Yuta's eyes, she obviously wasn't completely clueless and teased, could it be that I bit you when we were drunk? But that's not right, the marks I leave are not like this. She was from the White Wolf clan and had a pair of small, sharp fangs. The bite marks were neat, clearly made by a human. Did Katyusha bite me? Solun felt a mix of amusement and dismay in his heart, vaguely recalling a memory from his drunken state. He seemed to have been bitten. The girl's bite was quite substantial indeed. But why did she bite me? Solun tried hard to remember, it was as if Little Red Riding Hood had turned into the big bad wolf. Drinking could cause memories and dreams to blend together, leaving you unsure whether it was a dream or something that really happened. However, coming back to it, he hadn't seen her upon waking up. Where did Katyusha run off to? Solun looked at himself and Yuta, both undressed, maybe she left to avoid embarrassment? Yuta looked at Solun, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. She didn't seem to mind, and she didn't dwell on the bite mark. She laid her entire body on Solun's, affectionately rubbing ear against cheek. Her tail brushed over his body, tickling him, like a tiny current touching every part of him. Solun felt the experience was fantastic. Yuta giggled as if she sensed something again, ah, Mr. Solun's spirits are even higher now. Solun smiled in response, unapologetically reaching up to embrace her. Yes, it was a vibrant morning indeed. After a while, the morning light finally completely pierced through the clouds and shone into the Emerald Holy Land. Mist and clouds entwined, the whole Holy Land was filled with steaming vitality. Yuta's bewitching figure was covered by a beastskin skirt and a vest as she busied herself tidying her disheveled hair. Solun also sat up, searching for his clothes to put on. But as he was putting on his pants, he accidentally felt something scratching his leg. He reached into his pocket and found a letter. Realizing what it might be, he didn't avoid Yuta as he opened it, and sure enough, it was left by Katyusha. Yuta, however, showed no interest in looking, as if he guessed what the letter said, and after getting dressed, he said, Mr. Solun, I'll go down first. Otherwise, being seen by the clan's people later will bring you some trouble. With that, the corner of his mouth lifted in a meaningful smile. MHM. Solun nodded with a smile. Watching Yuta agilely leap down from the treehouse, landing on the branches, and disappearing into the dense foliage above within moments. Solun withdrew his gaze. As he dressed, he also took the time to read the content of the letter. The handwriting was neat and graceful. Mr. Solun, thank you for giving me such a pleasurable life experience. I finally know what my story was missing. Unfortunately, the beauty of this world is fleeting, like the clouds at dawn, a gentle breeze blows, and they dissipate. I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Because this is the best ending to the story I could think of. When I left, the sky was filled with colorful clouds, escorted by blooming flowers and a gentle breeze, no need for longing. We will eventually blend into all beings, but there is a moment when we are unique to each other. Mr. Solun, you must remember, we once watched the stars together. My face is hidden among the stars. If you happen to think of me occasionally, just look up at the night sky. The stars will bring you my blessings. By the time I wrote this letter, my story finally had a soul. Thank you. If the story went on, Katyusha would become a carefree grand minstrel. The wild flowers on the hillside bloom, fall, and flourish year after year without an owner. But our story ends here. We probably won't see each other anymore, take good care of yourself. Katyusha. The content of the letter ended here. But it seemed she forgot something and added another line afterward, ah. I'm sorry, I only realized I bit you after I woke up. But you are really annoying. Solun, looking at the doodled smiley face, his mind suddenly filled with the image of the girl with small freckles and big braids, always polite and well-mannered. After reading the letter, he murmured unwittingly, this girl. Though he spoke playfully, he also discerned the undertone of farewell between the lines. Leaving aside her mysterious origins, he actually had a rather good impression of the girl, Katusha. She bore no ill will, and he had no desire to speculate with malice. Even though it was a parting, Solun didn't feel particularly sad. Luwing's territory might be vast, but there were only a few top noble families. With a chance to inquire in the future, he could surely find out which family's young lady Katusha was. Solun put away the letter, didn't overthink it, and leapt down from the treehouse as well. But as he descended, he found that Yuta was waiting for her. And next to her, there was a white wolf youth with a profound gaze, none other than her younger brother, Arku. Solun only then realized that the morning light above was not from the next day's dawn. They had been drunk and asleep in the treehouse for 3 days and 3 nights. When Solun and the others woke up, completely unaware on the other side, a team was swiftly moving through the silent forest. A troop of Dala clansmen escorted a young lady in a red cloak to the outskirts of the forest. Once there, the leading black bear druid did not escort her any further, saying, "Miss Katusha, we will take you only this far." With a bright smile, the girl in the red cloak waved her hand, "Thank you, Elder Pasu. The guards from my house have come to pick me up. You can go back now. Take care." The Dala clan's people disappeared into the dense forest, and shortly after, an imposing guard troop appeared within the woods. Everyone simultaneously knelt on one knee, performing a knight's salute. "Miss." Katyusha nodded her head, showing no hurry to depart. She cast one final glance back in the direction of the Emerald Holy Land, her pure eyes revealing a complex expression as if recalling something, the corners of her brows lifting in a smile. Katyusha remained silent for a long time, and none of the guards spoke either, their expressions solemn as they stood quietly waiting at her side. After a moment, the head elderly butler, looking slightly worried, quietly asked, "Miss, are you all right?" At these words, as though her emotions had been interrupted, the last trace of longing in Katyusha's eyes finally dissipated. Her expression darkened, as if she had lost something precious. She softly replied, "I'm fine." With those words, it was as if some thought had become clear to her, the wisdom in her gaze growing brighter and brighter. It was then that Katyusha took out a black notebook and retrieved a fountain pen, rustling softly as she wrote a passage. Miss Ugly Duckling bid farewell to the amiable Mr. Solun, whom she found very pleasant to interact with. Reflecting upon it, he was an interesting person unlike any she had met before in her past life. Like a shooting star, he showed her a moment's beauty. She left behind a note, in her heart hoping that Solun would remember her. Ah, it seems she doesn't dislike him after all. Indeed, only through experience can one write the best stories. Miss Ugly Duckling also got her desired ending, the most beautiful one she could imagine. At this point, Katyusha's pen halted for an instant, as if she had made some difficult decision. The pen in her hand, like a knife dividing the past and present. Ultimately, she made the cut. The last struggle in her eyes suddenly dissipated, becoming like a pool of still water without a ripple. She continued writing to the last sentence, pausing after each word. Miss Ugly Duckling buried herself in the past. That instant, she was reborn. Once this passage was written in the notebook, Katyusha let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, slowly emerging on that notebook, were a few lines, reality alignment 99%, story established. In an instant, the story beneath her pen seemed to resonate with some supreme cosmic law. Katyusha's face was impassive as the 2 adorable braids over her shoulders suddenly became fluffy and disheveled. Her lovely flaxen hair flashed with light, magically transforming into a cascade of bright purple. Her freckles vanished, her figure became more graceful, and she suddenly shone radiantly. The innocent cuteness vanished in a moment, her expression proud like that of a queen, commanding awe. Yet, at this time, the marvel had only just begun. The aura around the woman with purple hair rose higher, her body haloed with a strange white glow. This was a state even more intense than when she recited poetry in the Emerald Holy Land. She took out a flask from her storage ring and took a swig. Walking on, she continued to write, "She died last night, her heart as calm as still water, I am reborn this morning, in a world where spring abounds." Each stroke penned a world within the book. The next instant, the marvel abruptly manifested. World of the book, fantasy incarnated. The woman with purple hair slowly closed her eyes, and concentric ripples visible to the naked eye gathered around her. The elderly butler and the guards, as if they recognized the significance of this phenomenon, dared not look directly and promptly bowed their heads, prostrating themselves on the ground. The woman with purple hair paid no attention to them as she stepped toward the forest. With each step, fresh, tender grass sprouted from the frozen mud beneath her feet. Breaking soil, germinating, growing, blooming, a vista of vibrant life unfolded. The path she walked turned into a small trail of flowers and brocades through the forest. With each step, the ripples around her grew denser, gradually forming a special domain. At that moment, the woman with purple hair came to a halt. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with brilliant stars. "I've entered the Saint Realm." The voice was nonchalant, yet it seemed to carry an endless resonance, harmonizing with the universe. Transcendent, sanctified. At that moment, a fresh marvel arose, as the primeval and icy forest blossomed into spring. Yekaterina didn't linger any longer, and walked forward. Chapter 262. Mr. Solun is very impressive. Solun descended from the treehouse to the ground and had not walked far when he saw Yuta and a young member of the White Wolf tribe waiting for him under a tree. "Arku, I've told you, 100 of you wouldn't be a match for Mr. Solun, and you're still not convinced." "Humph. I refuse to lose to a human. Although he's the pledged one, but I still want to fight him. Even if you stop me now, sister, soon Gary, Duman, they'll definitely come too. Have it your way. Just don't blame me when you get thrashed later." Seeing the young boy scolded by Yuta without a comeback, naturally, it could only be her own little brother, Arku. Arku watched Solun approaching with a look of defiance. Yuta, on the other hand, smirked slyly. As Solun walked over, he discovered that they had slept in the treehouse for 3 days. Now everyone in Emerald Holy Land must know about his unusual relationship with Yuta. However, Yuta didn't mind at all, so naturally, Solun didn't feel uncomfortable either. But looking at the young wolf tribe member who had come to challenge him, his expression was a bit peculiar. Even though the women of the Dalo tribe were mostly attractive, Yuta was one of the top few in the tribe. Besides, being a respected druid, the White Wolves were naturally very popular in the Emerald Holy Land. Having taken someone from the Dalo tribe's vegetable patch, and an outsider human at that, it was no surprise that Solun was treated this way. As for Arku, the more he looked at Solun, the more displeased he felt, shouting, "Human, I challenge you to a duel." Knowing Solun's strength, Yuta was not worried in the slightest. She simply blinked and said softly, "Although he's my brother, Mr. Solun, you don't have to be polite when hitting him." Hearing this, Solun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was indeed the kind of treatment only a real brother could expect. Oh! This time, Solun agreed to the challenge. As Yuta said, perhaps giving him a good thrashing would save a lot of trouble. He also knew the customs of the Dalo tribe, that only true warriors would be recognized. Upon hearing Solun accept the challenge, Arku finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. I'll wait for you by the river in the village." With those words, he walked towards the forest. Yuta, hearing Solun accept the challenge, was also visibly excited. Although she knew he could win, he still needed the tribe's recognition. With no one else around, she joyfully jumped into Solun's arms. Now that they were in an intimate relationship, they didn't need to observe formalities like before. She wrapped her arms around his neck like a koala and said, "That brat Arku does need a good lesson, lest he always thinks too highly of himself, ignorant of the ways of the world." Solun smiled and held her with one hand to keep her from slipping. The Dalo tribe's leather skirts were thin and revealed much, touching them felt soft. The hindquarters of the White Wolf tribe were already well developed, and even in human form, the tight, toned muscles felt excellent. Mr. Solun seems particularly energetic today." Yuta teased him, not really minding. After being affectionate for a moment, Yuta got down. The two walked towards the forest exterior. But as they walked, Solun suddenly sensed something and looked south. Seeing his expression, Yuta asked, "What's wrong?" Solun frowned and after a moment said, "It seems someone is thinking about me." It wasn't the kind of thinking that meant malice, more like someone was reminiscing. Was it that direction? Could it be that girl Katyusha? He didn't dwell on it and followed Yuta out of the forest. It seemed there weren't a few in the Holy Land from the Dalo tribe who wanted to beat up Solun. When Solun and Yuta emerged from the forest, there were already dozens of people on the large meadow by the river. Solun remembered a few names: Gary from the Black Bear tribe, Dar from the Golden Leopard tribe, Duman from the Grey Wolf tribe, all were present. Looking carefully, even the treetop heads from the village huts across the river, curious about the duel, had popped out quietly to watch. The elders of the tribe were also curious about the strength of this pledged one. As soon as Solun arrived, everyone turned to look at him in unison. Yuta wore a radiant smile, bright as the warmth of spring. This smile made the group of young men on the other side, flush with vigorous blood, unable to contain their fury, casting ever more resentful glances at Solun beside her. Solun's expression remained unchanged as he casually sauntered over. A duel was a duel, nothing fancy about the process. After Solun stepped onto the makeshift arena that had been cordoned off on the grassy field, sure enough, those kids' hostility diminished considerably. No matter the outcome, by taking up the challenge, he had earned their respect. Arko was not weak by any means. Among this group of apprentice druids, he was also among the very best. Probably at the peak of the second tier, on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. But for Solun, without any special techniques, such a level posed no threat at all. The duel began, and the onlooking apprentice druids were all screaming at the top of their lungs, as if they wished they could take the stage themselves and thrash the human who had stolen their vegetables. Even though he couldn't understand Dolo's language, Solun knew they were cheering Arko on. On the other hand, Solun had only one cheerleader, and that was Yuta. The Miss White Wolf's face was adorned with a bright smile as she cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted in the common tongue, "Mr. Solun, fight on!" Her voice alone seemed to drown out several dozen others. It was as if she was somewhat excited to see her little brother about to get a beating. Arko frowned upon seeing Solun just standing there, showing no intent to prepare for battle, and instantly felt underestimated. He questioned, "Aren't you going to release your alchemical enhancements?" Solun sighed faintly but gave no response. After all, this was just a sparring session, not a real enemy, so he naturally wouldn't use his full strength. If he were to really go all out, he estimated that the fight would probably be over in 2 or 3 rounds at most. It wasn't that Arko was weak, but because all of Solun's combat skills were designed to kill. Killing techniques prepared to take down his targets. Not to mention forbidden objects, puppets, or silk threads, his combat skills alone would be enough trouble for him. Arko, though young, was also very smart. He had guessed that Solun was very strong. His sister had told him so, and although he verbally disagreed, his heart had never once doubted her. He just wanted to confirm it, so he said, "Then be careful, I'm going to make a move. I'm very fast." Listening to these words, Solun nodded, The next instant, Arko didn't waste any more words, and with a fierce push off the ground. Whoosh went the sound. It was as if a bomb had been planted under the grass, which instantly exploded into a large pit, and his figure aggressively lunged forward. Indeed quite fast. Solun muttered to himself, his gaze slightly intensifying. Arko's speed was indeed quite fast among second-rank melee combatants, even an alchemist of the same rank might not be able to react in time. Yet, despite the speed being fast, Solun could see it all clearly under his all-knowing eye. He watched the figure charging toward him and didn't act cocky, assuming a combat stance. Although Solun rarely utilized combat techniques in his usual battles, he was truly proficient in various styles of combat techniques, and his physical fitness wasn't much less than that of a third-rank melee combatants. Just as his arms were raised, a massive force struck them. The strength isn't bad either. Solun wasn't at all surprised and inwardly complimented Yuta's brother for his indeed impressive strength. He deflected the blow with a simple motion, dissolving the force into nothingness. As the impact from the collision had yet to dissipate, Solun used the momentum to deliver a side kick that landed heavily on the figure's waist. The Dolo clan possessed a beast gene, and their innate combat talents were strong. Arko, having been kicked, retreated with agility, effortlessly neutralizing the blow and looking for an opportunity to disengage and attack again. Unfortunately, Solun wouldn't give him that chance. Solun's combat reaction and thinking were so fast that he'd calculated various countermeasures even before his opponent made a move. He never took his opponent lightly, not even in a sparring match. He had already anticipated the next few steps when his foot kicked out. Watching Arko dodge his kick, Solun was not surprised in the slightest. His foot hit the ground hard, and with a snap of air blasting, he used stepping on air to swiftly disappear from the spot. Before Arko could react, Solun had already reappeared in his retracing arc, launching a punch. Arko was greatly astonished, he hadn't expected his opponent to follow up so quickly. Looking at that expressionless face, he realized just how strong the other was. But he wasn't weak either. Arko's eyes hardened, and suddenly some fine fur appeared on his handsome face as he entered a semi-beast transformation. With this slight change, he was able to catch the punch mid-air. Not a bad reaction. Solun slightly raised an eyebrow, inwardly praising the move. However, if it had been to the death, the opponent would have been dead. Solun didn't mind giving Yuta's brother a taste of the real deal. He surged forward once more. Nobody expected the encounter to be so fierce from the get-go. In an instant, the entire riverside grassland was filled with echoes of punches, with ongoing cracking sounds everywhere. The apprentice druids were stunned, their eyes brimming with excitement. This human, oh, no, Mr. Solun is quite formidable. Indeed, not bad. But he's still a whole rank higher, so it's only natural he's at this level. Just watch, Arko hasn't transformed yet. That kid is considering his sister's face, not wanting the human to lose too badly. I don't think Arko can definitely win. Haven't you seen that Mr. Solun hasn't released his alchemical enhancements either? Many human alchemical enhancements are not externally visible. That Mr. Solun's strength is on par with Arko's, obviously he's augmented by a strength-focused enhancement. No wonder Yuta sent him a lifelong wolf claw, he does have some skills. They watched, chattering among themselves. The resentment in their eyes also diminished a lot. Solun's strength had finally become acceptable in their eyes. At least barely so. Meanwhile, Yuta, who was watching the battle, was exceptionally excited. Her clear eyes were full of Solun's shadow, as she cheered intermittently, "Go, Mr. Solun." She knew that Solun was a formidable puppet master and had expected him to dispatch a few puppets to resolve the fight. She never anticipated his hand-to-hand combat skills would be so strong. The battle was fierce, and it seemed Arko hadn't gained the upper hand. But Solun knew that perhaps out of consideration for his brother-in-law status, Arko wasn't using his full strength either. Though the Dalo tribe's people did not have alchemy enhancements or various methods like alchemists, their beast transformation talents gave them remarkable combat power. After dozens of exchanges, Arko, understanding that he couldn't do a thing to Solun without transforming, suddenly pulled back to create some distance, dropped to all fours, and took on a crawling stance. At the same time, a cold glint flashed between his fingers and disappeared, sharp claws emerged, and his body sprouted thick fur. Upon closer inspection, his entire being had turned into a majestic white wolf, even bulkier than his sister when she transformed. Although it lacked some of the shrewd and ferocious maturity, it already possessed an oppressive and fierce aura. The white wolf spoke with a human voice, "You need to be careful. I'm getting serious now." Solun looked on with a slight smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He anticipated Arko's next move by focusing on the muscles rippling beneath the white wolf's fur. What surprised Solun even more was that the white wolf suddenly leaped powerfully, creating visible ripples in the air beneath its feet, like waves in water. You learned stepping on air after seeing it once." Surprise brushed Solun's mind. The mastery of stepping on air, a mystic-level movement technique, required extreme skill and talent to find that momentary pause when stepping on air. Many high-ranking professionals couldn't perform it at all without the right feel, even if their muscular strength was sufficient. Who would have thought that Arko would pick it up on the spot? His talent was indeed astounding. Solun knew he could no longer afford to be careless and became a bit more serious as well. He rapidly formed the sorcerer's seals with his hands and chanted softly in his heart, "Flesh alchemy, hormone rampage." Hormones surged into his body, instantly giving him a feeling of explosive energy. However, Arko's speed was faster. After transforming, he became several times quicker than before, charging over like lightning, and before Solun could even react, his claws reached Solun's chest. So fast! Solun certainly saw him in a new light now. Among the second-tier close combat professionals he had encountered, Arko was definitely the strongest, absolutely overpowering others of his level. But no matter how strong, he was still second-tier. Solun anticipated his trajectory and knew he was too late to block. At that moment, his hands, previously forming the sorcerer's seals, changed again, sparking with the speed of lightning as he chanted, "Mystic Art Vajra." The next instant, a thud like the toll of a bell reverberated across the entire riverbend. The powerful shockwave of the touch instantly whipped up a green tide on the lawn, even the onlookers' robes billowed from the blast. Solun felt the power of that claw, which was nowhere near as fierce as it appeared to be. He naturally understood that Arko had probably held back to avoid hurting him. But, with his level 4 gold-based Vajra, if it was just an attack of that magnitude, even if he was standing still, the opponent couldn't touch him. Level 4 magic against level 2 did seem like a bit of bullying. He smiled and shook his head, saying to the incredulous white wolf opposite him, "You don't need to hold back. Otherwise, you cannot defeat me." The transformed white wolf, Arku, had a complex look in his eyes. Although he had moderated his strike, which could smash even rocks, how could it be that Solun was unscathed? He finally understood that this human, as his sister had said, was truly powerful. Yet, this only fueled his competitive spirit. He shouted earnestly, "All right. Mr. Solun, I'm going to use magic now, be careful." Hearing himself addressed as Mr. Solun instead of simply a human, the corners of Solun's mouth lifted slightly. The Dolo people really were kind-hearted. Direct with their feelings, once they accepted you, they harbored no other thoughts in their hearts. Solun had initially thought this friendly bout would hold no more surprises. In terms of combat techniques alone, Arku, no matter how strong, stood no chance. But unexpectedly, Arku actually used magic. A true druid could listen to the voices of all things, harness the power of nature, and cast spells that transform into various animals. The white wolf chanted a spell, and suddenly the weather shifted dramatically. Strong winds howled in the sky and dark clouds swiftly covered the grassy plain. With a crack of thunder, a downpour began, and amid the clouds flickered restless, serpentine lightning. Such a display was truly formidable and intimidating. The force of nature powering wind, rain, lightning, a triple elemental spell. Solun watched, curious, no longer in a rush to act. Druidic casting was an entirely different system from alchemy. With the power of faith, they were able to release various elemental spells more readily. Yet Arku's use of a triple element spell indeed caught Solun's eye. Still, there was that old problem. If it couldn't break through Vajra, all the flashy spells were just for show. No, there's wood element too. The next instant, Solun sensed something and realized that the grass beneath his feet was growing wildly, entwining around his legs like vines, binding him in the blink of an eye. Solun looked on, his eyebrows slightly raised in approval. To think he actually laid an ambush in advance, his mind isn't bad at all. At this thought, he raised his eyebrows as well, realizing that if he didn't pull out some other tricks, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out. Although it wouldn't result in a loss, being trapped by those plants could still land him in a very embarrassing situation. After all, the lightning building up above, the wind sharp as blades, and the clearly perception-altering and teleportation-limiting rain were the real joint-killing move. When did Arku learn to secretly cast 4 elemental hybrid spells? Wow, with this move, he's definitely going to win. Haha. This time Solun is going to take a big hit. It might not be very polite, but it's so satisfying. He's the one who took away Sister Yuta. Right, that's it. Now he'll understand the strength of us from the Dolo tribe, and treat Sister Yuta better in the future. The onlooking young druids clenched their fists in excitement, watching Solun about to get hit as if they were the ones in the arena. Yuta, who was nearby, looked at Arku casting his spell, her eyes full of satisfaction, muttering to herself, "To think this child has already reached this level, he's been very hard-working." But in a blink, her gaze shifted, even more curious about how Solun would respond. After all, she knew that from beginning to end, Solun hadn't been taking it seriously. Solun saw the lightning about to strike him and a resigned look appeared in his eyes. The power of this spell compelled him to use some of his signature moves. Feeling he had fought enough, he thought about ending this spar. The plants around him had already woven into a barrier, enclosing him. Solun didn't attempt to destroy the plant barrier. As the spell quickly completed, a spatial rift suddenly appeared beside him. Then, his entire figure vanished from the spot. For the first time, Solun used his spatial ability. He flashed to appear beside the white wolf, who was about to spew wind blades. Arku was dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss. Like a smoker choking on a puff, the wind blade technique in his mouth was forcibly swallowed, and tears were almost squeezed out of his eyes. The next second, his brain registered what had happened, revealing a bitter smile with a slight sigh. He had no intention of continuing the spar either. The forces of nature dissipated, and the thunderclouds in the sky instantly extinguished, losing their aggressive momentum. Sunlight broke through the clouds, shining again on the riverside meadow. As the dark clouds scattered, the air still carried a heavy mist, creating a beautiful rainbow. Arku transformed back into his human form, looked at Solun, and said earnestly, "I lost." Reflecting on the encounter, he realized that Mr. Solun had been sparing him all along. If the spatial ability had been used earlier, he would have fallen sooner. No, even before that. If they had fought in earnest, he felt he wouldn't have even had the chance to cast a spell. Mr. Solun is really powerful, to think he can also use spatial spells. Arku's expression was very composed. He acknowledged the strength of his sister's husband, indeed far surpassing his own. Solun gave neither agreement nor disagreement, but also smiled and said, "You have good talent, you will definitely be strong in the future." Listening to this, Arku seemed to realize something, his previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, as if he had found peace of mind. The observing young druids immediately lost their fire, and no one doubted Mr. Solun's strength anymore. At that moment, Yuta also hurried over and, looking at her brother, said, "I told you, Mr. Solun is very powerful." This was an expected outcome, and she showed no surprise, but she did look at a disappointed Arku, offering consolation, "But our Arku did well too, he has made great progress." To her surprise, her usually argumentative brother didn't argue back at all, simply saying, "Yes, Mr. Solun is very impressive, I lost fair and square." Yuta felt that her brother's demeanor was somewhat strange. Find your adventure at my virtual library empire. On the other side of the river bend, inside a treehouse. The Deer Tribe Chief and Wolf Granny were also watching the battle from a distance. Seeing the outcome, both elders had amiable smiles on their faces. The Deer Tribe Chief remarked with a sigh, "Very strong indeed." Wolf Granny replied, "Yes, throughout the entire fight he didn't use any prosthesis, alchemy was only used in a few close combat professions." According to Yuta, his main profession is that of an impressive puppet master. The Deer Tribe Chief stroked his beard under his chin with a full smile, "Living as long as I have, I'm quite eager to see just how astonishing Solun's puppetry technique is." As Yuta said, beating up her brother would save a lot of trouble. After the duel, there were no more dual youths in the village who sought to challenge Solun. And because of the duel, everyone became clearer about his relationship with Yuta. The elders in the tribe sent their blessings, and the children greeted him with joy and excitement. An atmosphere of friendliness and harmony. Solun originally planned to rest for a few days, to clarify the situation in the Cursed Valley to the north, before setting out for the Heart Stealer. But unexpectedly, the next day a situation arose. Yuta's brother and several passionate young druids secretly left the Holy Land to support the Grey Wolf tribe to the north that was being besieged and overwhelmed by humans. News came that a very powerful enemy had appeared. It was not a slaving team, but a crack troop from the Lu Ying royal family. Chapter 263. Rune Human Skin Umbrella. The Dalo tribe's current situation is very bleak. The Great War in the Cursed Valley centuries ago resulted in the death of all the great druids, and the tribe lost the ability to communicate with the gods. Without the protection of the gods and the continuation of their lineage, they have not produced any high-end combat power since. What's worse is that humans have reneged on their former pacts, and greedy slave traders have begun to delve into the silent forest to capture slaves, which has caused the population of the Dalo tribe to plummet, pushing them to the brink of extinction. Now in the Emerald Holy Land, there are only 2 fifth-tier individuals. In terms of high-end combat power, they can't even compete with some of the larger slave trading groups. They simply have no right to face them in battle. Therefore, even if a tribe in the forest is in danger, the elders in the Emerald Holy Land dare not go to their rescue. They might save them once, but not the next time. If these elders were to die in battle as well, the Dalo tribe would have completely lost all hope. Thus, for the continuation of their tribe, they have no choice but to hide and take shelter in various places within the silent forest. This is why, when the news of the Grey Wolf tribe being attacked came, the Deer tribe chief did not spread the word throughout the Holy Land. They had heard too much of such terrible news over the years. The young apprentice druids still have passion in their hearts, but they are the future hope of the Dalo tribe. The elders wouldn't let them take risks either. But still, the news spread. There were a few apprentice druids in the Holy Land who were from the Grey Wolf tribe, and they certainly wouldn't just watch idly as their tribe was destroyed and their people taken away to be sold as slaves. Arku's good friend Uman was one of them. A few hot-blooded youngsters got together and quietly slipped out of the Holy Land, planning a rescue mission. They would save as many as they could. Druids, being stronger in combat than the average tribe S person, were the only ones with a chance to save some of their people. In the forest, Solun rode on Yuta, who had transformed into a white wolf, quickly moving through the woods. He had originally planned to head north to take a look, and now this detour was on his way. From his previous communication with the Deer Tribe chief, he had obtained a lot of detailed intelligence and roughly assessed the rank of the Heartstealer. It shouldn't be too outrageously high. He estimated that it was likely a 3rd tier, or perhaps a 4th tier lord. It was still within an operable range. Yuta had originally planned to secretly take him there. But when the Deer Tribe chief and the others became clear about Solun's reasons for going and guessed his strength, they expressed understanding and support. They even planned to send a strong team to accompany him. But Solun refused. His situation was very special. He was a puppeteer, and a team of people made no difference compared to him alone. If they encountered an enemy that was too strong, having more people was useless. If they encountered an enemy they could beat, those few extras weren't necessary. Having Yuta, who was familiar with the forest, as his companion was enough. Together, even if they encountered a 5th-tier enemy, they would be able to protect themselves in the forest. The Grey Wolf tribe is by Lake Rudassel, and a day's journey further north is the Cursed Valley. The elders in the tribe say that the last time they encountered the Heartstealer was near a skull grotto not far from the valley, and the beast was hiding in the cave there. We'll head to the Grey Wolf tribe first, those boys like Arko should have gone there. Yuta wasn't angry at his younger brother for sneaking out of the Holy Land, he was just a bit worried. Being hot-blooded isn't necessarily a bad thing for Dolo tribe warriors. On the other hand, along the shore of Lake Rudassel in the northern part of Silent Forest, a deadly competition was underway. A group of soldiers dressed in silver armor from the Empire had breached the Grey Wolf tribe yesterday. The tribe's people were fitted with slave collars and escorted further north. There were also some young knights searching through the jungle for the fish that slipped through the net, who had scattered. These natives turn into animals when they run, slipping and sliding through the forest, making them hard to catch. Ha ha ha. Yuk, my spear throwing skills were top marks during the Academy's graduation assessment, a spear for each, how's that? Bore, I've killed 8 natives, and you have only 5, what's there to show off? I'm going to turn their shin bones into specimens and keep them in my family's treasure room as my merits. Hey, can you all stop showing off? The trial mission given by the instructor requires at least 5 native heads each, and I have only killed 1. This is an elite reserve squad of the Sacred Judgment Knight Legion from the Imperial Royal Academy of Emperor Lying. The knights were young, fresh graduates from the Imperial Royal Academy who had joined the army as reserve officers. Hunting non-humans was their bloody trial before officially entering the battlefield. At the same time, in the tribe's encampment strewn with corpses, there were several wooden cages crammed with Dolo tribe's people. These were the slaves who hadn't been transported away in time, also serving as bait. A few middle-aged men in exquisite armor stood guard nearby, listening intermittently to the sounds of combat from the jungle, chatting now and then. These youngsters are pretty lucky to have non-humans to hunt. Back in our days when we graduated, we were sent straight to the battlefield without such opportunities to whet our beaks. Indeed. But then again, these natives are really foolish. Leaving a few slaves here as bait, and they just don't run, they keep coming to die. Instructor Sandru, those non-humans that escaped earlier seemed quite strong, probably druids. According to the intelligence extracted from previous soul searching, there's a place in this forest called Emerald Holy Land, the sacred land of Dolo tribe. It is said there are 2 tier 5 beings. If those youngsters chase too far, won't they run into trouble? Casualties are always part of a trial. Relax, with Rakshi watching over them from the shadows, nothing major can go wrong. Although I'm not too fond of that guy, he's known as Gravedigger, and his abilities are quite formidable. Even if there really are tier 5 professionals among these non-humans, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Hehe, that's true. After listening for a while, the men stopped paying attention to the fighting noises from the forest. As they continued chatting, they moved on to the topic of the Legion's mission this time. We initially came to capture some icefield giants, to acquire some giants' muscles for warrior enhancement, but we never expected to discover such an ancient ruin. Judging by the relics unearthed so far, the labyrinth might even predate the Dawn era. This secret excavation is likely to yield significant findings. Yet, from the look of it, there might be potent mysteries and cursed objects, maybe, if we're lucky, we might even find some mythological treasure. Those slave traders are really something, setting a date for delivery and then falling short on the numbers. Now we have to do it ourselves. The forest is so vast, this is hard labor. I heard that a few days ago, the Sunshine slave hunting group encountered a lone adventurer in the forest and lost quite a few men. Distortions of the truth, surely. Do you believe a Tier 3 adventurer, all by himself, could slaughter a slave hunting group with 4 Tier 4 professionals and 700 to 800 elite members? While the fighting strength of the slave hunters isn't impressive, even you or I would struggle to pull that off. To kill 700 or 800 people, the blade would be blunted, and all on his own? Hee. As the men chatted away obliviously, they were unaware that Arku and his companions were already lying in ambush for the group of knights undergoing their trial in the forest. Solun and Yuta quickly made their way to Lake Rudassel. The tribe's settlement of the Grey Wolf clan was just beside the lake, where the woods were not too dense and the view was quite open. From atop a distant large tree, 2 figures were observing several people chatting in the village through a monocular telescope. They didn't rashly approach but watched carefully. After a long while, Solun put down the telescope, narrowed his eyes slightly, and muttered, "They're strong. So these are the elite royal troops of Lying." Even though they were too far to sense the fires of their souls, Solun could tell from their armor that those people in the village were the elite of the elite. From the military insignia on their armor, the middle-aged man leading them seemed to be of the rank of colonel. In Lying's military hierarchy, such a high-ranking position was usually held by professionals of the 4th tier and above. So that's the legendary Golden Griffin armor, troublesome indeed. Solun's pupils contracted slightly as he pondered something. With his current level of understanding, he could naturally tell the quality of the armor from the runes and enchantment traces on it. The armors on those people varied, but they were at least of the gold or dark gold level for military officers. The Imperial Royal Knight Legion of the Lying Empire has been able to sustain such a war of attrition against the mechanical army of Mafa for so many years, thanks to their alchemy, mechanical augmentation, and most importantly, their Imperial secretly forged runic alchemy armors. These were top-tier armors with defense strong enough to go head-to-head with mechanical battle armors. It wasn't just about the indestructibility of the outer armor, the linings were able to absorb and dissolve the force of impacts, and some ingenious design at the joints ensured that knights' movements were not hindered at all, making them much more flexible than mechanical battle armors. The armor also had high demands on the wearer. To achieve ultimate defensive capabilities, such an armor would weigh at least half a ton and could go up to several. To fight for extended periods on the battlefield, knights needed considerable strength. They've come to hunt the wild giants, hey. It looks like the Lying Empire must have found a shortcut that leads directly to the northern tundra. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Solun's mind in an instant. The enemy was the royal elite, which was bad news. But the good news was that he hadn't seen anyone who seemed like a 5th-tier presence thus far. Yuta, using a telescope for the first time, adapted after some familiarization. She keenly caught the tracks of flocks of birds occasionally startled into flight above the forest and analyzed, "There's fighting to the northeast in the forest, heading toward the wild wind path. It could be Arku and the others." As she spoke, she put down the telescope, looked at Solun, and asked, "Mr. Solun, are there formidable enemies among them?" Solun stated bluntly, "This group of enemies is much stronger than the slavers. Although I haven't seen any 5th tiers for now, we definitely can't confront them head-on. We have a chance only if we spread out." Although he had killed several 4th tiers, they were either pirates or slaver gangs. What he was facing now was the genuine Royal Elite Legion of Lying. Whether in terms of cultivation techniques, equipment, talent, or augmentation, they were 1 in 10,000. There was no room for carelessness. Solun was fairly confident about taking down one. But if several people from the village joined together against him, he didn't stand a chance. Especially that colonel, aside from the Reaper, Solun didn't feel he had any way to take him down right now. Yuta, hearing this, nodded seriously, "MHM. If he felt they were a challenge, the enemies must be extremely strong." Solun had pieced together some information from reading lips and knew that those Lying knights were on an officer's trial. The few officers in the village seemed to have noticed someone spying from afar. But they didn't pursue, clearly not taking it seriously. This was something that could be exploited. Solun thought it over and said, "Let's go over there and take a look." Meanwhile, several kilometers northeast of Lake Rudassel in the dense forest, a fierce battle was taking place. The 7 or 8 young druids of Arku were not foolish. Knowing the strength of the enemy, they had no plans to force a confrontation. When they arrived, they found that most of the tribe's people of the Grey Wolf clan had already been transported away, leaving behind some who were injured and inconvenient to transport. They naturally knew it was a trap, but they planned to rescue them first. The youngsters discussed it and decided to lure the enemy. Using the jungle environment, they aimed to kill the detestable humans and rescue their people. However, the actual battle did not go as they expected. They had heard from their people about the strength of the slaver squads, but this time they indeed encountered the Royal Elite Legion of Lying. The decoy worked, they successfully lured the enemies out. But, the battle was extremely brutal. Even with traps set in case of danger that caught the enemy off guard and severely injured one. That was all. They soon realized that the other side had an absolute advantage in equipment. It was equipment even more terrifying and powerful than that of the slaver squads. Even the attacks of the druids in their beast-transformed state caused only limited damage to the enemy's armor. Claws could easily tear through leather armor, even ordinary mechanical gear, but on that runic armor, they left at most some slight scratches, doing no real harm to the enemy itself. Even with spells, the lower tiers were just as useless against enemies clad in full body armor. And it was clear that the enemy had anticipated an ambush and did not panic when attacked. Instead, they began to retaliate and encircle them. Large-caliber sniper rifles, bombs, alchemy crossbows, cursed items, a constant stream of tactics emerged. Whether at range or in close combat, Arku's novice druids had no advantage whatsoever. Unable to rescue the captives, they were now the ones being hunted. They could only rely on the forest for cover as they fought and retreated. Soon, 3 of the 8 who had snuck out from the Holy Land were dead in the chase, and the situation for the rest wasn't good. They were injured to varying degrees. Demon, stop being stubborn, let's get out of here. It's my fault that everyone's in this mess. Arku, you guys go ahead, I'll hold them off. Damn it, if we go together. These hot-blooded Dolo tribe youths would never abandon a comrade. They had come with the determination to face death. They fought fiercely to the end. When Solun and Yuta arrived, guided by the sounds of battle, they saw several people being chased in a sorry state. However, fortunately, there were still a few alive, a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Suddenly blocked by a huge white wolf, the group was collectively startled. Arku recognized it immediately as his sister. Sister. Guilty flashed across his face as he realized she had discovered his sneaking out. But now was clearly not the time for that. He shouted, "Sister, get out of here, the enemies are really tough." Yuta glanced at the young men, not moving, and coldly rebuked, "You go first. We'll deal with you when you get back." Arku, thinking his sister didn't know how formidable the enemy was, anxiously said, "Sister, their armor is very strong, you can't fight them head-on." Yuta didn't have a chance to reply. Her gaze hardened and she disappeared into a white blur. In the blink of an eye, with a thud, she had sent a heavy armored knight flying with a palm strike, breaking a large tree. But the knight had armor to protect him and seemed unaffected. He immediately stood back up. With a whoosh, a javelin was thrown their way. Yuta sensed it and narrowly avoided it. At that moment, 7 or 8 more people caught up, all fully armored knights. Sister. Arku certainly hadn't gone first. He resolutely stood by Yuta's side, ready to protect her. His refusal to leave meant that the other apprentice druids didn't leave either, all ready to stay and fight to the death if necessary. Meanwhile, high in the treetops, Solun, cloaked in his mantle and suppressing his presence, closely observed the area. Sacred Judgment Legion Standard Javelin. Quality, silver. Description, standard javelin of the Lying Royal Legion, made of tungsten steel alloy, with wind attribute piercing and acceleration effects. Looking at the javelin, Solun muttered to himself, "They really are rich, the cost of that javelin must be worth 200,000 to 300,000 apiece." He then observed the equipment worn by those knights. Elite is indeed elite. The knights' armor, sabers, and firearms were all top-grade military gear that couldn't be bought on the open market. The value of their full set of equipment was staggering. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say they were carrying half a city's worth on their backs. Within his mind, Solun roughly estimated that just the value of the equipment on this small squad of 10 exceeded the worth of the few hundred slavers he had taken down before. Moreover, all of it was military gear that couldn't be acquired on the market. However, these knights weren't the ones Solun needed to be wary of. The soul fires of the trainee officers below were all within his sensing range, none of them particularly strong, ranging from 2nd to 3rd tier. Without a 4th tier amongst them, even with their superior equipment, it would not be difficult for Solun to kill them if he wanted to. But he knew there was a high-ranking professional secretly protecting the group. Without pinpointing that individual's location, he refrained from taking action rashly. On the ground, Yuta and her companions had already engaged in fierce battle with the enemy group. With her in the fight, the combatants were momentarily in a standoff. The heavy armored knights had a weakness too, the combat greatly drained their stamina. Although the attacks from Yuta's side did limited damage to the armor, they required much less stamina and were more agile, making it difficult for the armors to win quickly. Seeing Yuta was not in immediate danger, Solun was not in a hurry to intervene. He watched the trainee officers and their displayed tactics, his thoughts racing. B036 Earth Dragon, Talent C071 Ape, C004 Divine Power. This Judgment Legion really is like the legends say, mostly recruiting talented fighters with strength-based abilities, and their augmentations are all focused on enhancing strength. Solun was pensive. The Lying military had several mature professional advancement systems. Soldiers advanced in this way would be incredibly strong in group combat. However, as he watched, his expression suddenly changed. Have I been discovered? Solun's brows immediately furrowed. He had been planning to observe from the shadows but hadn't expected to be detected by the enemy first. It was just a moment before, that he clearly felt a soul fluctuation sweep over him like a radar wave. This fluctuation would go unnoticed by normal people, but his spiritual power was so sensitive now that he immediately identified it as some kind of spiritual power sensing technique. Solun was somewhat puzzled. He was wearing a mirror organization's cloak which usually rendered him undetectable by ordinary means. This meant that the person lurking somewhere possessed a curse object with a sensing ability. Since the enemy had already discovered him, remaining hidden was pointless. He immediately changed tactics. Without any hesitation, Solun spread out a sealed scroll, formed sorcerer's seals with his hands, and chanted seal release. Discover exclusive content at my virtual library empire. The next instant, a massive mecha appeared out of nowhere. The mecha plummeted down rapidly, and Solun leaped down with it. While he was still in descent, he swiftly assembled the mecha onto his body using maneuvering threads. Before anyone on the ground could react, the mecha's steam boiler charged and expelled a burst of steam with a hiss, propelling his form rapidly downward as he slashed with his blade. Because it was a surprise attack, those underground didn't have time to dodge when they noticed. Solun's ship cutter struck the knight who attempted to block with his sword. This was the main tank of that team. With a clang, the ear-piercing clank resounded through the woods. It was only a momentary standoff before the vibration of the ship cutter broke the long sword in two, and then heavily cut into the opponent's armor. Blood splattered everywhere as the knight, overwhelmed by the tremendous force, sunk one leg deep into the soil. The fact that the cut didn't bisect him showed how astonishing the armor's defense was. But Solun didn't give him a chance. The initial slash had opened a breach and compromised the integrity of the armor, significantly reducing its defensive capability. He lifted his arm and came down with a diagonal slash, following the gap and cleaving the knight in two from the chest, blood spraying wildly, and the sight turning crimson. Solun killed someone in an instant. This sudden change shocked everyone underground for a moment. The few members of the Night Order, upon seeing their comrade slain, were horrified and confused. They instantly recognized that this was a battle mecha from Mafa. What the hell? How could someone from Mafa appear in the silent forest? Even Yuta, watching him slay a knight in armor she herself couldn't kill, had a slight surprise in her eyes. As for Arku and the others, their shock was beyond measure. Such sturdy armor, split with a single slash? But in that moment, they guessed the identity of the person. Only humans would use such mechanical devices. And the humans they knew were only two, one was Katyusha, and the other was Mr. Solun. The one who would come to rescue them alongside his sister was fairly obvious. Solun shouted, "You go first." His mecha armor held back those on the opposite side, and both sides disengaged and stood off at a distance. Upon hearing this, Yuta nodded her head. Knowing Solun's capabilities, she understood that staying would only be a burden, so she commanded Arku and the others with a sharp cry, "Go!" Now the situation was reversed, with Solun's side having the overwhelming equipment advantage. The armor of the Imperial Royal Officers of Lying might be incredibly defensive, but the properties of the armor worn by these reserve officers fell far short of the Ship Cutter 9 type mecha armor Solun wore. Without any accidents, these people stood no chance of killing Solun. Instead, they'd likely be killed cleanly by him. Therefore, the one hiding in the shadows would definitely not just watch this happen. Moreover, now that a battle mecha from Mafa had appeared, the matter had become more complicated. They couldn't help but suspect that the forces of the Mafa Empire had infiltrated the northern ice fields, and might have even formed some alliance with the demi-human tribes. Therefore, this mecha warrior and those druids could not be allowed to escape. Solun was forcing that person to come out. Everyone was shocked for a moment. But Solun didn't stop. Now that he had made his move, he wouldn't give the enemy a chance to react. In that brief moment, steam power built up beneath his feet and he rocketed forward, his mechanized body lurching as he swung his second slash. Just as another was about to be cut down by the blade, a ghostly figure appeared before Solun. Holding a black long staff-like weapon, he steadfastly blocked the ship cutter. Solun, seeing his attack blocked, was not at all surprised. So you've come. However, upon seeing the person clearly, he did feel a hint of surprise. To be exact, it was not because of the fourth-tier professional, but because of the weapon in his hand. It was an ink-black umbrella. Just now, for a moment, golden runes lit up on the umbrella's surface, and astonishingly, they absorbed the blow from the ship cutter. Briefly, one could even hear the sound of ghastly wails and howls. A flicker passed through Solun's left eye as he appraised it. Rune-engraved human skin umbrella. Quality, dark gold. Description: messengers of the underworld also need an umbrella to shield them from the sun. Cursed feature: an umbrella made of human skin holding resentful spirits, a prison for souls. It can increase the bearer's spiritual perception and enhance necromancy spell penetration, consumes a large amount of spiritual power to actively deploy the umbrella, creating a nightfall domain that deprives everyone within its range of their five senses, releases resentful spirits to inflict continuous psychic damage on the target. Those who have not attained a certain level of mastery over the laws of death will suffer from the curse's backlash, permanent sensory distortion, with a moderate probability of hearing whispers from unknown beings of the underworld. Explanation: this is a damaged forbidden artifact, missing its ribs, it only has the canopy left. The collection of souls can strengthen this cursed object's characteristics, currently hosting 85,546 malevolent spirits. Once Solun understood the details of the umbrella, the realization dawned on him. Of course it could block the ship cutter, it was a damaged forbidden artifact. Seeing the whispers and feeling a sense of déjà vu. Not being affected by the curse with the mastery of laws of death? I wonder if my second-level Reaper meets the usage requirements. As Solun pondered, the cursed object seemed quite suitable for him. He also understood why he had been detected. It was truly because of this umbrella. At the same time, he was also amazed by the depth of resources the lying royal family had. Not to mention those costly standard-issue gears, just any fourth tier that showed up had in their possession a damaged forbidden artifact. Chapter 264. Necromancy, Stones, Harvest. The hunchbacked old man in black clothes used an umbrella to block Solun's slash. The two immediately disengaged and created some distance between them. As the old man retreated, he closed his umbrella and his fingers flurried through enchanting movements, almost instantly conjuring sorcerer's seals. Seeing this reaction speed, Solun knew he was dealing with a formidable opponent. The old man in black fixed his gaze on Solun in front of him, though his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yuta and the others in the forest behind. Clearly, he had no intention of letting them go. The sorcerer's seals formed instantly, and he slapped the ground with one hand. Spirit summoning contract, Hellhound. As Solun observed the old man performing the sorcerer's seals, he knew they weren't the usual elemental spell configurations and had his guards up. However, he never imagined it would be necromancy. Necromancers are extremely rare in the alchemy field, even rarer than puppet masters. They usually employ ancient contracts, offering sacrifices for an equivalent exchange to summon creatures from other dimensional planes to assist in battle. As the spell was cast, a black seven-pointed star formation pattern suddenly appeared under the old man's palm. The formation seemed to open a spatial gateway, and Solun immediately felt a strong aura of death overwhelming him. This smell would make anyone else feel dizzy and nauseous, but he found it strangely comforting. Is this contract summoning a creature from a necromantic plane? A thought flashed through Solun's mind. He didn't need to guess much further, as at that moment, the necromantic array flashed with a black light, and suddenly 5 ugly, giant hounds engulfed in black flames appeared. Hellhound. Description: a third-tier hell creature with a trace of divine lineage, adept in dark flame spells, tracking, and has a remarkable biting force. Solun looked at these headless demonic hounds and knew they posed no threat to him. The old man, evidently, intended them to chase after Yuta and his group. Sure enough, after a fierce barking session, the demonic hounds dashed into the dense forest like lightning. Solun wasn't particularly worried. Yuta and his crew were strong, and there was no immediate danger. This is the depth of the royal family's heritage. Solun sighed internally. The hunchbacked old man before him, who he had encountered at the 4th tier, was completely out of his league. However, if the opponent had tactics, his were not inferior. While the old man was forming seals for summoning, Solun also took out a black and white chessboard. Who knew what strange abilities the enemy might deploy? He had no intention of letting him escape. With a flash of light, the two appeared within the space of the chessboard. Hey! The hunchbacked old man sensed the space shifting around him and let out a light hey. Instinctively, he immediately lifted the black umbrella in his hand. Read new chapters at my virtual library Empire. Solun showed no courtesy, lunging forward with his ship cutter in hand. This guy could block the ship cutter, his melee capabilities were indeed strong. But at equal levels, how could a fleshly body compare with machinery? If he could kill with the mecha or perhaps pry some secrets from his opponent, that would be perfect. But the old man was extremely decisive. After only a few exchanges, he realized that even if he wouldn't be defeated, he definitely couldn't break through the mechanical armor. While dodging, as Solun watched him unhesitatingly take out a piece of meat, chew it briefly, and swallow it. Solun's eye twitched as he observed the dark piece of meat. Cursed corpse chunk. Description: a piece of meat over 3,000 years old, which, after special curing, has acquired miraculous powers. Consuming it can greatly enhance necromantic affinity and improve resistance to certain necromantic curses. High probability of contracting corpse poison. Being able to swallow a millennia-old piece of rotten meat without batting an eyelid, Solun understood why necromancers weren't very sociable. Being harsh on oneself naturally results in great effects. After swallowing that piece of rotten meat, the old man's body emitted steaming black vapors, his aura abruptly changed, wrapped in black mists, and he looked terrifying. The scent of the living vanished from him in an instant, and he appeared as though he had crawled out of a grave. Solun immediately guessed what that guy was planning to do, feeling a fresh sense of great enlightenment in his heart. So it's possible to evade part of a curse's backlash using such an unorthodox method. He thought in a flash that if he ever heard uncontrollable whispers again, could he also use this method to suppress them temporarily? However, eating rotting flesh seemed a bit hard to stomach. The thought vanished in a flash. This guy, obviously knowing he couldn't kill Solun, was planning to use the power of that umbrella. However, since he had identified the properties of the human skin umbrella, Solun also felt confident about his chances. He also wanted to test whether his hypothesis was correct. If he was right, this guy was dead. The hunchbacked old man was decisive, even willing to endure a curse backlash to use this tactic, which was not to be underestimated. After consuming that piece of meat, the old man's sorcerer's seals rapidly changed, quickly forming into a spell pattern Solun had never seen before, and he exclaimed softly, "Incorporation release." Just then, a pair of blue phosphorus fire wings congealed behind him, lifting him into the air, and his figure became even more ghost-like. Solun, watching the incorporation, twitched at the corner of his eye. Gold quality incorporation, the wings of the phantom species phosphorus sparrow. This time, he truly realized how extravagantly wealthy the Lying royal family was. Their heritage was absolutely staggering. Solun himself had survived many near-death situations, which had earned him the few restricted items he now possessed. This guy, with cursed items, incorporations, and cultivation techniques all of superior quality, was enough to incite envy. The incorporation not only enhanced movement speed but also increased affinity with necromancy. The match between the incorporation's attributes and abilities was very high, and his aura became even stronger. Furthermore, the blue phosphorus fire on the wings was very effective in burning through the threads condensed by Solun's 4th tier space law. This made Solun's plan to kill the opponent solely with his mechanized armor fail. With these wings, at least for the short term, he wouldn't be able to kill that guy. The hunchbacked old man used this wing incorporation not just for teleportation to save his life, but to give himself peace of mind to execute that particular spell. Solun didn't use his powerful moves to stop him. The first reason was that he wasn't sure he could definitely kill him. The second reason naturally was to let him go ahead and use that spell. After all, using it would greatly burden the guy. Then there would be a chance to kill him. And that spell, unless there was an unexpected turn, wouldn't affect him too much. Solun's set of ship cutter 9 form mechanized armor included a helmet made of invigorating alloy, so general mental spells had no effect on him. The hunchbacked old man clearly realized this, which is why he resolutely used that cursed black umbrella. Solun gave him the opportunity, and the guy finally used it. As a complex array of sorcerer's seals formed, the old man's aura suddenly soared, and he emitted a low ghost-like voice, "Dark domain, nightfall." The vast checkerboard space was instantly enveloped in pitch darkness, like asphalt. Solun felt as if he had been blinded by the nightfall, seeing nothing but darkness before him. Not only was his sense of sight stripped away, but his hearing and touch vanished too. He couldn't even feel his own body, as if only his lonely soul remained there, lost in thought. It proved that in an environment of absolute darkness, fear could intensify 100-fold. If one were to remain in such a state for a long time, their spirit would eventually spiral out of control and break down. But Solun was unusually calm. This feeling made controlling his negative emotions much easier. He even took the time to carefully experience this stripping of the senses, thinking to himself, using cursed items to execute a domain that seems like something only a 7th-tier professional could use? Tisk tisk, such a miraculous spell. With this move, probably most professionals would have their eyes wide open in complete darkness. My checkerboard space should also pull off something like this, close the doors, turn off the lights, it would be perfect. Being deprived of the 5 senses, for most people, meant being like lambs to the slaughter. But Solun had soul perception, and he clearly sensed the opponent's soul fire, so he was not at all flustered. However, what puzzled him was that the old man's soul fire form had changed from the initial human form to a shape with horns on its head and fleshy wings on its back. A mythological series talent, A029 Hell Messenger? No wonder he dared to use that cursed umbrella so potent it's considered a restricted item. Solun recognized the origin of the shadow, but he was not surprised anymore. The population of the Emperor Ling's empire was vast, and even with a talent awakening rate of 1 in a million for level A talents, there were still quite a few. Moreover, those who woke up with rare talents generally gathered under the nobles. It was not strange for people of the royal family to possess such level A and B talents. However, if it were just that, Solun, protected by his mechanical combat suit, wouldn't have had a major problem. He couldn't sense the opponent or attack, but the opponent couldn't kill him either. Obviously, the power of this dark umbrella was far more than just that. When darkness fell, Solun suddenly heard a wailing scream beside his ear. He clearly blocked his hearing, so where did this sound come from? Solun immediately realized that it was a spiritual attack from the vengeful spirits. These were the over 80,000 vengeful spirits imprisoned by the human skin umbrella, now attacking his mind. This made Solun feel as if he had fallen into an abyss paved with the souls of the wronged, with hands of evil spirits trying to drag his thoughts into an endless abyss. This was somewhat similar to the sonic attack of his nightmare doll. It was a range release, even if one didn't succumb in a short time, the longer the duration, the more chaotic the spirit would become, leading eventually to a mental breakdown. What made Solun more curious was, how did this technique penetrate the vibranium helmet and affect his true body? Tisk tisk, interesting. It must be the necromancy spell penetration feature of the dark umbrella, so powerful. Doesn't this mean that in the future when facing mechanical warriors, even if I don't use the Reaper's scythe, I also have a way to kill the opponent? Thoughts flashed through Solun's mind. And he already considered the dark umbrella as his spoils of war. Now, he had roughly figured out the effects of this cursed dark umbrella. The testing was almost done. It was time to end this. Moreover, after that old man employed this technique, his aura had significantly weakened a lot. The exhaustion of this dark domain, as identified, was enormous. If he let this domain continue, it could directly drain that hunchbacked old man dry. But Solun himself wouldn't be able to hold out that long. The spiritual attacks of those vengeful spirits were getting stronger, and even though he suppressed them, he felt increasingly irritated. At that moment, his expression suddenly became stern, planning to make one last attempt. If his guess was correct, it also meant that he might be able to control this cursed dark umbrella. The hunchbacked old man seemed to think Solun had succumbed to the control of nightfall and confidently stepped closer. The old man got very close, probably wanting to find any flaws in the mechanical combat suit. But just then, a sudden change escalated. His eyes suddenly hardened, and he saw a silhouette of a cloak and scythe appear behind the mecha. It was the second stage Reaper's ghostly shadow. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man instantly panicked, a fear from the depths of his soul. Others might not recognize what this apparition was, but being a necromancer, he clearly knew much more about the taboos of death. He recognized the origin of this shadow, and his eyes went blank. This is the S-level talent Death Reaper, and a second stage awakening. How is this possible? Vengeful spirits are just minor ghosts, wouldn't they shiver at the arrival of the Grim Reaper? As soon as the ghostly shadow of the Reaper appeared, the tens of thousands of vengeful spirits within the domain of Nightfall, like cats whose tails had been stepped on, panicked and changed shape. They had been greedily inhaling human breath moments before, but now they were terrified and bolted back into the floating dark umbrella in mid-air, daring not to show themselves again. Solun's senses also instantly recovered, and his vision cleared. Seeing his technique broken, the hunchbacked old man's face turned red, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. The curse rebounded against him several times over, due to the forced breaking of the technique. And just when his mind was still dazed, Solun would not give him a chance to catch his breath. The threads that hadn't appeared before now densely materialized into solid form. Controlling thread's secret technique Caged Bird. Solun had long locked onto his opponent, and once he made a move, it was a thunderous strike, leaving no chance for a turnaround. Masses of silk threads controlled the field, not yet burnt through, as a mechanical arm quickly gripped the neck of the hunchbacked old man, firmly locking it in place like a vice. A crisp snapping sound of bones breaking echoed. The shock on the face of this hunchbacked old man hadn't faded before he completely lost his vitality. His body went limp, turning into a corpse. Solun watched as wisps of grey mist floated from the corpse in his hand, casually selecting a few interesting ones and devouring them. You have stripped Rockshare Luoyo of his soul, obtaining some fragments of dark laws, fragments of space law. You are now aware of some usage details of the runic human skin umbrella. You have gained the understanding of a specific contractual spirit summoning technique. You have acquired extensive knowledge related to necromancy techniques and necromancy runes. You have mastered some information on the strong of the Sacred Judgment Legion. You have learned some royal secrets of the Lying Dynasty. Spiritual power plus 6.3. Having digested the stripped information, Solun's eyes sparkled. The people of the Lying royal family really have extraordinary knowledge. This guy definitely was the highest quality tier 4 professional he had stripped, his understanding of laws so solid, far stronger than those half-baked pirates he'd stripped before. Solun's thoughts drifted. Many of his ideas had greatly changed. Although the Lying Empire was a declining one, from some of the royal secrets he had stripped, like those of Rockshare, there were many more high-level practitioners in the Lying royal family. And the information this guy knew was just the tip of the iceberg. The entire empire was a massive, frightening old monster. The strength of the Lying royal family really should not be underestimated. Solun mused to himself. Having digested the memories, he also understood that Rockshare's techniques were not so simple. It just so happened that Rockshare encountered Solun's Reaper Phantom, which he countered. Otherwise, even facing a tier 5 professional, this guy could have shown considerable combat power. Too bad. This further convinced Solun of the thought that an alchemist must be well learned. Learning more always helps, reducing the chances of being countered. As Solun digested the memories, two glowing objects slowly condensed from the corpse. One was a crystal skull, a silver initiation material of the Dark series, which could greatly enhance the capability to comprehend dark laws after advancement. The Tier 4 gold outfit phosphor peacock wings also condensed. If Solun had no better options, these two materials were also somewhat compatible with his profession. Even if not used, they could still fetch a good price. The items were all high grade, which was also the biggest reason this guy could use the Black Umbrella and withstand the curse backlash. Thinking of the Black Umbrella, Solun turned his gaze over it once more. He held the umbrella in his hand, a chill and bizarre sensation shooting straight to his forehead. Yet strangely, there was a sense of familiarity. The death aura on the Black Umbrella seemed to really like Solun's death laws. Just by touching it, Solun noticed a difference. His heart thrilled. With this item in hand, my soul perception range has expanded nearly 5-fold. Not to mention its other effects, just this functionality alone made it an extremely practical cursed object for him. He had already had a hunch, and now upon handling it, it might actually be feasible. With his understanding of death laws, using this Black Umbrella, the negative consequences of curse backlash would be very low. For Solun, this was certainly an item that could be used immediately. His storage ring still contained many materials, potions, and scriptures of sorts. However, now was not the time to thoroughly experience them. If there were no surprises, someone should be chasing after him. Solun packaged the items quickly, unraveling the chessboard space. Chapter 265. The Omen Bird. Having a human skin umbrella expanded Solun's sensory range by several times. When he emerged from the chessboard space, he immediately sensed several powerful soul fires nearby. As expected, they were the same Ying military officers from the village earlier. Fortunately, Solun had prepared in advance and used his old method of wrapping himself in shroud cloth for invisibility, while also controlling a walking corpse as a decoy. As expected, as soon as it appeared, several figures flashed, and the walking corpse was immediately hacked into 3 pieces by 2 silver-armored warriors wielding huge swords, one in front and one behind. The recent lesson from Rockshare Luoyo vividly taught Solun. It made him realize that encountering professionals with strong backgrounds required extra caution since they might possess certain forbidden items. The abilities of professionals in this world were diverse and should never be underestimated. This wasn't just Solun's speculation, he had deliberately extracted the memories of that hunchbacked old man earlier, learning the identities of the people behind him and some of their methods. These individuals were instructors at the Ying Royal War Academy. Although their transcendental rank was not too high, they had rich practical experience and each possessed curses that enhanced their combat capabilities, which would make an actual fight extremely troublesome. Moreover, military personnel were adept at coordinated attacks. They had prepared tactics for handling various professionals with seamless cooperation. Even if Solun went out in mechanical armor, he wouldn't gain any advantage whatsoever. Not intending to confront them directly, Solun seized the opportunity to flash into the dense forest. While the shroud cloth completely shielded his aura, the slightest noises of movement couldn't escape those 4th-level professionals. After gaining some distance, Solun decisively deployed his 8-armed spider lance and began sprinting wildly through the dense forest. The men behind him naturally pursued relentlessly. Despite wearing heavy armor, these fellows were not slow, and all possessed highly advanced alchemical augmentations. The one closest in pursuit, wearing gold griffin armor and known as Big Beard Sandruheimer, nicknamed Guile Sword, slashed the air, sending several sharp and cunning sword chi that chopped down the giant trees in the forest like cutting wheat. If it weren't for Solun's keen senses and spatial flash ability, he would have been cut into pieces long ago. There was also that individual flying midair with shiny golden wings, Metal Angel Lei, whose main combat augmentation was the gold version of 1000 killing wings. The metal feathers could be launched like a storm, wreaking havoc wherever they passed. Fortunately, in the primeval forest, wing augmentations were not so effective. Flying low, they encountered numerous trees and obstacles, and flying high, the dense canopy obscured their vision. And wind elemental accelerated golden spears shot through the air like bullets, exploding the giant trees. There were also returning flying axes. None of the individuals following him were weak in their methods. However, the good news was that not all of them excelled in pursuit. Such burst speeds were not sustainable. And Solun himself, with spatial displacement and the 8-armed spider lance, could escape at a despairingly fast pace. If they couldn't close the distance in a short burst, those behind him would likely have no chance to catch up. If the opponents recklessly split up to pursue him, he wouldn't mind defeating them one by one. The opponents clearly understood this as well, never revealing such a flaw. They knew very well that anyone capable of killing the 4th-rank hunchbacked old man Rockshare could certainly kill any one of them as well. Eventually, after a chase through the forest, Solun successfully eluded them. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the place was in chaos, with evidence of battle everywhere. The vegetation was scorched en masse into ashes, with some stumps still holding unextinguished, eerie black fires, and the air was thick with the smell of char. Yuta, in his form of a white wolf, was also scorched all over, panting heavily while staring intensely into the depths of the dense forest. They had just been through a fierce life and death battle, and if not for his protection, Arku and the boys might have died here. The running speed of the hellhounds wasn't a bit slower than their beast-transformed forms, and they were also adept in tracking, making them impossible to shake off. Fortunately, all of a sudden, the 5 hellhounds were pulled back to another plane, allowing the group a moment to breathe. Arku refrained from looking his sister in the eye, as he tended to the severe injuries of the other 2 companions. Yuta's deep blue pupils couldn't hide the worry, and after looking at Arku and the others, she said, "This place isn't safe, you all go back to the sanctuary first." Oh! Hearing her words, the boys all bowed their heads in response, each passing a trace of guilt across their expressions. They hadn't saved anyone and instead lost a few comrades, creating a big mess this time. They hadn't expected Mr. Solun would come to their rescue. But facing such strong enemies, their worries remained. Arku asked, "Sister, Mr. Solun won't be in trouble, right?" Another young man, transformed into a black bear, also asked, "Yeah, Sister Yuta, that Mr. Solun." Yuta interrupted them, "The sudden disappearance of the hell creatures implies that the contractor has been killed." Although she said that, her face also showed slight concern. After all, she knew there were several other troublesome enemies not far away in the village. Yuta didn't criticize much further, only saying, "In the future, you guys will be the hope of our Dalo tribe. Remember, always think thoroughly before making any decisions." Although the price was somewhat severe this time, having a lesson was a good thing as well. The group dared not meet her gaze. "Understood, Sister Yuta." Ultimately, Yuta couldn't stop worrying and said no more, "You all go back first, I'll make a trip." With that, she courageously dashed into the dense forest. Having shaken off his pursuers, Solun slowed down. The greatest dangers in the forest were never humans, it was the magical beasts and all sorts of bizarre creatures that were far deadlier, and they were present everywhere. He didn't dare to continue teleporting at high speeds in an unfamiliar environment, that would only attract the hunters in the jungle. Using the black umbrella as a walking stick, Solun strolled leisurely. With the perception amplification granted by the black umbrella, he could sense the soul flames within a 1 kilometer radius, unafraid of being ambushed suddenly by anything. He had not carefully felt it before, but now he genuinely appreciated the finesse of this black umbrella. Having it in his possession, he sensed a realism far surpassing the information seen through the all-knowing eye. This guile-sword umbrella is indeed a fine treasure. Solun felt moved and played with the black umbrella in his hands, becoming even more attached to it. Although he had not tried using the nightfall domain function of the umbrella, he felt that its curse backlash would not be a big issue for him. This defective sealed item would greatly enhance his strength. Thinking of testing it further later, he felt immediately capable of using it in real combat. While walking and pondering over the effects of the black umbrella, Solun suddenly sensed a soul flame quickly approaching him. Yuta. Solun was not surprised. He wore a necklace with Yuta's real name and a wolf claw, which allowed her to confirm his location from a great distance. As expected, a familiar, massive white wolf burst into view from the dense forest. Seeing that Solun was unharmed, a visibly relieved expression appeared in Yuta's eyes, and she asked, "Mr. Solun, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Solun, noticing her scorched fur, also asked, "Are you all right?" "Just a minor injury." Yuta's face showed complete indifference as she slowly transformed back into her human form. She cared more about Solun than herself. Injuries in her beast form also appeared on her human body. Solun saw the burn marks on her skin, took out a potion, and helped clean and treat her wounds. Yuta, unembarrassed, sat bare-skinned, looking tenderly at the man before her. The cooling essence of the potion soaked into the wound, visibly washing away the charred flesh as new flesh formed. She noticed the black umbrella in Solun's hand, her brow furrowing at its unsettling aura. It carried a deathly aura starkly different from the natural forces. However, considering it was Solun's war trophy, her expression relaxed again. Guessing something, Yuta said, "It's also lucky you killed those hellhound contractors, otherwise, the situation would be very bad." Solun nodded, his curiosity piqued as he asked, "How strong were those hellhounds?" Yuta replied, "Very strong. Unlike magical beasts, their bodies are largely composed of fire elements, making them hard to kill." "Oh." Solun listened to her description of the recent battle, his hands busy treating her wounds. Although called hellhounds, they were not necessarily from the mythological hell. Most likely from some other realm like the abyssal plane that housed undead creatures. The necromancy contracts in alchemy originated from ancient alchemists who subdued creatures from different realms to facilitate enslavement, creating the spells for this purpose. Current alchemists no longer have the capability to campaign against different realms, thus, such knowledge has grown increasingly rare. The hunchbacked old man he had killed before had found a necromancy mysticism scroll from the Dawn era in some ruins and succeeded in contracting a creature from an alternate realm like the Hellhounds. Thinking this, Solun also recalled that the storage ring he had just acquired seemed to contain that tome. He thought it might be worth trying to see if he could form a contract himself. If he could obtain a few creatures like the Hellhounds, skilled in tracking, they would be quite handy. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Solun finished treating the last torn and burned wound on Yuda's back. All done. He put away the potion bottle and casually slapped Yuda's firm buttocks, which were very elastic. Yuda smiled coyly in response, "Thank you." She put on her clothes and looked at the darkening sky, saying, "It's getting dark, we need to find a place to rest." Yet. Solun nodded. Yuda had been to the Grey Wolf tribe and was quite familiar with the forest in this area. Soon, the two found a cave. Because there were enemies in the forest, they did not start a fire but ate some dry food instead. After resting for a while, Yuda went to sleep on the ground spread with animal skins, the day's travel and battles having drained much of her energy. Meanwhile, Solun began to organize the day's spoils. A set of incomplete silver armor, and some standard officer equipment from the Royal Luton Army, these were the spoils from the apprentice officer killed by the ship cutter sword earlier. There were also many spare items in the storage ring, alchemy bullets, potions, demon cores, energy crystal cores. It has to be said, these guys were really wealthy. The equipment on this third-tier lieutenant was worth more than those on the fourth or even fifth-tier pirates. After roughly checking everything, Solun searched carefully through that hunchbacked old man's storage ring. The storage ring could not hold much, but everything in it was valuable. There were 3 thick tomes, dark magic, necromancy mysticism, 4th level seal sorcery, and several dark magic spell scrolls. Although copies, each one was of fine quality. Probably an official perk from Luton. The last thin, map-like ancient scroll, however, was the Necromancy Spirit Communion Secrets. Judging by the material and the degree of wear, it was an ancient item. Solun gave it a look over. Previously, he had pieced together memories from necromancy, so he could read quite swiftly. In just a quarter of an hour, he had read through the secret text, and his brain quickly assimilated the content into his knowledge. I can only contract extraplanar necrotic creatures that do not exceed my own tier, otherwise, I risk being devoured by the necrotic creature. Solun pondered for a moment. No wonder the hunchbacked old man summoned a third-tier hellhound during the day. So, to be safe, I can only summon about second-tier necrotic creatures? And it's random. Solun pursed his lips. Seemed hardly useful. Although he felt it was somewhat trivial, he still decided to give it a try. Performing necromancy not only required this contract scroll, coordinates, but also a mastery of either the laws of death or dark magic, and a bit of spatial law. Now that he had everything he needed, Solun thought it wouldn't be difficult and started setting up the Spirit Communion array according to the scroll. The first time was a bit troublesome, requiring sufficient offerings. Solun spent over 100,000 materials to set up a pentagram formation, then placed a piece of rotten flesh that the guy had eaten during the day in the center of the formation. With a clench of his sorcerer's seals, he activated the magic array, and a black light began to shine. The first necromantic contract was like fishing. Extraplanar necrotic creatures that fancied these offerings would be hooked naturally and appear within the formation. Due to the constraints of the formation, they would obey some commands from the contractor. It was somewhat like hiring them. Solun hadn't really expected to summon any powerful creatures. He had seen plenty of extraplanar creatures before, especially during his time in Old Lington, where he had encountered many abyssal creatures. He thought that even if a necrotic creature appeared, it wouldn't be surprising. However, he never expected that after the black pentagram formation lit up and the void of the plane connected, he suddenly felt a strong surge of necrotic air assaulting him. It wasn't that the presence was powerful, but it had a sort of bloodline oppression to it. Solun felt uneasy and furrowed his brows. Could something go wrong? The disturbance was even greater than the hunchbacked old man's summoning of a third-tier hellhound during the day. Yet, he had clearly set up a second-tier necromancy formation. Solun was sure that he had followed the scroll's instructions perfectly when setting up the formation, without any mistakes. And the ritual had stripped soul experience, so there was no possibility of encrypted misunderstanding. The ritual was already underway, and if he forcibly terminated it, it would also adversely affect Solun, the caster. As he watched the shining phantom in the formation, he patiently waited. Solun had been mentally prepared to see some kind of second-tier lord-level necrotic creature. But unexpectedly, as the light from the formation faded, the silhouette slowly solidified into an unimpressive raven. Just this. Solun watched as the formation's light disappeared, he and the bird eyeing each other. However, unlike common ravens, this one had a black halo above its head. When Solun encountered a creature he didn't recognize, he naturally cast an all-knowing eye at it. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. Then, his expression immediately turned very strange. Herald of Death. Detailed explanation, a second-level juvenile, mythical species, also known as Bennu bird, a mythical harbinger of the god of death, a guide of the underworld, capable of foretelling death. This bird feeds on decay and death energy, its existence sustained as long as death energy persists, contains some information beyond normal understanding. Seeing the identification information of the bird, Solun realized he had summoned a very special being. But unexpectedly, this bird seemed harmless, right? With a shift of his gaze and noticing the details indicating information beyond normal understanding, Solun immediately knew the bird had an extraordinary origin. He instantly thought, could it be because my understanding of the death law is relatively profound? At that moment, probably because of the commotion caused by necromancy, Yuta also opened her eyes. She looked at the bird Solun had summoned and then glanced at the traces of the spirit communion array on the ground, asking in a peculiar tone, Mr. Solun, did you summon this? Solun nodded. He was also curious about what use the bird might have. The Dolo tribe has traditions many human civilizations are unaware of, and he thought Yuta might know something, so he asked, this is the Herald of Death. Yuta, do you know what it's used for? On hearing this, Yuta indeed got startled, the Herald of Death? The legendary guide of the underworld. She then looked at the crow, blinked and perked up immediately. Solun became more curious, you know about it? Yuta nodded, but then said dubiously, legend has it that the Herald of Death is the transformed soul of a deity. They often accompany the god of death, are proficient in the law of death, indestructible, and embody ominous and deathly omens. But, the birds of legend don't usually look like this. This is a juvenile. It should look different when it grows up. Solun thought about it and said. Without the all-knowing eye, he would not have guessed this crow with a halo on its head to be a mythical species. Since what Yuta said matched the information identified, he further inquired, what specific use does this bird have? No sooner had he asked than the foolish bird caught in a sound that seemed to express its discontent with his dismissive tone. Yuta solemnly said, it's the legendary bird of death, unseen by the living. It is said that those who have seen it, will be guided by it to the underworld. Solun also twitched at the words, thinking if this meant the bird was a harbinger of sending people off. This bird was truly a damned omen. If it weren't for a sort of telepathy with the contracted creature, knowing it was harmless to him, on hearing Yuta's words, he'd definitely have turned hostile and sent it back through necromancy immediately. Yuta also felt her words might sound ill-omened, so she changed her phrase, it's just a legend, after all, nobody has really seen it. Solun instantly felt uneasy, so, does that mean this bird is actually useless? He had thought to try summoning a necrotic creature. But it turned out it was the much-hyped mythical species that seemed less useful than even a hellhound. No sooner had he made this comment, the crow cawed again, displaying even more dissatisfaction. Solun's eye twitched, realizing this bird was not low in intelligence. Just as he spoke, the body of the crow in front of him suddenly dissolved into a mass of black mist. Just as Solun was puzzled, the creature abruptly perched on his shoulder. Oh! He softly exclaimed, immediately sensing something and was greatly surprised, does this bird also understand the law of death? What surprised Solun even more was that the bird's grasp of the law of death was even higher than his. It was like being next to a fireplace, where you could clearly feel the flame was hotter than your own body temperature. It seemed to have no offensive capabilities, but for Solun, it was extremely valuable. It could help him enhance his understanding of the law of death. Last time, it took one death to let Solun find a shortcut to understand a part of the law of death. Such a method was not available a second time. Solun did not want a second time either. Now with the bird by his side, he distinctly felt a slight increase in understanding. Found a treasure. Solun was joyful inside, his expression immediately changing. Seemingly sensing something, the crow on his shoulder cawed again, probably in a triumphant response. At this moment, as Solun looked at the pitch-black bird, the more he looked the more appealing it became. Truly delightful. Chapter 266. Skeleton Burrows. After discovering that the Harbinger of Death was a treasure, Solun spent the entire night studying its additional functions. He thought that even in the necromantic realm of another dimension, such a mythical species creature would be very rare. Fearing he might not be able to summon it again, Solun coaxed and deceived, planning to sign a blood covenant. The crow seemed not to mind, happily agreeing after consuming 2 pieces of rotting flesh. Although they couldn't communicate directly, as a contracted creature, they could simply share thoughts. The intelligence of crows is already high, but this harbinger of death was clearly much smarter than the average crow. Moreover, Solun had also gleaned some experience in raising crows, making their communication relatively smooth. Soon, he figured out the other 2 abilities of the bird: resurrection and shared vision. After signing the blood covenant, Solun discovered his soul had mysteriously connected with the bird. Channeling the power of the contract was like a video call, enabling him to see through the eyes of the harbinger of death. After multiple trials, he had mastered this new ability. Before, he wasn't very confident about hunting the heart-stealer demon, but with the crow, his confidence increased significantly. It was a true undying species creature. Even if its body was shattered, as long as the death energy remained, it could resurrect next to the contractor and reassemble itself. In other words, it was an indestructible unmanned scout. The cost of using this ability was minimal, just a piece of tasty rotting flesh, and the crow would be willing to work for him. Moreover, Solun also learned some legends about this bird from Yuta. The ancient necromancy books recorded that the harbinger of death served as a messenger between the netherworld and other planes of existence. It was one of the most coveted contract pets for top-tier necromancers. They often accompanied real deities of death, devouring death energies. While consuming rotting flesh, they could occasionally gain certain abilities of the corpses, condensing death laws and becoming stronger over time. This innate ability was somewhat similar to that of a Death Reaper, one consuming corpses and the other souls. Weak earlier on but stronger later. Solun also guessed this was why he managed to summon this mythical breed. He was excited to see what the bird would be like when fully matured. However, the only problem was that the bird was very picky about its food. Solun tried feeding it various types of meat, but discovered it only ate the cursed flesh from their spoil of war. Other meats, it wouldn't even glance at it. This also meant Solun couldn't keep it with him for long. After all, there wasn't much of that type of meat, and once it was gone, it was gone. After trying for a few hours and keeping some meat as a reserve, he released the necromancy spell and sent the crow back to the other dimension. He thought about keeping the bird around for a long time once he found enough high-quality rotting flesh as feed. The next morning, sunlight entered the cave. After resting and preparing, Solun and Yuta continued on their journey. The Grey Wolf tribe was about a day or 2 further north, located near the Cursed Valley. This area was a forbidden place for the Dalo tribe, and Yuta had never been there, only having heard the elders in the tribe mention it. By the evening of the next day, the two had arrived at a place called the Blood Fog Swamp. They found their way obscured by swathes of blood-red mist. Yuta looked at the rudimentary beastskin map and pointed in a direction, saying, "Not far northwest of the swamp is the place where our ancestors encountered the Heart-Stealer demon. There should be a skull-shaped grotto there." Solun nodded. Looking at the blood fog ahead, he didn't plan to probe it with his body. In the current situation, the crow came in handy. Thinking this, he pinched his sorcerer's seals, and the 5-pointed star formation lit up, summoning a black crow. After feeding it a piece of rotting flesh, the harbinger of death took to the sky. A flicker passed through Solun's right eye, and immediately, the view from the crow appeared. The blood fog of the swamp was confusing, but because the mist was heavy, it covered just tens of meters above the ground. The crow flew up 100 meters, and the view instantly opened up. Then, he indeed spotted the skull-shaped grotto Yuta had mentioned. Solun softly exclaimed, "Found it!" But he was simultaneously shocked. Could it really be a fossilized skull? How enormous must that creature be? Perhaps it was not clear from the ground, but from the sky, it was unmistakable. It looked like a human skull with sockets and the shape of a mouth, a grey-white grotto that didn't seem naturally formed, but more like the rotting body of a humanoid lying on the ground. It was truly massive, with just the 2 eye sockets measuring several meters in diameter. Just as he intended to take a closer look, at that moment, a dark shadow swooped across the sky, a flying creature of unknown species, swallowing the crow in one gulp. The vision cut off, and a swirl of dark mist on Solun's shoulder condensed into a crow again. Solun fed it another piece of rotting flesh, replenishing its death energy. He frowned slightly and said to Yuta beside him, "Let's go. Be careful." Yuta nodded, "The Cursed Valley stretched from the north to the south, and members of the Lurian Judgment Legion had entered from the northern entrance. The Heartstealer demon Solun was looking for was in the south, unavoidable through this swampy terrain. With the fog obscuring their sight and limiting visibility, the two moved slowly. In the swamp, there were giant crocodiles dozens of meters long, black water snakes capable of swallowing buffalo whole, and tyrant leeches that could drain a person dry without them even noticing, and countless venomous insects. Everywhere in the swamp was fraught with danger. Had it been earlier, Solun would definitely have been extremely cautious with every step he took. But now he held a black umbrella in his hand, his perception expanded several times, allowing him to easily sense and avoid the powerful beasts hidden in the mud and thus avoid unnecessary battles. Yuta, being a druid, was also proficient in various methods of pest control and draining miasma. There was also the unmanned aerial vehicle, a black crow. With the cooperation of the two and the bird, they managed to proceed quite smoothly. Once they confirmed the direction of the cave, they quickly arrived in the nearby area. Solun and his companion didn't rashly approach but chose a safe place to first observe the situation. Near the cave, they discovered some human adventurers' scattered equipment and belongings. It appeared that humans had passed through here recently. Without any signs of battle, it was highly likely that they had become food for some creature. The heart-stealing demon was a subterranean creature, usually not appearing on the surface, let alone in daylight. However, its psychic tentacles could extend very far. The elders of the Dala clan had once passed by here, controlled without their knowledge, and then walked into the cave to become food for the monster. This was also the terrifying aspect of the heart-stealing demon. Had it been earlier, Solun would probably have slowly approached the skull grotto to test it out. But if so, once discovered, they would have had to fight face to face with the puppets enslaved by the heart-stealing demon. Then continue fighting all the way down to find its main body. This plan was not impossible, but it was a last resort. The situation inside the grotto was unclear. Solun did not think that a creature as intelligent and evil as the heart-stealing demon would be without means of escape. Even if they could defeat those psychic puppets, the chances of catching it would be very low after signaling their presence. Moreover, Solun did not know how many puppets it had, what species they were, or what rank they were. Now with the Black Crow, it was much easier. Solun didn't need to probe himself, remote control would suffice. He released the Black Crow, which flew along the way and entered the skull-shaped cave. Upon looking, the cave unveiled another world. The Black Crow flew deeper into the tortuous underground, and then they saw a village. There are so many lizardmen. Light flickered in Solun's eyes as he discerned the shadows active in the glow of the magic crystals, clearly a bustling village. The creatures were covered in scales with long tails, and he identified them as the subterranean species lizardmen. The Black Crow perched on a cliff rock, carefully observing everything inside the cave. This lizardman tribe had at least 500 to 600 individuals. Indeed, not rushing in was the right choice. Lizardmen of the fourth rank grow horns on their heads, which are easy to distinguish. Solun saw several horned individuals among the group of lizardmen. The horns were not long, meaning there was no particularly troublesome presence. Moreover, upon closer examination, some of the lizardmen were wearing human leather armors and armors. They looked like the equipment of a slave hunter team. The meat they were sharing was that of human and Dala tribesmen. The scene was exceptionally bloody. The devoured corpses had their skulls uniformly punctured with a hole, their brains sucked out. Seeing this, Solun immediately realized that the heart-stealing demon must be here. Such evil creatures, their favorite food was the brain matter of living beings. To think it controlled an entire tribe of lizardmen as its food supply. Solun's gaze turned slightly solemn. If they went in head-on, he would first have to fight with these 500 to 600 lizardmen. Whether they could win was not certain. Even if they truly won, the heart-stealing demon would probably take the opportunity to escape. After watching for a while, the Black Crow did not spot any likely fifth-rank presences and continued deeper into the cave. Not far in, it discovered a cave emitting a green luminescence. The source of the green light was a pool in the cave, filled with fist-sized spheres. The crow's gaze shifted and immediately saw several humans standing there, expressionless. Opposite them, a monster 3 meters tall with an ugly face and meaty tentacles piercing through human skulls and greedily sucking the brains out. And those humans being used as food didn't resist or struggle until their death. It's here. Outside the cave, Solun saw this scene and immediately determined that this was the heart-stealing demon he was looking for. Just then, perhaps due to the noise made by the Black Crow entering, the tentacled monster suddenly looked up, and an invisible shockwave hit them. Solun only felt the scene before his eyes freeze like a paused tape, then it collapsed instantly. When he looked again, the black crow had reformed on his shoulder. The Reaper had died twice in a short time, suffering severe loss of its death essence. Hard to recover with only food, Solun sent it back to the other realm. Watching the Reaper revive again, Yuta asked, "How is it? Is the heart stealer in the burrow?" Solun nodded his head, "It is. Discover hidden stories at my virtual library empire." While speaking, the frown of contemplation never left his face. Seeing him like this, Yuta was slightly worried, is it going to be very tricky? After all, passed down from the ancestors, it was a tremendously horrifying creature, and she also harbored an innate fear. The Fifth Order Elder who initially encountered it had barely escaped with his life. After so many years, that heart stealer might have grown even stronger. It is somewhat tricky. The burrow is large and complex, and there's also a tribe of about 600 lizardmen. Solun explained the situation truthfully while strategizing inside his mind. Having thought of something, his tone shifted, adding, "But I have some assurance. The lifespan of a heart stealer is much longer than that of humans. But accordingly, their advancement is very slow." Therefore, Solun judged that this heart stealer was about the same as before, at most a fourth order. This was deduced from the fact that the strongest among those lizardmen was only fourth order. If the heart stealer were of a higher order, it would definitely have stronger spiritual puppets. Moreover, Solun had discovered a significant advantage. The pool emitting a fluorescent light that the black crow saw in the burrow was the heart stealer's hatching pool. Having thoroughly researched this evil species beforehand, Solun knew that heart stealers were hermaphrodites. They produce eggs in their brains and then place them in the hatching pool, a process that consumes a lot of vital essence. Therefore, during the hatching process, when the creature is at its weakest in its life, its combat capability often drops a rank. If it was a fourth order Lord Heart Stealer, then in its hatching state, it might have only the strength of a normal fourth order, or even third order. This was the best opportunity to strike. Having heard Solun's explanation, Yuta knew that he always deliberated deeply before acting and didn't say much, only asking, "What are you going to do then?" "There are 600 to 700 lizardmen, if we really fight, the creature might escape." "No. I'm not going in through the cave entrance." Solun shook his head, his eyes intense, and said, "That creature won't leave the hatching pool, I'll teleport directly there. Its physical combat strength isn't strong. As long as I withstand the mental attacks and kill it quickly, there should be no large issue." Listening, Yuta also felt this was the best plan. "Can I help with anything?" Solun had noticed the slick slime on the walls of the burrow previously and thought, not ruling out that the heart stealer might have other tricks. "If I can't kill it or encounter other dangers, I might not have enough time to escape. Then you can tear the space scroll, and I can teleport directly to it." As he spoke, he handed Yuta a space scroll. Having been inspired by necromancy the night before, he had thought of another method of escape. That is reverse necromancy. By pre-sealing the energy needed for space displacement and the blood covenant in the scroll, Solun could teleport quickly and precisely without even forming sorcerer's seals. This method allowed for even faster and further displacement. Although he had meticulously calculated over and again, confirming the speed kill plan had a success rate of over 90%, he was not careless. This was the last line of insurance. Yuta nodded her head. Having prepared everything, Solun was ready to make his move. The space inside the burrow was not large, and the mechanized armor was not agile enough. He didn't plan to wear it, but he took off the helmet made of invigorating alloy to wear. He also draped on a gold-patterned cloak and held a human skin black umbrella possessed by a vengeful spirit. With these multiple levels of insurance, unless the heart stealer was 6th order, it couldn't possibly control him. Everything prepared, Solun suddenly disengaged his 8-arm spider spear implant and teleported to the entrance of the skull grotto. Almost simultaneously, a wave of spiritual power swept over. Was I discovered after all? Solun was not surprised, dropped a few signal transmitters, then performed the spatial technique again. Having previously explored the terrain inside the cavern, he teleported directly to a deep spot in the cave. At the same moment, he immediately heard dense footsteps converging towards him. It was clearly the lizardman controlled by the heart stealer advancing to kill. Solun had no intention of getting entangled. He dropped 2 transmitters, then teleported again. His vision in the dark was extremely good, and even in the dimly lit mines, he had no trouble seeing. The scene before him changed again, and he appeared immediately in the cavern with the green fluorescent light that he had seen before. In his soul perception, a very strong soul fire appeared right in front of Solun. Then he and the creature with tendrils all over its face faced off in a stare down. The creature, apparently seeing spatial magic for the first time, was greatly surprised by this sudden appearance of an enemy. Its reaction was not slow. With a glare, an invisible shockwave surged directly towards him. Soul shock. Solun's pupils constricted slightly, even with the helmet and holding the black umbrella. The sensation like being hit with a blunt object at the back of his head made his expression flicker momentarily. This kind of mental shockwave, if faced by a fifth-order professional, would likely succumb to it. But Solun was overjoyed as he loosened his grip on the communicator in his hand. Having endured that first wave of the attack meant, as anticipated, that the Heartstealer demon had little effect on him. The monster's attack was also very skilled, its tendrils lashed out like spikes towards his eye sockets while causing a soul shock. This was its only close-range combat method. A cold gleam flashed in Solun's eyes as he dodged the tendrils like lightning. Without hesitation, he took out a chessboard, intending to directly draw the Heartstealer demon into the space within the chessboard. However, unexpectedly, the chessboard space malfunctioned for the first time. Ripples formed around the demon's body, which rendered it immune to the beam. At this moment, a large number of lizardmen had already appeared in the cave tunnel behind him. The Heartstealer demon, clearly aware of its weakness in close combat, had summoned spirit puppets. A spiritual power barrier? Or is it immune because its spiritual power is stronger than mine? A flash of doubt passed through Solun's mind, but he wasn't flustered at all and changed his approach, ready to face off directly. With both hands forming magician's seals, he softly exclaimed, "Mystic art, puppet theater." Just then, densely packed threads appeared throughout the cave, a scroll unrolled, and dozens of puppets manifested, blocking the cave entrance and stopping the aggressively advancing lizardmen. As for himself, he charged without hesitation towards the main body of the Heartstealer demon. In such a confined space, Solun, a puppet master, wasn't afraid of numerous monsters. The Heartstealer demon continued to release waves of spiritual shock, and Solun felt his consciousness becoming increasingly foggy. What was worse, from deep within the cave suddenly came a sound like a giant serpent moving through the cave. Are there other spirit puppets? Solun faintly realized what the slime on the walls indicated. Although he didn't know what kind of creature was coming, he knew he had to quickly kill the Heartstealer demon in front of him. The sorcerer's seals transformed again, thread control secret technique, cocoon. Masses of threads, like a spider web, sealed off the various cave entrances. The Heartstealer demon had nowhere to retreat. Solun charged violently, his whole body covered in cold flames, and his 8-armed spear jabbed around the creature. He immediately confirmed that the physical combat strength of this monster was very weak, merely on the level of an ordinary Tier 3 magical beast. Once Solun got close, the demon had no escape and was instantly punctured with several bloody holes. Just as Solun was about to finish it off in a flurry of success, the sudden sound of friction was already next to his ear. The wall made of threads was not thick enough, a pink tendril like a blind shot suddenly pierced through the wall and charged at Solun like lightning. Before it hit, the tip of the pink tendril suddenly burst open like a flower, turning into a giant mouth full of sharp teeth, and the muscle that resembled the throat pulsed, spewing out a foul and pungent acid. Solun's eyes hardened, and he immediately recognized the origin of this creature. Hell's Barb Beast. Details: a Tier 4 Lord-level hellish creature with extremely strong vitality. Its skin has high tensile strength, can spit corrosive poison, and its tendrils move very quickly, extending up to a kilometer. Low intelligence, highly sensitive to biological sense, it hunts all detectable living creatures. Another legendary creature from Hell. Seeing this, Solun felt a great sense of misfortune. What was in front of him was just one of its advancing tendrils, with its main body underground, followed by countless other tendrils. Listening to the dense sounds of friction, it was clear that the tendril beast had surrounded the entire cave. Solun was also grateful that he had chosen to teleport and attack swiftly. Otherwise, even if he had killed all the lizardmen in a direct, hard confrontation, this creature would still have lethally ambushed him. This dense cave was not naturally formed but was the moving channel for the creature's tendrils. With this creature around, even if several Tier 5 beings came, they would likely die here. The toughness of a Tier 4 Lord Beast's flesh was not to be underestimated, it would be very difficult to cut through. Without wasting any opportunity to try, Solun performed a flash to avoid the first tendril, without any hesitation, controlled the animated corpse to swing the black scythe, and directly severed one tendril. A large amount of yellow-green corrosive fluid flowed out, filling the cave with a burning-like stench. Meanwhile, his own body also controlled the spear to puncture 7 or 8 bloody holes in the Heartstealer demon's body. Instantly, the previously intense spiritual impact vanished. It was a quick kill planned in advance, except for the barb beast, everything was within expectations. Success! Solun was delighted inside, and without taking another look, he immediately stored the dead body of the Heartstealer demon into his storage space. Once the Heartstealer demon died, the lizardmen were momentarily dazed. Although the barb beast had lost control, its predatory instinct was still active. Tendrils densely popped out in the tunnel, instantly devouring a large number of lizardmen. The black scythe had already severed 3 tendrils, but had no effect whatever on its body hidden underground. This creature, with its enormously terrifying body, was not something Solun hoped to kill. He glanced at the brightly glowing incubation tanks. Those fist-sized orbs were naturally the eggs of the Heartstealer demon. He took out a glass container and poured them into it. At the same time, he pressed the communicator. Upon taking another look, the surroundings had changed and Solun had already appeared on the surface. Quick, run! Without time to explain, Solun took Yuta and started running. Behind them, near the entrance of the Skull Grotto, thousands of pink tendrils sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, swaying in the wind like seaweed. Chapter 267. Prosthetic Gear Psychic Tentacles. Solun dragged Yuta along in a frantic run, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet the expression of relief on his face was evident. Thanks to his preparedness, the plan for a swift kill had ultimately encountered no mishaps. Having successfully hunted a 4th-tier heart-stealing demon lord, his 3rd-tier alchemy implant finally had a purpose, achieving his main goal for venturing to the northern ice fields. Solun was naturally in high spirits. The hellthorn beast going berserk behind them was somewhat baffling, but since the monster's main body was virtually incapable of teleportation, as long as the tentacles emerging from the ground were avoided, there was no danger at all. With an evacuation route prepared in advance, Solun and Yuta managed to flee the swamp with ease. They reached a dense forest and stopped there. The ground was firm, making it easy to detect any monster tentacles that might reach them. Both panting heavily, Yuta caught Solun's relieved expression and asked with a smile, "Was it a success?" Find adventures at my virtual library empire." Solun nodded. Without the information from the Dala clan or Yuta accompanying him on this adventure, he wouldn't have stumbled upon such a grand opportunity. The heart-stealing demon's brain was the ideal material for the spiritual tentacles. He was very much looking forward to seeing the astonishing effects of the successfully crafted implant. This type of implant crafting was quite special, as it had to be done while the brain cells of the heart-stealing demon were not fully dead. Not daring to delay, he said, "Let's go, we need to find a safe place. I must craft the implant as soon as possible." Yuta flashed a grin revealing her sharp little fangs and replied, "Okay." Soon, the two found a wolf den cave. Yuta scouted nearby and found no signs of higher-tier magical beasts. Only then did Solun relax. As the main ingredient was difficult to find, the crafting process of the implant could not be disturbed, there was no room for error. Yuta also realized how important this implant was to Solun, so she didn't interfere and instead helped keep watch outside the cave with great care. With the corpse still fresh, Solun didn't dare waste more time. He took out the body of the heart-stealing demon. Since the other ingredients were prepared beforehand, he could start anytime. Once the 8-armed spider lance was unfolded, the melting array needed for crafting the implant appeared on the ground. The fiery hexagram array lit up, and Solun, holding a scalpel, precisely removed the complete brain of the heart-stealing demon. Following the crafting sequence he knew by heart, he commenced creating the implant. Before long, the vast cave was flickering with intermittent orange-red glows. This crafting session lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Spiritual implants were quite niche and their creation was particularly troublesome, requiring a significant expenditure of experience. Fortunately, Solun was proficient in all areas of forging, allowing him to craft on his own. Now multitasking, he was doing the work of 7 or 8 people single-handedly. He was a master craftsman, rune master, enchantment master, and material analysis master, a one-man team equal to an entire large forging group. His strong cognitive control abilities also allowed him to methodically shape the implant into form. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, Solun looked at the finished product floating within the alchemical glow and smiled contentedly. It was a semi-transparent tentacle implant resembling a jellyfish. Spiritual tentacles of the heart-stealing demon. Description: dark gold quality alchemy implant, 3rd tier containment value rated S and or above, 4th tier A+, spiritual power not less than 750, mutation rate less than 5%, upon fusion, one gains the ability of spiritual tentacles, plus 88 spell resistance to mental spells, plus 70% mental strength, plus 10% mental spell penetration, plus 22% nerve reaction speed, plus 5% intelligence, plus 0.3% brain domain development. Tisk tisk, the fusion requirements are quite demanding, Solun said as he assessed the properties of the implant, visibly delighted. Some attributes of the finished implant were even better than he had anticipated. Mental resistance and spell penetration were exceedingly practical enhancements for his magical abilities. With the successful fusion of the implant, the mental control effect he aimed for would be even more perfect. Initially, Solun had merely sought to obtain a 3rd tier mental leader monster, but unexpectedly encountered a 4th tier heart-stealing demon. Under normal circumstances, he would have needed to downgrade the materials, crafting the implant into a gold quality or silver quality, to ensure that he wouldn't mutate after fusion. But since his own spiritual power had mutated, granting him an extraordinarily high spiritual power, he was able to meet the fusion criteria that would normally only be satisfying at the 4th tier. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Solun looked at the freshly forged psychic tendrils implant, meditated to recover some dark spiritual power for a while, and then immediately began the integration process. He arranged the hexagram alchemy array, placed pure crystals on the 6 points of the star, and drew mystic patterns with a secret mixture of mercury and lizard powder, which was then activated with the blood of a heart-stealing demon to energize the entire formation. Standing at the center of the hexagram array, Solun held the implant in his hand and murmured, by the law of equivalent exchange of all things, praise the glory of the original creator, and witness the miracle of creation through alchemy. A fiery radiance enveloped the whole cave as the wondrous fusion reaction proceeded violently. This was not Solun's first time integrating an implant. His mind was as still as water. His body had enough endurance that even though the process of merging a psychic implant made him drowsy, he successfully completed it smoothly. 2 hours later, the light from the fusion formation completely dissipated, and Solun abruptly opened his eyes from his meditation. It's done. As expected, he had perfectly integrated the tendril implant. Eager to test his new ability, Solun formed the sorcerer's seals with both hands and shouted, "Implant release." In the next instant, a white hexagram array lit up beneath his feet, and Solun immediately felt the difference. The psychic tendrils were intangible, invisible to the naked eye. Yet, in the mirror image, Solun saw a faint white halo lingering all around his body. He also clearly sensed them. The invisible tendrils he could control at will, much like his own war spear. The tendrils could be thick or thin, and Solun focused a strand of spiritual power into the shape of a hand. Then, he tried to pick up a stone from the ground. A miraculous scene unfolded before his eyes. The stone, as if defying gravity, slowly rose from the ground and floated up before his face. Psychic manipulation of objects. Solun's gaze slightly narrowed. Although it felt effortful, his eyes couldn't hide the delight within them. Psychic object manipulation is vastly different from chi object manipulation. Because chi is a substance, any professional with a slight understanding of controlling chi would more or less know some techniques, such as sword chi, blade chi, shockwaves. But psychic power is imperceptible, escaping the normal methods of human detection. To put it simply, it ignores obstacles and cannot be blocked. While chi leaves traces that can be blocked, psychic power leaves no trace to follow. If harnessed well, this ability could become an invisible, deadly weapon. But for now, it was obviously just the beginning. After handling the stone for a while, trying to move it farther away, Solun immediately felt as if a child was lifting a weight of 1,000 catties, unable to bear the burden. With a clang, the stone fell uncontrollably to the ground. Even so, Solun was very satisfied. Once his psychic power grew stronger in the future, his ability to move objects through the air would also strengthen. However, object manipulation was just an additional feature of the psychic tendrils implant. What Solun was truly concerned about was the tendrils' ability to control living beings. Sigh. I've never been so eager before. Solun's gaze was profound as he whispered to himself, I hope it works. He formed the sorcerer's seals with his hands once more and released the 1,000 threads implant. This time, strands of pale blue threads floated from his hands. Solun tried to attach the psychic tendrils to the threads, and they spread out smoothly without difficulty. As I thought, this idea is feasible. Ecstatic with his successful attempt, Solun was overjoyed. He had previously tried and found that a witch's hair was an excellent conductor for psychic power. Thinking that the combination of hair and tendrils would manifest significant qualitative change, he was proven right. He succeeded. It was like installing wires on a battery, he could now send the electric current to much farther places. This would instantly increase the control distance of his psychic tendrils by several times, even dozens of times. And they became controllable, penetrating, precise, and stable, not prone to dissipation. This was also one of the most important reasons why he had to choose this type of armor advancement. Armor not only needs to be a perfect match with the profession, but the combination of multiple performances can also stack up the practical efficiency, creating some ingenious uses. This is why those ancient families all have their own inherited set of exclusive advancement sequences. Centuries of trial and error have yielded combinations of armor and professional materials that can maximize combat power. While his thoughts were still spinning in his mind, Solun immediately planned to put it to the test. At that moment, he took out a zombie from his storage space. Then, he carefully attached a silk thread with spiritual power tentacles to the neurons in the back of the zombie's brain. He had already thoroughly read the various human anatomy diaries of the forensic Dr. Gerald, and now he had a nearly perfect grasp of the human nervous system. It was at the instant when the spiritual tentacles touched the neurons, Solun immediately felt as though he was holding a transformer in his hand, which he could manipulate at will. He sent a control signal to lift an arm from his mind, and the zombie indeed raised an arm. Moreover, the attempt was not at all clumsy despite being his first try, he adeptly tried various manipulations. Because 3 days ago, when Solun killed the Heart Snatcher, he also conveniently stripped the monster's soul of the experience with spiritual tentacle control. The ability of the Heart Snatcher to control any intelligent creature was a mythological bloodline talent. Although Solun couldn't strip away the talent, he had stripped its usage experience. He had ample proficiency in how to control it. The zombie in front of him began to perform various complex movements under Solun's control. The movements were as fluid as those of a living person, with no stiffness at all. It didn't look at all like the previous marionette style. If 1 isn't enough, then 2, 3, 4. Solun didn't even need to move his fingers to control the threads like before. Those zombies perfectly executed the same actions as the control signals he sent. Neural signals precisely activated muscles, commanding the flow of spiritual power. This is when my puppeteer profession truly takes off, Solun thought, with a tremble in his gaze. Seeing this, he truly realized the viability of the path he had planned for his future. 1 thread to control 1 zombie, the controllability of the puppet army was finally arriving. Although it seemed like he controlled zombies the same way as before, the essence was worlds apart. Previously it was physical control, he needed to manipulate hundreds of threads to control the zombies, making them perform the actions he envisioned. But because it was external control, some actions were greatly limited, and the agility of the zombies was poor. Now, with only 1 thread, he can truly bring the zombies to life. As flexible as his own shadow. This also meant that Solun freed up a large number of threads and could now control even more puppets. This also meant that the zombies wielding scythes were no longer stiff, making it more likely to hit their targets. Controlling the cumbersome combat mecha no longer required countless threads. 1 thread could solve it, and it was more agile. Before long, the entire cave was filled with various blue-skinned zombies. They were like a party, some dancing, some keeping the beat, some. Although there was only 1 living person, the scene was exceptionally lively. Amidst such a terrifying scene, Solun took pleasure in it. He gradually became proficient with the control techniques of the new armor spiritual tentacles, and he also discovered some shortcomings. For example, the control distance. Signals would become less accurate the further they were sent. Another point was that before, he felt that multi-focus ability was sufficient, but now he suddenly found it lacking. 1 thread could control 1 zombie, but no matter how divided his attention, it couldn't outnumber the threads. However, these were not major issues, his spiritual power would enhance over time, and these aspects would gradually improve. Tisk tisk. Solun was very pleased with his new ability. However, strong as the spiritual tentacles were, they also had a problem. They could only control living bodies. Right now, other than controlling the zombie with the black scythe, his other puppets were wooden, and some mechanical. In the short term, these spiritual tentacles wouldn't be able to exert their full combat power. When can I get Duke Raphael's nerve mechanical technology and create a mechanical puppet army? Only then will I truly soar. Solun looked at the mechanical battle armor before him, which was easily controlled with an animated corpse stuffed inside, and felt a sense of wonder. Now that the first step had been taken, the future held great promise. Soon, Solun retracted the animated corpse horde, and for the first time in 3 days, he finally stepped out of the cave. As he walked out of the soundproof barrier, he heard some noises, which came from Yuta, who was on alert up in the trees. Yuta clearly noticed him too and excitedly jumped down from the tree. She looked at Solun, whose face was adorned with joy. Mr. Solun, have you successfully integrated the battle gear? Yes. Solun nodded and then turned to her. You have worked hard these past few days. Yuta gave a graceful smile, not minding that she had been in the tree for several days at all. She didn't bring up that topic but instead expressed concern. You seem to be in a good mood, Mr. Solun. Is the new battle gear really powerful? She was actually quite curious what battle gear refined from a monster like the Heartstealer would be like, since even the clan leaders thought it was a helplessly evil creature. Want to see it? Solun smiled and suddenly thought of something as he lifted his hand slightly. Yuta blinked with curiosity, thinking she might see something. But suddenly, to her surprise, she found that her hand had involuntarily lifted. Solun certainly didn't dare to try it directly on Yuta's main nerve, but instead, he had cut off the nerve signal transmission in her arm, so as to control her to make the motion of raising her arm. Yuta let out a soft gasp and immediately understood, deeply shocked, this is the monster's control ability. Solun nodded with a smile and also asked, how does it feel? Yuta thought for a moment and said, I can sense the intrusion of spiritual power. I should be able to break free of the control with willpower. Solun nodded thoughtfully. The Heartstealer had a mythic bloodline talent allowing it to control many spiritual puppets. Even though Solun himself was human and could reach the same level of spiritual power, the effect would still vastly differ. He estimated that at full power, he could control professionals of the 3rd, or even the 4th, tier. But the extent of this control was another question. The target's spiritual power, willpower, equipment, and other factors would all impact the controlling effect. The more dispersed the control was, the more difficult it would be to maintain. A lot of practice was needed to determine specific data. However, it was not a major issue. Solun had intended to use this battle gear to control animated corpses anyway. When Solun came out, it was already dusk, and neither of them planned to travel through the forest at night. Yuta seemed to have prepared the game earlier, waiting for Solun to emerge, that being a cheetah. In no time, the golden juicy roasted meat was already emitting a delicious aroma over the campfire. In the quiet primitive jungle, with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, it was a perfect scene for a romantic tryst. Having not seen each other for several days, the two flirted for a while by the glowing red firelight which outlined their graceful and wild figures. Yuta asked, where should we go next? Solun thought for a moment and said, I want to go check out Cursed Valley. He now knew that an army from the Lying Empire had already reached the ruins and had a general understanding of the situation there. Although it was dangerous, with new means at his disposal, his ability to protect himself was much stronger. Such a grand ancient ruin was naturally worth exploring. Moreover, Mr. Jing had entrusted him to confirm some matters. Yuta, hearing this, nodded as well, okay. She too had long held the notion to go see if, like her ancestors, she could find something in the ruins that would bring hope to revive her tribe. Chapter 268. Burial God Ritual. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight entered the forest at dawn, the bonfire had extinguished, with wisps of blue smoke rising from the pile of burnt ashes. A gentle breeze passed, and shimmering red glimmers could still be seen on the charred wood. Yuta opened her eyes, feeling refreshed. It had been rare for her to enjoy a sound sleep during the recent days of vigilance. She did not disturb Solun, who was meditating nearby, and silently packed up her sleeping fur mat. Before long, the crisp sound of birds chirping broke the silence, and only then did Solun slowly open his eyes from his meditation. Having reflected overnight, he had almost fully understood the effects of what had been newly installed. Awake. Yuta smiled at him, retrieving a few cassavas that were cooked through residual warmth from the bonfire using a stick. Solun nodded, cleaning his mouth. Then he grabbed a roasted cassava, eating it with relish. As daylight broke, there was no more need for the bonfire, so Yuta carefully covered it completely with mud. In the forest, one must use fire with great care. The people of Dalo would not trouble the forest. While handling the mud, she said, "We're not far from Cursed Valley now. From here, if we continue north, there is a narrow pass. The last time our people came here, they encountered many strange creatures. We need to be careful." Solun listened and nodded. He initially did not want Yuta to join the adventure, but she insisted. She said, as the ancestors of her tribe would venture for the continuation of their people, she could too. Now that the tribe was facing its most perilous time, she intended to do something. Solun had nothing more to say. The people of Dalo had their beliefs, and Yuta had her convictions. She was brave, persistent, kind, and sometimes naively so. Like that time at sea, she knew it might lead to her death, yet she unhesitatingly came back to help. Solun thought that was good. The two packed up their temporary campsite and set off once again. The entrance to the ancient Cursed Valley was about 20 kilometers north of Skeleton Burrows. Walking cautiously, it took them almost half a day just to reach a cliff pass. The ground suddenly split open, forming a large crack that extended far into the north, growing wider as it went. Standing at the pass, their view was greatly limited. They could only vaguely see some blurred mountain silhouettes in the distance. The winds were strong at the pass, and there were eagle nests on the cliff walls on both sides, occasionally filled with the soaring, distant calls of eagles echoing through the gorge. Yuta pointed towards the fog-covered gorge ahead, her expression solemn. "Ahead lies the Cursed Valley. Our ancestors left messages saying that this mist can make one irritable. The magical beasts and monsters are also affected, making them extremely fierce. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it becomes." Solun looked at the fog ahead and assessed it. Necrotic mist. Details: a mist mixed with the negative emotions of the deceased, containing trace toxins, rich in necrotic energy. Prolonged breathing can cause mental confusion, producing irritation, hallucinations, unconsciousness, and other negative conditions. Necrotic energy. Solun looked into the mist, speculating whether the ruins might be some sort of necrotic plane. Since the mist was thin, with a bit of caution, it wasn't too dangerous. He gave Yuta a gas mask, and he also wore a plague doctor's mask himself. Thinking it best to be cautious, Solun summoned a herald raven. The raven, fond of such necrotic-rich gorges, cawed and flew down. After waiting a while, seeing nothing dangerous through the raven's eyes, Solun and Yuta then followed the cliffs, climbing down. As they descended, he immediately realized why this place was called Cursed Valley. The wind howled through the valley, whistling and echoing by their ears. It sounded as though someone was cursing right beside them, causing an inexplicable irritability. But when he tried to listen closely, he couldn't make out anything specific. Yuta, attuned to the force of nature, was clearly uncomfortable in such an environment rich in necrotic energy. Is this the whisper of the dead? Solun listened, furrowing his brows slightly. His spiritual power was very sensitive, and he immediately realized this was not merely the sound of the wind, but the whisper of the dead. This voice wasn't actually heard by the ears, but rather an influence on spiritual power. Could it be because of the great battle that previously took place here, where a large number of powerful beings died and their resentful spirits lingered? Or could it be the cause of the ruins? Solun speculated two possibilities in his mind, but he hadn't delved deeper, nor could he verify them. Thinking about it, he opened his black umbrella, covering both himself and Yuta beside him. The human skin black umbrella could absorb substances related to undead spirits, and opening the umbrella was like setting up a barrier, immediately isolating the two of them from that voice. Yuta's complexion improved significantly in an instant. The canyon was formed by an earthquake hundreds of years ago, so a dense forest had already grown beneath it. However, the trees here were generally grey and black, giving an utterly lifeless sensation whether it was the leaves or the trunks. The fog would limit the perception of most normal people, but Solun's soul perception wasn't hindered at all. Even undead creatures had some sparse soul bodies. Moreover, there were crows ahead to clear the vision. They weren't in much trouble handling the creatures in the canyon as long as they were careful. The two gradually ventured deeper into the canyon, with the fog sometimes thick and sometimes thin. They walked a long distance without encountering any danger. However, this cursed valley had once caused Idala clan's exploration team to suffer heavy losses. It definitely wasn't so simple. Even with Solun being extremely cautious, they inadvertently entered the territory of a face-rot flower monster. To be precise, the monster's tentacles were buried underground and spread for miles, like a fishing net set across the canyon to trap prey. There was no avoiding it. These roots had no soul, so Solun didn't sense them. As soon as the two stepped into its hunting range, the tentacles came to life and wrapped around them tightly. Luckily, Solun noticed there were no normal living beings around and had his guard up in advance. Furthermore, the monster's body wasn't very strong, only having the third-tier silver word strength. The phosphorus fire doll burned fiercely in a large area, and the tentacles couldn't escape it easily, making them easy to kill. It was a close call. Solun also discovered that the environment here was very similar to that of Old Lington. The face-rot flower had flesh and blood and characteristics of both animals and plants. This wasn't a normal creature, nor was it a being from another dimension. According to Old Lington's monster classification system, this was a mutant creature. It was a local species that mutated due to the inability to withstand the pollution of undead energy. After this minor incident, Solun and his companion became even more cautious. Later, they encountered several strong monsters but managed to avoid them. Because they weren't traveling quickly, their progress through the canyon was slow. The day darkened unusually early in the canyon, so instead of risking travel at night, they found a rock cave to spend the night. The next day, after the sunlight entered the canyon, they continued on their way. By noon, they had finally discovered traces of the ruins. The last time the Dala clan came to Cursed Valley was decades ago. There were essentially no paths in the jungle, nor any specific routes to speak of. The only identifiable features were a few major landmarks like Winter Spring, Doghead Rock, Red Pine Forest. Although Solun had strong perception, Yuda's observational skills far surpassed his in the jungle. When the two walked into an area resembling a forest scorched by lightning, Yuda suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Solun, look there." Solun walked over for a closer look and realized that the inconspicuous stone was actually a man-made carved pillar. Due to the passage of time, the pillar was covered in green moss. Solun also felt a surge of excitement, seeing the pillar meant they were very close to the ruins. He examined the patterns on the pillar and uncertainly said, "This appears to be a worship totem of the giant clan." According to myth, the giants worshipped the earth, so mountain patterns are often seen on their totems. Yuda nodded in agreement, "Yes. The elders in the tribe also say so." Solun further examined around and found other pieces of man-made construction in the soil layer. It was a large scale, looking like a collapsed temple. The pair didn't linger long and continued forward. It wasn't long before their path was blocked. Initially thought to be a mountain, the fog cleared and Solun realized it was a high wall. Even if it had collapsed, it was still a miraculous structure that could leave one speechless. The city wall, only partially exposed above the soil, rose up to 100 meters, constructed from huge white stone slabs as large as trucks. There were traces on the wall resembling cracks from an earthquake, and rubble scattered throughout the jungle. The weather today was nice, and the sunlight suddenly flooded the canyon, significantly improving visibility. Yuda's eyes sparkled slightly with excitement as she pointed to the city wall and exclaimed softly, "Mr. Solun, we've found it." Behind those walls was the turning point of the Dala clan's decline. To this day, they were unclear about what had happened there. Solun nodded without rashly climbing over the wall. In his harvested memories, the sacred judgment army of the Emperor Ling's empire should have already reached the ruins. He released a black crow, which flew over the wall. Just then, as the wind blew and the mist dispersed, the crow's view broadened, allowing a perfect glimpse of the landscape behind the wall. But this sight, it immediately shocked him with the shared vision. That is, Solun had thought the ancient ruins were merely a city of architectural debris, but he had never imagined that he would see a supergiant tree behind the walls. It was a massive tree that obscured the sky like a mountain. It was an enormous grey elm tree, far beyond Solun's comprehension, the same species as those considered sacred by the Dala clan. However, the sizes of the two were vastly different. Indeed, there was a massive relic behind the wall. Tall stone columns, ruins of palaces, and uniquely styled colossal stone statues could be seen everywhere. But all these architectural traces were atop the intertwined roots of the giant tree. How could this be? Solun's thoughts raced in his mind. He immediately concluded that the giant tree must have grown after the ruins were established. Thus, the buildings seemed to be shattered and strewn over the trunk. Yuda, noticing the strange expression on Solun's face, asked, What's wrong, Mr. Solun? Explore stories on my virtual library empire. Solun's expression was a bit complex as he replied, I saw a giant tree. Upon hearing the description, Yuta was immediately shocked. When the ancestors of the Dala clan came previously, it was all misty, and they only discovered some traces of ruins and monsters before retreating. They had never seen the full extent of the ruins. They had thought the ruins were on a mountain, but to think it was actually on a tree? Suddenly, Yuta thought of something, her expression excited as she said, I think, I might know what it is. Oh! Solun listened and turned to look at her. Yuta's eyes trembled with emotion, her voice complex, that might be a lost divine art of our Dala clan. Tree seal god burial. Divine arts. Solun keenly caught that phrase, surprised, you mean, this giant tree was transformed by divine arts? No, not a spell. Yuta shook her head, correcting him, burial god ritual could only be performed by a druid of at least the 8th rank. But the power of divine arts is not something mortals can control, after overexerting it, the body irreversibly transforms into a tree. Therefore, that tree might be the druid's transformed body. After pausing, as if she had guessed a tip of some ancient secrets, her voice trembled, such a massive seal must have been the combined effort of many top-tier druids. As Solun heard this, various clues emerged and connected together in his mind, and he seemed to understand why the last battle led to the annihilation of the Dala clan's top warriors. Was it because they performed this divine art and turned into trees? However, at the same time, another question arose. What terrifying thing lay within the ruins that required the entire clan's elites to seal it off with a divine art? The source of calamity spoken of in the legends of the nature god, what was it really? The situation in the Cursed Valley ruins was evidently more complex than anticipated. Faced with something he couldn't understand, Solun decided to seek help from outside. He picked up the communication ring and contacted Mr. Jing. Before coming to the Dala clan, upon learning about the Cursed Valley ruins, Mr. Jing seemed to have some speculations. He particularly entrusted her to confirm some information if she were to visit. Seeing the situation now, Solun immediately contacted her. Senior sister, I have a question I need to consult you on. He briefly and concisely shared his findings. Mr. Jing was meditating, and Solun thought he wouldn't be able to get a timely response. Unexpectedly, it wasn't long before a rather grave voice came through the communicator. Are you saying that the valley is thick with necromantic energy and there are high-tier aberrant monsters? Yes. As Solun spoke, he also shared the situation with the giant trees and their speculation. Listening to the silence on the other end of the communicator, Mr. Jing seemed to fall into deep thought. Thinking it over, he then asked, Senior sister, is there a planar passage beneath these ruins? After a long pause, a complex tone came from the communicator, it's not that simple. After a pause, Mr. Jing continued, my father always wanted to trace the real reason behind the collapse of the Dawn-era civilization. Later he traveled around and found some scattered clues from some ancient ruins. He conjectured that there should be a god burial ground near the ice fields of the northern continent, close to Silent Forest. God burial ground. Solun became interested. His senior sister had encountered god-tier powerhouses and even killed one. With her speaking in such a tone, it definitely was not as simple as ordinary gods. Yes. Mr. Jing responded, according to legend, the collapse of the Dawn civilization was due to a war. Many top fighters from various planes besieged the Alchemy civilization, causing a war of the gods. The details of which are unknown to later generations. My father couldn't find definite clues either. However, he deduced from the laws of fate that this tremendous battle indeed took place. Battles involving god-tier powerhouses are terrifying and can even cause planar ruptures. Our current missing plane laws are very likely a result of the catastrophe from that great battle. Hearing this, Solun finally understood why his senior sister was so concerned about these ruins. Ancient treasures were everywhere in this world. Mr. Jing herself had emerged from the Dawn City ruins, so she naturally wasn't after some ruins' treasures. At that moment, Mr. Jing added, the fall of a god-tier powerhouse leads to a collapse on both material and law dimensions, which is extremely terrifying. Those chaotic high-tier laws, necromantic energies, dark energy, they burst out uncontrollably. To transcendental powerhouses, that might be an opportunity. But to mortals, it's essentially a disaster like a plague. The best way is to seal these forces. Once leaked, it's like the source of a calamity, which would be catastrophic for human civilization. Is this how the necromantic energy of Cursed Valley originated? With that explanation, everything seemed to make sense. Had that deep-sea giant come to the ruins just to snatch the opportunities left by the fallen gods of the Dawn Era? Solun suddenly understood why the Dulu clan's ancestors had sacrificed themselves to seal these ruins. So that was it. But then, another problem arose. The Dulu clan might not covet the treasures in the ruins, but now it was Emperor Ling's people developing the ruins. The greedy nobles could enslave humans, could they give up the ruins' treasures? If Mr. Jing's guess about the god burial ground was right, wouldn't their actions be like playing with a nuclear bomb, dooming everyone? Clearly Mr. Jing thought of this too. Through the communicator, her solemn tone came through, I will rush over as quickly as possible. Senior sister, you're coming here. Solun knew that his senior sister was currently in a critical period of recovery and had mentioned that it would take another half a year or so to come out. And now she was saying she would come? Yes. From the communicator, Mr. Jing's decisive response came. Pausing for a moment, she said seriously, Solun, as much as you are capable, try to stop those people from Emperor Ling's military from breaking the seal. I will be there in no more than 3 days. Hearing this, Solun couldn't help but twitch. The other side had a royal elite legion led by a 6th-tier commander. You think so highly of your junior brother? In a moment of astonishment, a concerned reminder came from the other side of the communicator, stay safe. Chapter 269. The Myth of Sacrificing Eyes. Solun hadn't expected that the ancient ruins of Cursed Valley would be tied to the mysterious secrets of a suspected Dawn Era collapse. If this was indeed the god burial ground Mr. Jing had spoken of, the danger was one aspect, but he also felt a strong interest in seeing it for himself. The world, through his eyes, was becoming more and more fascinating. Without further delay, Solun and Yuta climbed the 100-meter-high wall and immediately had a view of the giant tree's outline. Thanks to the shared vision with the Black Crow, Solun had seen it before and remained unfazed. However, Yuta was stunned, muttering to himself, this is really the burial god ritual indeed. The tree's canopy shaded the sun, resembling a huge island in the sky. The sunlight poured down from above, casting a dreamlike scene. From an unknown water source, a white waterfall hung on the giant tree. The water fell a kilometer down, and the thunderous sound of the water could be heard from afar. The light beneath the waterfall created a colorful rainbow, like a ribbon. Solun watched the flying creatures that occasionally swept across the tree canopy, his gaze sharpening slightly. They were not mere birds but huge, grotesque creatures with fleshly wings as large as airplanes. Looking at the giant tree, an inexplicable feeling rose in Solun's heart. The tree, at least 500 years old, had clearly formed its own ecosystem. Constantly enveloped in a dense aura of death, could it be harboring some extremely terrifying creatures? But as his thoughts flew, the fog drifted past again, and the clear view was obstructed, shrouding the scene in a hazy mist once more. Let's go and take a look. Solun called out. Yuta nodded in agreement. The two leaped down from the city wall. The giant tree loomed like a mountain. They were now on the southern side of the tree, while the personnel from the Royal Legion of Dulu were on the north side. Although the burial god ritual was a divine art and naturally not easy to breach, Solun planned to first check what stage of excavation those guys had reached. The two crossed the city wall, and the terrain already began to slope gently. It looked like the earth and ground had entered the scope of the giant tree's roots. Here, remnants of massive ruins were visible everywhere. Solun roughly estimated the scale of the buildings, guessing that the average height of the natives who had once lived here would have exceeded 5 meters. Significantly taller than the current ice giants. Having previously encountered an attack by a face-rot flower, Solun became very cautious, scanning almost everything with the all-knowing eye. The two encountered no dangers. But as they walked, Solun suddenly stopped. He noticed that Yuta's gaze had slightly changed since they had descended from the wall, as if she was often distracted. Thinking she might have been influenced by the increasingly dense aura of death and unknowingly contaminated, Solun asked, Yuta, have you noticed anything unusual? Yuta glanced at him, understanding what Solun was asking, and shook her head. I'm fine. Actually, I feel much better than before. She seemed to be experiencing some feeling, hesitated for a moment, and then said with uncertainty, it's like, since we entered the range of this giant tree, there's been some kind of protection from the ancestors of our tribe, and those negative effects are getting weaker. They are getting weaker. When Solun heard this, he realized that he didn't have the same feeling. Considering that the giant tree was transformed by the ancestors of the Dalo tribe, he thought what Yuta said seemed plausible. Out of caution, Solun carefully checked Yuta's condition again, confirmed she really was better than before, and didn't worry too much. The two continued to delve deeper, discovering more and more scattered buildings intertwined among the roots. In those mud and bush areas, there were also some rusted, huge weapons like axes, shields, helmets, and armors, though they were mostly too corroded to retain their shapes. Solun collected some of the precious metals that could be refined and reused. The venture was indeed fruitful. On their way, just the metal fragments alone were worth several million resos. The two planned to bypass the outer perimeter of the giant tree's roots and head to the north to see what the people of the Sacred Judgment Legion of Dalo were doing. But along the way, a relatively intact building caught their attention and caused them to pause. "Mr. Solun, look over there." Yuta saw and pointed out the stone columns hidden among the tangled vines. Then, as they approached, they discovered many gigantic columns, about 20 to 30 meters tall. Among the ruins was a distinctive domed structure, appearing less like a residential dwelling and more like a temple. Solun and another person just happened to pass by, so they approached for a closer look. The entrance was overgrown with vines. Yuta, holding a magic lamp, deftly climbed in first, followed closely by Solun. The space inside was not small, but because it was entangled with tree roots and perennially devoid of light, the grand hall was cold and damp. Solun sensed for a moment that in the dark corners, there lurked some not too strong soul fires. Judging by the shadows that occasionally swept through the dark, they seemed to be lizard-like aberrant monsters, a small group of about 20 or 30. Since the monsters didn't come looking for trouble, Solun didn't plan to expend energy clearing them out either. Part of the grand hall had collapsed, leaving a space about the size of a soccer field, which the magical light could illuminate mostly. Solun also saw several damaged statues. As he had guessed, these statues mostly depicted crude bullhorn helmets and weapons, with the upper bodies exposing bulging muscles. These were likely the image of the giants from ancient times. He was studying the statues when Yuta beside him suddenly noticed something and softly exclaimed, "Mr. Solun, there are reliefs here." Reliefs. Following the direction Yuta pointed, Solun looked towards a collapsed corner near a black pool and saw several large stone slabs with patterns. All along, he wanted to find some written records to see exactly what the situation was with this giant city ruin. Regrettably, he hadn't found any. He also guessed that this city's ancient giant civilization, much like the current ice plain giants, didn't have their own writing. Hearing about the reliefs now, Solun also felt somewhat hopeful. As a proficient archaeologist, he knew that some ancient civilizations might not have writing, but reliefs were an important means of record keeping. The two walked over, and Solun inspected the contents of the reliefs. Indeed, as he had expected, these were the narrative reliefs used by this giant city in ancient times. Due to dampness over hundreds of years, the reliefs were severely eroded, and many parts were blurred. The reliefs were scattered everywhere, but Solun's current level of brain development allowed him to process these fragmented pieces of information efficiently. Even if he couldn't see everything clearly, he could guess the general story. He figured out that it was an account of some physically strong giants killing monsters. It looks like this giant tribe knew about the god burial ground being sealed here quite early on, right? Seeing those images on the wall that were clearly not creatures of this plane, but more like aberrant beasts or undead monsters, he guessed something. But there was another problem. The Dalo tribe once experienced an almost civilization-destroying catastrophe here. So, long before that, how did this underground giant city come to fall? "Mr. Solun, there's another piece here. There's another piece here too. And here." In the dim hall, Solun looked around as Yuta also helped him find many stone slabs hidden among the roots and vines. He originally thought that the reliefs would mainly tell documentary-type stories. But later, he saw some mythical stories. For instance, a giant, glowing all over, slaying a sun in the deep sea. Or how a supreme deity bled from the knee, and the giants were thus born. The storylines seemed absurd, almost like listening to myths. But Solun wasn't surprised. The giants had a deity belief. Where there is belief, there might be myths about some things. Alchemists are a particular group of people, they lack deity beliefs. Thus, they usually regard most deities from a neutral perspective, even somewhat critically. Some evangelists collect beliefs to create gods, using some spells or alchemy to perform so-called miracles and deceive ordinary people's faith. So, many of the myths that are passed down nowadays are both true and false. They didn't necessarily happen in ancient times. Solun thought he wouldn't see anything noteworthy in the content of these wall paintings. But as he looked, he was drawn to a damaged relief. This was clearly another story plate of a mythical tale, but Solun couldn't take his eyes off it. Because this experience felt inexplicably familiar to him. There was a relief depicting a man with a halo behind him, riding a horse. Probably a deity. He found a spring guarded by giants. The two pointed at the water, seemingly discussing something. Then, the mural content abruptly ended. The other half of the mural was quite bloody, showing the haloed man with only one eye left, blood streaming down. He was then hung upside down on a tree, impaled by spears. Afterwards, something resembling a symbol seemed to fall from the tree, and an expression of finding a priceless treasure appeared on his face. This. When Solun saw the one-eyed figure, he involuntarily thought of the time he had sacrificed an eye at the Storm Manor to obtain the all-knowing eye. Although the mural was largely missing, a bizarre hypothesis crossed his mind: could the god in the mural have sacrificed an eye, and then something fell from the tree as an exchange? Solun also found the symbol that fell from the tree somewhat familiar. It seemed like a rune. He was now quite knowledgeable about this world, but he had never heard of a second ritual requiring the sacrifice of an eye. Could it be that this mural was related to the all-knowing eye? Unfortunately, the relief was blurred and incomplete, no further useful information could be found. Thinking of this, Solun's brow slightly furrowed. If he could find the complete mural, he might understand what this myth was really about. Unable to find any other useful murals in the battered hall, Solun decided to leave with his companion. Unexpectedly, they then heard hurried footsteps outside. It sounded like someone was running fast. There was also a faint clinking of armor. Yuden's hearing was sharper than Solun's. She immediately started, "There are people nearby." Both exchanged a look, silently agreeing not to talk. They quietly moved out and hid among some vines. Soon, they saw where the sounds were coming from. It was a group of more than 10 armored soldiers chasing several huge grey wolves. Warriors from the Grey Wolf tribe. Solun immediately recognized that the grey wolves were not magical beasts, but beast-transformed Dala people. Yuden's expression changed, and her fangs and claws morphed out. However, she did not act rashly but instead gazed fiercely around. She knew there was a powerful human army nearby. Acting recklessly would mean certain death and wouldn't solve any problem. The grey wolves were chased so badly that 2 of them had blood holes from spears in them. Despite the complex terrain providing many advantages to the four-footed, they were not running fast. The others also refused to abandon their companions to escape, and it seemed inevitable they would eventually be caught by the soldiers behind them. Solun did not rush to act but focused his gaze on some details. Strange, what does the red cloth mean? He was puzzled as he observed each of the armored soldiers had a piece of red cloth wrapped around their arm. Solun thought it might have a special effect, but upon identifying, it turned out to be just an ordinary blood-stained cloth. Though he couldn't figure it out, and nothing seemed out of place, he did not dwell on it. Killing and searching souls would be more direct. Being a descendant of Isaac, he could not just watch the Dala people being slaughtered, both emotionally and logically. The black crow flew in the sky, seeing no other pursuers. Solun also eased his mind and signaled to Yuda with a glance, both of them tacitly charged out. The chasing soldiers were all royal elites and clearly on guard against an ambush. As soon as Solun and his companion moved, they were immediately spotted. Moreover, seeing the combination of a man and a white wolf, the leader's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Signal!" Solun knew he had been recognized. He had previously killed the hunchbacked old man in the Grey Wolf tribe and left some survivors. The news had obviously gotten through. So, as soon as the squad of soldiers saw him, they immediately prepared to call for reinforcements. But Solun wasn't about to give them that chance. He stepped on air below his feet, continuously causing pop-pop sounds in the air. In his rapid advance, he also utilized spatial displacement. This combination of rushing and teleportation made him appear like a ghost, blinking into the midst of the enemy squad in an instant. Although the leader was only a third-tier major, his armor was standard issue from the Royal Legion, exceptionally defensive. Killing everyone instantly was nearly impossible for Solun. But he couldn't stand by and watch this group send out a signal. As he fiercely charged in, Solun pinched his sorcerer's seals with both hands, simultaneously releasing his implants. Enjoy new adventures at my virtual library empire. This is a good opportunity to test my new implant abilities. His 10 fingers clawed at the void, muttering to himself, mental alchemy, shadow murder technique. The elite squad had clearly received intel that Solung could use teleportation. Thus, with a tactical gesture from the leading major, more than 10 men immediately scattered to escape. They had no intention of fighting directly and simultaneously pulled out their signal senders. If any one of them could send a signal, a high-ranking professional would immediately lead a team to reinforce them. Just holding on for a moment would see them through the crisis. However, what they least expected happened. Indeed, they were elite, and seeing Solun suddenly teleport into their midst, their reactions were extremely quick, instantly changing their battle formation and entering combat mode. But suddenly, without any warning, everyone's body became rigid on the spot as if they were possessed. As if they suddenly lost control over their bodies, they found themselves unable to sense their own bodies. Everyone was terrified. This is bad, it's mental control. The leading major realized something and tried to break free with his willpower. But where would Solung give them a chance? The witch's hair could penetrate through gaps, and this set of highly defensive armor was rendered useless under the attack of the mental tentacles. On the way here, he had experimented many times on Yuda's body, and he had mastered the use of his new implant. When he struck, it was with the intent to kill. The rigid bodies of these armored soldiers, one by one, lightning fast drew their short swords from their sides. Then, without hesitation, they thrust the blades into the gaps of their helmets. In the next instant, the blades pierced unimpeded into their brains from their eye sockets. More than 10 men, without any resistance, instantly became more than 10 corpses. Mental control is just this sinister, once caught, it's almost a certain path to death. The third-tier captain still earnestly tried to resist, his trembling arms attempting to stop the dagger from stabbing in. But Solun simply slapped the end of the dagger's handle, sending him on his way. Meanwhile, the few enemies remaining at a distance were entangled by Yuda and those few grey wolves that had returned, also having no opportunity to send out a signal. Before long, the battle was over. Solun harvested the soul shards of this squad. He now understood what the red cloth wrapped around their arms was for. Yuda's previous feeling was correct. This gigantic tree indeed protected the people of Dalu. Other races that trespassed would be strangled by the omnipresent vines, tree spirits, and monsters. The group from the lying Royal Legion had suffered heavy losses previously. The cloth imbued with Dalu tribal blood held a temporary protective effect. And Solun's previous guess was also correct, this place had generated many cursed spaces due to a great battle long ago. Those from the lying royalty had lifted many curses and discovered that this city sealed some ancient secrets. And now, those people had brought an enchantment item, working to lift the last gigantic cursed space in the core area of the giant tree, which had caused them heavy casualties. Solun guessed from those reports that this gigantic cursed space might very well pertain to the truth behind that ancient battle. Chapter 270. The Death Banner of Nelgal. Solun and Yuda rescued several injured members of the Grey Wolf tribe and also learned some movements of the Sacred Judgment Legion from them. The situation was worse than expected. The Legion had been there for a month or two already, and they were making rapid progress in relic development. Moreover, it seemed they had obtained some special intelligence regarding the relics and could always employ targeted measures to break through many difficult cursed spaces. For this purpose, they had hired a large number of slave hunters, capturing almost every small and large tribe of the Dalu in the north of the Silent Forest, taking tens of thousands of people. It was all to refine an evil alchemical item to break the biggest cursed space. Upon hearing this, Solun instantly felt that something was amiss. Well prepared as they were, they might indeed damage the seal of the tree realm. He also guessed that the item they were refining for sacrifice was probably the sealed object he knew about from searching the soul of the man he had killed. Solun and his companion didn't delay any longer and, after bidding farewell to the Grey Wolf tribesmen, quickly bypassed the giant tree to reach the north. As evening approached, the sky had already darkened. After covering some kilometers, they found a high vantage point and looked down at the brightly lit war camp in the distance. The soldiers of the Sacred Judgment Legion had already constructed a temporary war fortress at the foot of the giant tree, complete with high walls and heavy mechanical artillery, and above the camp floated 3 steam-powered airships. Lights were searching in all directions, with elite guards in battle armor patrolling the camp's perimeter. Visible sentries, hidden guards, and flying griffins in the sky. The camp's defenses were extremely tight, giving no chance for any outsider to get close. As Solun observed the intensely active soldiers within the camp, his gaze grew slightly more solemn. Just by the ranks, one could tell there were many experts. Not to mention his being a third tier, even if he were a 7th or 8th tier professional, a direct attack might not necessarily be advantageous. The reconnaissance squad he had killed before had the lowest members at a 2nd tier profession, with at least silver grade for their implants and employment materials. They were also proficient in military combined strike formations, making the Legion's combat strength very high. This was not any enemy he had encountered before. However, what caught the attention of Solun and Yuta even more was a giant blood pool within the camp. Next to the blood pool stood a fluttering griffin-patterned war flag. A flash of light passed through Solun's left eye as he identified the information of the flag, which turns out to be that sealed object. Nelgal's Death War Flag. Quality, Legendary. Description, Blood-sacrificed flag, unrivaled in battle. Cursed trait, sacrifice the blood souls of living beings, granting the contracted soldiers of this war flag a group aura enhancement, encouraging group morale, granting immunity or reduction from fear, intimidation, wailing, plague, chaos, curses, whispers, and similar negative states. Effects are limited by the number of living beings sacrificed. Current sacrifice count 23,354. Explanation: a war flag made by an ancient civilization for war, obtaining minor permanent enhancement and major temporary benefits after blood refinement. As Solun looked at the flag, his brows knitted tightly. No wonder he hadn't seen any slaves alive, they had all been killed for the flag's sacrifice. Next to the blood pool, there were several 8-faced corpse towers piled up with heads. Heads stained with blood were stacked over 10 meters high, surrounded by obelisks carved with alchemical formations, through which the blood energy continuously gathered atop the war flag. The population of the Dalo tribe was not large to begin with. By current estimates, there were only a few 100,000 in the silent forest, yet tens of thousands had been killed here. A complex look flashed through Solun's eyes. Yuta, standing beside him, looked even worse, her face a stark mask of suppressed fury and murderous intent, her lips, clenched on her silver teeth, nearly bleeding. Solun could somewhat understand why she had insisted on coming on this dangerous relic adventure. Without a continued heritage, the Dalo tribe really might become extinct. The two surveyed the camp's layout further but found no opportunity to take advantage of. These royal elites were battle-experienced and were not to be compared with the rabble of pirates they had encountered before. He felt that perhaps only Mr. Jing's arrival could possibly stop those guys. While watching, Yuta suddenly sniffed and frowned. It seems like we've been discovered. There's a scent of blood approaching. They already knew that every soldier in the camp wore blood-stained bandages, and Yuta, being from the Snow Wolf tribe, could smell the blood from a long distance away. Upon hearing this, Solun immediately guessed they had been spotted by a scout and without hesitation said, "Go." The two of them didn't hesitate, retreating and vanishing into the dense vines. Before long, several scouts dressed as assassins appeared where Solun and his companion had been. The hunting dogs they brought sniffed around and then barked furiously in one direction. The leader seemed to understand the meaning of the dogs barking and muttered, They discovered us in advance. It seems their scouting skills are not weak." They did not pursue deeper but reported the situation back to the camp. Meanwhile, in the commanding tent of the military encampment, the commander of the Sacred Judgment Legion, ferocious beast Alak Barrett, was sitting on the main seat, his face turned fearsomely cold at some message he received. Two deputies in golden griffin armor next to him also looked displeased. Opposite the three men, a middle-aged man in a khaki trench coat, clearly not military personnel, was saying something. The atmosphere of negotiation was not good. After only a few words, an argument broke out. Captain Barrett, hearing the order, angrily interrupted, "Damn it! Jaeger, do you know what you're saying? You people from military intelligence come with orders without considering the actual situation? Looking at the current situation, this ancient ruin might be involved with something very dangerous. I even suspect that rashly breaking into the ruins might trigger a disaster. The more it seems this way, shouldn't we be even more cautious? And yet you notify us that we have to break the curse space within 3 days." The man in the trench coat shrugged his shoulders, his tone helpless. "Sorry, Captain Barrett, I know this task is not easy. But as you know, I'm just following orders." Barrett snorted coldly. Is military intelligence's think tank raised on shit, not knowing how stupid these orders are? Not. The man in the trench coat shook his head, sighed slightly, and corrected, "It's not an order from military intelligence headquarters. This is a secret order directly from Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen. Hearing that it was the Queen's order, Barrett's eyes flashed with complexity, and he swallowed his words. After pondering for a long time, he finally voiced the difficulties. The Legion's battle flag has not been refined to the expected level. To have some assurance in that cursed space, we need at least 2 more tens of thousands of slaves to sacrifice to the flag. For that damn progress you demanded before, my Sacred Judgment Legion has already lost a deputy commander and 300 elite soldiers. After a pause, he almost gnashed his teeth. 3 days. Forget 3 days, even 3 more months might not be enough to complete the exploration. Also, Silent Forest is so remote, why the rush to excavate the ruins? The man in the trench coat spread his hands with a blank expression. I'm not clear on the specific situation either. But this came from a top-secret report from the capital's intelligence office. As for why it's 3 days, perhaps it's divination, or maybe another reason, that's not something a minor member of the Spades group like me can inquire about. With that, the trench coat man's tone suddenly turned very indifferent. The exact words of the command from above were, at all costs, the seal in these ruins must be broken within 3 days. Barrett's gaze narrowed. Before long, the man in the trench coat left the tent. The 2 deputies of the Sacred Judgment Legion, seeing their commander's grim face, knew the order was extremely difficult. The atmosphere was heavy, and one could hear a pin drop in the tent. Finally, one deputy asked, "Commander, what should we do?" Barrett's eyes were overcast with shadow, but his tone was resolute. "Carry out the orders. At dawn tomorrow, the whole army will attack." Upon hearing this, the deputy's face showed difficulty. "But, we don't know the situation in that cursed space," recklessly going in might. "Commander, shall I take some men to scout it out first?" Barrett shook his head. "No, it's pointless. To investigate thoroughly within 3 days, we can only take the risk." He finished speaking and then muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, filled with helplessness and confusion, "Why is Her Majesty so eager about this ruin?" Solun and Yuta avoided the patrolling scouts, not daring to rashly climb up the trunk again. The higher they went, the denser the aura of the undead became. In the thick canopy above, countless terrifying monsters were hidden. Fortunately, most of the monsters near the base of the north side had already been cleared out by the people from the Sacred Judgment Army, and they didn't encounter much danger. The sky had now completely darkened, and the 2 of them found a tree hollow to rest in. They had previously checked the condition of the Royal Army camp. The captives from the Dolo tribe had all been killed, so there was nothing left to rescue. The camp was tightly guarded, offering no chance for infiltration. He had originally planned to rest and accumulate energy, planning to check out that cursed space tomorrow. Then, 3 days later, once Mr. Jing arrived, they'd have much more room to maneuver. But unexpectedly, just as dawn was breaking and the morning sunlight began to filter through the gaps in the leaves, they heard the noise of a large troop on the move. The sound of gunfire and battle moved away towards the upper part of the giant tree. It was extremely intense. Solun and Yuta didn't dare delay and immediately left the tree hollow to check the situation. Then, from a distance, they spotted that Sacred Judgment Army heading toward the upper part of the trunk, fully mobilized. Hidden in a dense thicket, Solun and Yuta observed the army several kilometers away through a telescope. Those soldiers clad in armor, equipped with heavy machinery, and riding on griffins swept upwards. The noise of the army's movement was unmistakable and naturally attracted the aberrant monsters hiding in the giant tree's canopy. These monsters, having grown in a high concentration of undead aura for a long time, were very aggressive. The presence of humans was like cold water dropped into boiling oil, instantly causing an explosion. Ghouls with blue flames emanating from their bodies, mutant snakes with 3 heads, centipedes covered in eyes, and spectral frost banshees. Monsters of the 3rd, 4th, and even the 5th order of strangeness appeared in endless succession. Solun and the other were horrified by the sight. They were also relieved that they hadn't recklessly gone up into the canopy the night before. On the other hand, they also witnessed the strength of this royal army of lying. The weak must always tread carefully. The strong can bulldoze everything in their path. No matter what the monster or how many there were, in the face of this elite army's charge, hardly any could withstand a single blow. Groups of 10 soldiers and bands of 100 tore through squads of monsters like a sharp knife through soft mud, instantly blasting them apart. The monsters could scarcely breach their armor. Even when facing troublesome high-order oddities, the high-ranking professionals within the army stepped forward to slay them. Just by observing, Solun even saw a 5th-order silver oddity ambush from the tree canopy. Before it could do any harm, it was blasted to death by the giant transformed army captain with a single punch. With such strength from the opposing side, Solun and the other naturally didn't dare poke their heads out. But they were also puzzled, what exactly were these people up to? The two of them followed the army as it continued upwards, climbing like scaling a mountain, until they reached the waist of the giant tree. Here, the branches were dense with leaves, and little light could penetrate through, casting the place in a cavern-like gloom. Solun looked at the route of the group and naturally guessed that they might be heading for the largest cursed space. But he was also very aware of the situation. He knew that among the soul shards harvested, the Sacred Judgment Army had no certainty of breaking through that space, so why would they suddenly launch an all-out strike? Explore more at my virtual library empire. Then, Solun saw that cursed space as well. It was a gigantic vortex, black hole-like, resembling a bird's nest. Druid's Gate to God Burial Ground. Explanation: a super-large compound cursed space, where the ceiling formation of a collapsing plane that buried superior beings' corpses was torn apart due to the great battle 500 years ago, high-level undead's aura leaked, and the space was filled with chaotic timelines, collapsing spatial fissures, rampant rules, powerful undead beings, and mutated monsters. It's a cursed space formed by various chaotic energies without a main consciousness. Only undead beings can move freely, and the living will forever lose themselves. If you're willing to eat that kind of rotten flesh, enveloped by the stench of corpses, it's highly likely that the monsters won't notice you. The spirits of Dalo ancestors will protect those of Dalo bloodline, or humans who follow oaths, but there are even more powerful evil beings within the space. Breaking open the cursed space, you will see the seal's true form. Looking at the information he had identified, Solun's expression became very solemn. This was different from what he had thought. Normally, cursed spaces would have a main consciousness. Like the central prison he encountered in Dawn City, where he met his teacher Syria. When top professionals fall, their strong consciousness remains, and some memories of their lives become the plot of the cursed space. They are not necessarily monsters but possess their own consciousness and reason. They can communicate, and hence, the space is highly controllable. Solun originally thought that since many Dalo ancestors had fallen here, even if there was a cursed space, it would likely be one formed after the death of Dalo's ancestors. He had thought that if he was lucky to meet a great druid, he could even inquire about the issue of spiritual distortion. Perhaps he could also find the opportunity to solve the current predicament of the Dalo tribe. That was also the reason Yuta followed him here. But unexpectedly, this cursed space had no main consciousness. Moreover, looking at the descriptive words like chaotic rules and spatial fissures, the dangers inside the space would be immense. Watching those soldiers walk in with the Nelgal's death battle flag, Solun's expression grew even more peculiar. Both the captain and the vice-captain have gone in. Could it be that they have mastered a way to break open this cursed space? He realized the situation was getting troublesome. Although Solun thought that the extremely dangerous label wouldn't be so easily deciphered, seeing that group rush in without hesitation, his thoughts immediately started racing. Previously, Mr. Jing, upon seeing the real thing, had just speculated that this was the god burial ground. Now, having identified words like pieces of the collapsing plane that buried superior beings' corpses, Solun was certain this was likely it. Therefore, it became even more imperative not to let those army troops from lying break through. It's strange, what could make the captain of the Sixth Order Royal Army take such a risk? Could someone from the higher echelons of the lying royal family know about this relic? A thought flashed through Solun's mind. But knowing that, would they still dare to tamper with it? As Solun was still speculating some causal relationships in his mind, those people had already walked in. At this moment, Yuta beside him also spoke up, "Mr. Solun, what should we do now?" Hearing this, Solun pondered for a moment before speaking lightly, "I want to follow them in and have a look." Chapter 271. The Silver of Activation. Solun didn't know about the Empress's secret order. He just felt that the royal army being so decisive in entering meant they were relatively sure of themselves. Those guys were carrying Nelgal's death battle flags, clearly well prepared. The place was full of spectral undead monsters, many of whose attacks were psychic in nature, such as fear, hallucinations, wails. For ordinary people, especially those with strength-based professions, it would be extremely troublesome. But this battle flag could shield and slow almost all negative statuses, effectively countering them. With this method, the fighting power of the Sacred Judgment Army would not diminish too much. Solun roughly estimated the level of monsters in the cursed space and began to believe they really could bulldoze their way through. Normally, the ranks of monsters in cursed spaces wouldn't exceed their ranks in life. Moreover, without a stable power source, cursed spaces would dissipate energy, gradually becoming less dangerous. After a few hundred years, it was hard to say what rank the monsters formed in it would be. Moreover, besides this sealed military flag, the Royal Elite Army wouldn't lack advanced equipment. This kind of professional army operation was far more efficient than those of individual adventurers. That's why Solun planned to follow and see for himself. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to that army corps. But because the all-knowing eye had identified detailed information about the cursed space, his chance of survival was not lower than either of the 2,000-man corps. Furthermore, with a large force leading and drawing fire, Solun felt the danger to himself would be significantly reduced. Of course, there were also many unknown factors. The all-knowing eye had identified some other things as well. This wasn't merely a cursed space formed by the fall of the mighty. It also contained breezes leaking from the god burial ground. That was the most dangerous. Those high-ranking law fragments were very violent, much like nuclear radiation, causing lower organisms to mutate unknowingly. The cursed space was very dangerous, and Solun had no intention of taking Yuta into it. To make Yuta understand, he repeated the information he had identified. Yuta didn't say anything, listening quietly the whole time as Solun spoke. The two of them didn't hurry to move, observing from a distance for a good half-hour. The black hole formation of the cursed space covered a large area, and even though those legions still stationed a formation's strength, Solun thought it would be easy to slip in unnoticed. Before long, seeing the timing was right, he said to Yuta beside him, "I am ready to go in." "Yuta, be very careful on your own." Yuta obediently nodded. After he spoke, Solun was about to walk away when a hand grabbed his arm. He turned to see a face filled with tenderness looking at him. Confused, Solun asked, "What's wrong?" A flicker of emotion others would hardly notice passed through Yuta's crystal eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke, "Mr. Solun, thank you for always taking care of me." It seemed as if she had much to say, but when the words reached her lips, she didn't know how to begin. Clearly hesitating for a moment, she then added, "Be sure to stay safe." Solun heard the concern in her tone, gently stroked her cheek, and smiled, Having said all that needed to be said, he didn't linger and quietly dropped from the tree branch. Watching Solun's departing figure, Yuta felt inexplicably sad and murmured to herself, "I really hope I can see you again, Mr. Solun." After speaking, the tenderness in her eyes gradually turned into determination. Liking someone was her personal affair. But she was a druid of the Dalo tribe, with tribal continuity requiring her protection. This was their closest moment to the ancestral relics in hundreds of years. Yuta would not give up such an opportunity. Druids all had more or less some special perceptive abilities. At such close distances, she could already distinctly hear the call from the beyond. She guessed it was the spirit of the Dalo tribe ancestors. This, she didn't share with Solun. Because Yuta knew if she did, Solun would definitely help her. But she also understood. Without her as a burden, Solun's chance of survival would be higher. Although Mr. Solun was a friend, the Dalo people also had their beliefs and commitments. Matters concerning the survival of their tribe couldn't entirely rely on others. Yuta watched as Solun's figure vanished into the black light of the cursed space and quietly descended from the tree as well. To Solun, there was another advantage about Druid's Gates of God burial in this cursed space, it was rather friendly to undead creatures. The crow truly enjoyed the scent here. Solun went around the guarding soldiers and conjured a crow to act as his scout before it flew into the cursed space. Seeing no traces of the British Legion that entered earlier, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be ambushed. Meanwhile, he realized that stepping into this space seemed to place one at a random location. After observing the surroundings, Solun reluctantly took out a piece of blackened corpse, looking at it with disdain. The corpse poison wasn't a big problem for him. But if it weren't for increasing his chances of survival, he definitely wouldn't choose to eat such a thing. He stuffed it into his mouth. Solun, avoiding the taste of the rotting meat and chewing as little as possible, swallowed it whole, nearly choking. But the effect was immediate. In an instant, the lively air around him was shrouded by the putrid miasma of decay. With last night's preparations, Solun didn't hesitate and silently slipped into the cursed space. The surroundings shifted instantly, from dark enormous trees to a world ablaze with red light. In front of Solun stood a tall city wall, its design familiar to him as it resembled the ruined walls they had encountered previously. It seems the timeline within this cursed space precedes the arrival of the Druid Divine Arts Seal. Solun speculated. Though he couldn't see the full extent of the colossal city from the base of the walls, the crow saw everything quite clearly. The city was intact, but also very eerie. No living giants were in sight, and there were no people from the Dalo tribe. Moreover, more eerily, there were no light sources in the sky, but it was full of spatial rifts. It appeared that a terrifying world of lava lay within the rifts, as dark red light, akin to blood, spilled from the cracks, bathing the city in a glow similar to that of some dubious massage parlors. Lifeless nonetheless. The atmosphere turned incredibly eerie in an instant. Could the lava world within the rifts be the god burial ground? Solun guessed, clearly feeling the thick, bone-chilling aura of death around him. If not for the piece of rotting flesh he had consumed, a rash entrance would likely have made him as conspicuous as a torch in the night, instantly drawing the attention of whatever lurked in the shadows. The crow seemed delighted, like a parched fish encountering water, greedily devouring the deathly aura. The foolish bird, perhaps overexcited, cawed loudly in the air. Then, it got its comeuppance. A mysterious tentacled creature suddenly lashed out like lightning from behind the city walls. The crow was struck and exploded into a cloud of death energy. Solun watched as the foolish bird reformed its body on his shoulder, his brow furrowing. It seemed that even with the cover of death energy, one couldn't be too careless. There were sounds of battle within the city. It must have been the British Legion that had entered earlier. With those fellows attracting the monsters within the space, Solun felt much more at ease. He figured out his direction, unfastened his spider spear armor, and, sheltered by his black umbrella, quietly climbed the tall wall. Once atop the city wall, Solun could take in the entire city. Earlier, outside in the ruins, he had seen similar but fragmentary structures, none comparing to the scale here. This was an imposing city. The scale of the buildings was enormous even in the eyes of ordinary humans. Buildings 100 meters tall were commonplace: altars, temples, colosseums, baths, open-air council venues, fountain pools, statues. The entire city's architecture was roughly hewn. Simple, yet mysteriously inspiring a profound reverence for their massiveness. Numerous spatial rifts distorted the view, rendering the space like an abstract painting with a dark red background. Solun stood on the city wall, pulled out a telescope, and observed for a while. Before long, he spotted a familiarly enormous palace among the buildings, murmuring softly, "That structure resembles the temple I saw in the bas-relief." In a race with gods to worship, temple structures tend to be quite distinctive, likely the same one. Thinking of the mythological story from the mural depicting eye sacrifices, Solun felt anticipation to see what the complete mural actually looked like. Moreover, coincidentally, that temple was located in the direction of the city center, exactly where the noise of the battle was coming from. Solun put down his telescope and decided to go and have a look. He used his spider spear to climb down, avoiding the area where the tentacle monster had been, and found another route. The giant city was like a labyrinth. Once inside, all around were tall white stone walls. Solun noticed many fresh tracks of monsters on the ground and was thankful that Liu Ying's group had attracted their attention, which spared him from encountering any large groups of monsters. But just as this thought crossed his mind, an accident occurred. Solun proceeded very cautiously. The raven led the way in front, and his soul perception was fully extended. Even with such caution, avoiding several groups of monsters hidden in buildings, he still ran into trouble. When passing through a residential area, he didn't sense the presence of any monsters. But as he walked past, his perception range suddenly filled with the special soul fluctuations of a deathly spirit fire. In the blink of an eye, two dual-headed giants, each over 6 meters tall, materialized out of nowhere and blocked his path. Monsters from a space rift. Solun thought of something, and the corner of his eye twitched. He himself had mastered some aspects of space law and keenly noticed the spatial fluctuations when the monsters appeared. Indeed, the space in this cursed area was not normal. The monster's skin was pale as a corpse. However, instead of rotting flesh, the exposed skin had a metallic luster akin to mercury. Solun looked on with curiosity, glanced at the beings, and immediately identified the information. Dual-headed silver giant corpse. Details: Level 3 silver class undead creature, possesses immense strength, deathly aura and special metal afford it strong defense and regenerative abilities. Seeing the phrase special metal in the identification, Sol Lun's original thought to avoid the battle instantly vanished. Instead, he became excited and speculated, could it be animate silver? He immediately recalled a special puppetry material his teacher had once mentioned. If it truly was that material, it was indeed a top-tier material that was extremely rare. It was definitely not something to pass up. Thinking this, Sol Lun's actions were swift. His hands formed magician's seals, and a giant mechanical battlesuit appeared out of nowhere in front of him. At that moment, the two dual-headed giants also charged at him, wielding their wolf fang clubs. Different from before, Sol Lun had placed a reanimated corpse inside the battlesuit after acquiring the new armor, which could be controlled with a single thread. The agility of the battlesuit had increased immensely. The mechanical boiler vented with a powerful blast, and in a flash of lightning, the two forces clashed. The mechanical battlesuit loved clashing head-on with opponents. When it came to grappling or comparing defense, machinery had a natural advantage over flesh, even if the opponent was a bizarre creature. The ship cutter slashed widely, aiming at one of the giants. If the strike had landed, a typical level 3 creature would likely have been cleaved in two on the spot. However, to Sol Lun's surprise, when they clashed, the ship cutter indeed cut the dual-headed giant's wolf fang club. But the normally reliable trembling strike felt like a blunt blade chopping wood, cutting only 2 inches deep before stopping. At the same time, the point where the blade touched the monster emitted a metallic slicing screech noise. Such incredible toughness! Seeing this, Sol Lun was not startled but oddly expectant, thinking to himself, if it's really that metal, with such toughness, it should. His gaze intently fixed on the wound of the dual-headed giant, he immediately saw the wound flickering with silver light, then visibly healing itself. Like a severed liquid, it restored itself automatically. Seeing this, Sol Lun became quite excited, muttering, memory metal. It's really animate silver. No wonder he was so thrilled, this metal was what his teacher, Serena, had mentioned as the primary material to create her ultimate puppet project, the alchemical golem. Animate silver is said to be one of the metals with the most stable material states in the world. High temperatures, cold, corrosion, cutting, various types of energy erosion, all have little effect on it. A puppet made from this material would thus possess a nearly unsolvable dual defense against physical and magical attacks. Moreover, this metal could also be merged with other metals, gaining additional properties such as hardness and flexibility. It could withstand top-level rune inscriptions and various enchantments without deteriorating. The advantages are too numerous to list. The reason Serena thought this metal was most suited for puppet construction was because it is a memory metal. It can regain its original form within a short time after its shape is altered by external forces. Such an alchemical golem would be unkillable and indestructible, almost unsolvable. However, this metal is very strong yet extremely rare. It didn't exist in the natural mines, only in mythological tales. Sol Lun had once read a description in an ancient tome about dwarven mining, which stated that this metal was only produced where gods were buried. It was said to be the product of the decay of godly flesh. Sol Lun had inquired about this metal in various material shops at Gadrant Harbor and Blizzard City, but those material merchants not only did not have it but had never even heard of activated silver. He had thought the material was nowhere to be found, but now he had unexpectedly encountered it. This is the god burial ground, it makes sense for this metal to be here. Thoughts whirled in Sol Lun's mind, his expression shifting rapidly. He looked at the two giant monsters in front of him as if he saw two mountains of treasure. In his heart, he was already calculating, the two giants mentioned were not small, the amount of activated silver that could be extracted was probably not insignificant. If he could actually manufacture an elementary alchemical golem, its value would far surpass that of the set of major general-level ship cutter 9 type mechanical armor. But then, another problem arose. The mechanical armor, it seemed, couldn't kill these two bizarre creatures. In that instant of confrontation, the ship cutter failed to cut the monster in half. The mechanical armor staggered, and another bizarre creature beside it hammered a heavy club into the armor's waist. With a thunderous thud, the force actually sent the mechanical armor flying, crashing heavily against a wall with a loud noise. Seeing this, Sol Lun's eyes slightly narrowed. The bodies of the two giants contained activated silver, which made them unkillable in 1 or 2 cuts. From this, one could predict that if the standoff continued, even if the mechanical armor ran out of energy, it probably wouldn't be able to handle the two giants. Although the mechanical armor was tough, the noise of the battle was loud and would attract other monsters in the city. Solun observed everything from a distance. As the mechanical armor was smashed and had not yet managed to recover, Solun saw the two giants charging towards him. Fortunately, the twin-headed giants weren't too agile, his pupils moved rapidly, accurately capturing their approach toward him. Normally, he could easily avoid their speed, but unexpectedly, the giant whose wolf fang club had been chopped off, managed to throw a punch from dozens of meters away. Although turned bizarre, the fighting instincts of the giant race, famed to battle gods, were still intact. As this punch was thrown, a sound like that of a cannon blast echoed through the air. Boom! In a flash, the punch created a visible ripple in the air. Solun's face immediately changed, as he felt as if the air around him had solidified. He wanted to teleport, but his body felt as if it was weighed down by lead, moving extremely difficultly. Third-ranking giant's strength is so exaggerated. The force twisted the space. Solun's gaze became sharper. Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire. This punch, if dealt to an ordinary third rank, would have been a severe blow. He didn't plan to continue draining his resources and used flash to avoid the punch. Then he reached out with empty fingers, and a figure wielding a black scythe, the unseen zombie, appeared next to him. Meanwhile, the mechanical armor also burst out from the smashed ruins. This time, the armor put away the ship cutter and charged straight ahead. After resisting a punch from the twin-headed giant, two metallic pincer-like hands firmly controlled it. The two started to wrestle. The two giants turned bizarre had become very strong, but since they were bizarre, their combat was mostly instinctive, and their intelligence was extremely low. It was controlling this moment that a pitch-black spatial rift appeared on the giant's neck. Clang! A head fell to the ground. After the limbs were separated, the head that fell to the ground trembled like a magnet, showing a tendency to attract and reattach itself to the severed neck. Solun, quick in action, teleported over, and swiftly stored the head in the storage ring. Only then did the headless giant cease to move. Subsequently, Solun executed the same technique and quickly killed the other one. Having collected two corpses, he also obtained 2 pieces of cursed silver material, corrupted giant's magic muscles. Whew! After storing the 2 bodies, Solun also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, as he looked at the large buildings in the distance, his gaze grew even more solemn. The first wave of monsters he encountered had taught him a lesson. If he didn't have the black scythe, he couldn't have managed these 2 bizarre creatures at all. Inside these ruins, he would have been unable to move an inch. However, the gains indeed exceeded expectations. While the noise of the battle hadn't attracted more monsters, Solun didn't linger and darted into the streets. Chapter 272. The Origin of the All-Knowing Eye. Solun had taken down 2 giants with eerie ease and immediately circumvented the battle area, choosing another route to quickly vacate the battlefield. The 2 third-order oddities had given him a vivid lesson, making him aware of the terror of monsters in this cursed space. Solun became even more cautious, not only paying attention to the soul fires within range but also constantly monitoring the fluctuations of those spatial rifts. He was lucky this time to encounter monsters that could be physically controlled, which could be eliminated with the combination of his armor and black scythe. Otherwise, if he encountered monsters with special abilities, his luck wouldn't have been as good. While he feared running into more monsters on one hand, on the other hand, Solun was secretly hoping to encounter more. He had finally come across animating silver, a top-tier puppetry material, and he had no intention of giving up this excellent opportunity. This unnatural material couldn't be found anywhere in the outside world. The corpses from earlier didn't contain much silver in their flesh, and he estimated, after refining, they could at most be made into a silver bracelet. He was still far from his minor goal of crafting a complete alchemical golem. He needed more. But he feared encountering a group or even higher-tier oddities. It was a contradictory state of mind. As Solun walked and pondered, the commotion in the distant city center suddenly intensified again. It seemed like the forces of the Royal Army of Lying had encountered some difficult monsters. Hearing the sounds, Solun suddenly had a thought and muttered to himself, "Those guys might have encountered monsters with animating silver, maybe they have some in stock." At that thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. The large troop wasn't like him, alone and able to flee if unable to fight. The people from the Sacred Judgment Army encountering monsters in this cursed space had almost no choice but to confront them head-on. So, if they weren't annihilated by the monsters, it meant they had annihilated the monsters. They definitely had gathered quite a bit of spoils of war. However, those two legions had 6th order leaders, and Solun dared not entertain any ideas about them. Thinking of this, he became somewhat disinterested. Senior sister will arrive in no less than 2 days. These guys are making quick work of breaking the curse of this space. Hey! An idea suddenly flashed in Solun's mind, and he stopped thinking about the spoils of war, contemplating something else instead. Previously, he had observed the combat strength of this sacred judgment army and thought they could sweep through this cursed space. But having now witnessed the strength of these oddities firsthand, he felt less confident about that idea. In another ordinary cursed space, perhaps they could push through. But here, it was now almost certain that it was the god burial ground, and Solun felt that pushing through wouldn't be so easy for anyone. Otherwise, so many top-tier warriors from the Dulu tribe wouldn't have died here in the past. Reflecting on this issue, Solun suddenly realized a highlight. Strange, knowing this cursed space is so dangerous, where did those guys get the confidence to charge through with the full army? A thought flashed through his mind, and he increasingly felt something was off. As various thoughts linked together, his expression became slightly bizarre, leading him to a bizarre speculation. Could it be that they didn't have confidence at all, but were given some kind of death order, a must to break through this space? That's why they came in. At that thought, Solun suddenly felt not so great. He had once witnessed in Old Lington the power of authority, where a single command from the nobility compelled countless scavengers to venture into new territories. Although the Sacred Judgment Army wasn't a slave group, under this monarchic system, the monarch's authority was supreme. To say they were the Empress's slaves wasn't very nice to hear, but it was the truth. The intensity of the battle from afar was not of the kind that indicated a sweeping force. It wasn't hard to guess, the army was also having a tough time. Solun increasingly felt his speculation might just be the truth, mumbling to himself with a bleak heart, "I followed because I saw you entering so decisively." Never before had he so strongly hoped that the other party had the strength to sweep through. At least if they could push through, he could also tag along for the ride. If they couldn't, he would follow this group of sharks, only to be swallowed whole by even bigger monsters. Solun felt mildly vexed. But then he thought, oh well. He had come all this way already. Looking at the black vortex above the distant palace, it seemed he could leave by going there. Being careful shouldn't be a big issue. The distant battle grew fiercer, and the shockwaves even affected the street where Solun was hiding. He felt things might have gotten really serious. However, looking on the bright side, those guys had attracted most of the monsters in the relics, so other places naturally became much safer. With no other choice at the moment, Solun didn't stop, continuing cautiously on his way. With the crows leading the way, his perception fully extended. He didn't dare to explore those buildings, prioritizing his safety above all else. Luckily, his luck wasn't too bad, and he avoided areas where monsters might be lurking. Although he encountered a few ghostly creatures that could pass through walls, they seemed uninterested in Solun, possibly because the rotting flesh he consumed made his body emit a corpse-like stench, and they simply drifted away. Before long, Solun had reached the vicinity of the city center. The city streets, which were not very clear from the city wall, were now distinctly visible. It was a white stone plaza about the size of 10 football fields. At the end of the plaza, there was a nearly 1 meter high step, exactly 100 steps in total, leading to the highest point of the city. A tremendously large palace brutally intruded into Solun's view. The palace was made up of hundreds of giant stone pillars and uniquely styled circular arch doors. There were 2 giant statues on either side of the door, one holding a giant sword and shield, and the other wielding a long-handled axe. However, this area had particularly numerous and unstable spatial rifts, appearing intermittently like flashes of lightning. The path from the plaza to the Great Hall was marked by signs of battle. The fierce battle left the streets littered with collapsed, shattered stones. Solun didn't dare to get too close. The Black Crow flew a bit closer, silently observing Ru Ying and his people tallying up the battlefield. 2,000-man legions, and now only half remain. From the Black Crow's shared vision, Solun roughly estimated the number of Ru Ying's troops. Including the wounded, there were probably just over 1,000 alive. The ferocity of the battle was evident. The plaza was awash with blood, littered with human bodies and mountains of monster corpses. There were double-headed giants Solun had encountered before, along with all sorts of bizarre, never-before-seen necromantic creatures. There was the skinned humanoid monster of 5th order lord level, coveters, the sixth-order Eerie corpse worm conglomerate that looked like countless black earthworms clumped together, and the mud like rotten god. Seeing these monsters made Solun's gaze grow more solemn. He was also grateful that these people had cleared the way. Otherwise, he didn't feel he had the capability to clear out these monsters himself. Or to say, if it weren't for this royal legion, even 10 times more pirates or several seventh-order beings might not have been able to achieve this extent. However, what surprised So was that their objective seemed very clear. After tidying up the battlefield and dismantling the mechanically equipped strongpoint, they headed straight towards the palace above. Solun waited a moment, and there was no further noise. He didn't think those people had left, nor were they likely totally annihilated. It was highly probable that there was some special situation inside the palace. Naturally, Solun wanted to go over and see, but he glanced again at another building not far from the palace, slightly shorter, and a contemplative look crossed his face. It was the giant god temple he had seen before. He thought for a moment and then had the black crow fly inside. The black crow quickly circled inside, and Solun also examined it carefully. Hey, there are actually no monsters. Thinking it was probably because the previous plaza battle had attracted all the monsters, he didn't give it much thought. Moreover, what delighted Solun was that he actually saw the complete relief content through the black crow's vision. Could this really be the origin of the all-knowing eye? Although the black crow's gaze swept past quickly, Solun clearly saw the complete version of the mythological story he had seen earlier in the ruined temple on the giant tree. A big bearded man on horseback with a halo behind came to a spring, pointing to the water, wanting to drink. But the giant guarding the spring did not agree. Then the big bearded man pointed to his own arm, probably wanting to exchange it. The giant still didn't agree. He brought out gold. Still, there was no agreement. In the end, the big bearded man sacrificed his own eyes and successfully got to drink from the spring. Having seen the previous fragmented reliefs, Solun did not know why the big beard wanted to drink that water. But looking at the details in the subsequent few reliefs, he roughly guessed that after drinking the water, the big beard was hanging upside down there, and he had gained wisdom. This was strikingly similar to the awakening ceremony of the all-knowing eye. Moreover, the story even had a continuation. The more Solun watched, the more his heart filled with anticipation. The big beard hung from the tree, and from the tree fell some mysterious symbols. The previously seen reliefs had corroded, and those symbols couldn't be clearly seen. But now, they were clear. Solun, who was currently studying runic script and had a deep understanding of countless varied runic languages, took one look at those symbols falling from the tree and felt an inexplicably familiar feeling. Is this rune script? Solun's thoughts shifted, and he felt something was not quite right. Not quite, it seems more complicated. This must be some higher form of script similar to runes. Unfortunately, the relief only had shapes carved into it, with no aspect of laws. Solun couldn't be sure what the script was. It turned out to be just an ordinary stone carving. Then, he looked towards the content of the relief behind. Big Beard had left an eye by the spring. Then one day, a giant thief came, stole the eye, and installed it on his own head. The thief turned into a cyclops. In the last relief, the giant with the big eye jumped down from a cloud-filled palace, landing on an island, and bred a race of cyclopses. That was where the mural ended. Looking at that mythical story, Solun's thoughts raced. Clearly, what was carved inside this giant temple, if not fabricated, had really happened in the ancient times. So, should I go look for the Cyclops race, perhaps to find out if this myth is true? Thought Solun. He felt that, even if the content of the mural wasn't about the origin of the all-knowing eye, it was still greatly related. However, the Cyclops race is mentioned in ancient texts to have once existed but is now extinct. Perhaps Mr. Jing should know. Solun raised an eyebrow. This is the benefit of being mentored by the powerful, having a senior sister who is well versed in various ancient secrets, one always has someone to ask. Mr. Jing was due to arrive in 2 days, so he wasn't in a hurry to ask using a communicator. Besides the mural, there wasn't much of value in the temple. Solun didn't want to complicate matters further, fearing it might trigger some other danger. After Crow looked around, he prepared to go to the grand hall at the top. But just then, Solun unconsciously performed a habitual action of twirling his finger, murmuring, "When I am in a dream, I look at my finger, then realize I'm dreaming." He had done it countless times before, and nothing unusual had happened. But this time, his expression changed drastically. Am I under an illusion? Seeing his finger, Solun was greatly alarmed, and his back broke out in cold sweat. He had known before entering that this cursed space was home to many necromancy creatures and was always on guard against those mental attacks, always being very careful. Continue reading at my virtual library empire. Yet unexpectedly, he had still been affected. When did it happen? Solun's thoughts flashed and vanished, but his hands didn't slow down. He quickly drew his flintlock, aimed at his own head, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Now mastering various mental techniques, he also knew there was a very small chance that he might be misjudging, or that other factors had influenced his decision. This shot could potentially be a fatal mistake for himself. But he was clear on this, there was a 95% chance he really was affected. This was a risk he had to take. Although he didn't know when it had happened, if he didn't quickly break free from the illusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. With a bang of the gun, everything went black before Solun's eyes. As if waking from a dream, his mind went blank for a moment. Solun felt his body's presence again. The high development of his cerebral region and spiritual power allowed him to react in the shortest time. His fragmented memory quickly connected. I didn't die. Solun immediately sensed something, his expression turning stern. His left hand was still making the twirling gesture to check if he was still under the illusion. His right hand already drew the rune-covered human skin umbrella from his back and, with a poof, opened it, covering himself and without hesitation activated the umbrella's nightfall domain. Because Solun knew very well that his strongest mental defense was this black umbrella. The evil spirits sealed within the umbrella surged around his body, suppressed by the surrounding necromantic air, not daring to drift too far. At the same time, Solun looked at the twirling gesture of his left hand, determined, I've broken out. Yet even though he could control his calm, his adrenaline surged violently. The looming fear of death made his scalp tingle. Because in front of him appeared a very disgusting and terrifying monster. Abbas, the thousand-eyed flesh mountain. Description: a fifth-order gold-level aberration monster, a mental aberration formed by the aggregation of numerous biological organs, eroded by necromantic air. This aberration's mental power is unusually strong compared to others of its level, adept in visual illusion techniques for preying, incapable of teleportation, and its physical body is extremely frail. Fuck. Solun looked at the monster and cursed in his heart. It was the most disgusting creature he had ever seen since he had come to this place, with no equals. In front of him was a massive clump of crimson rotten flesh, its edges crowded with red tentacles resembling earthworms. However, what made one's scalp tingle the most were the dense, numerous eyes on the clump of rotten flesh. The eyes were irregular in size, the largest were as big as wash basins, the smallest like the compound eyes of a fly, thousands of them, crowded like tumors on the meat, appearing as though pieced together from the eye organs of countless different creatures. It was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It was the moment Solun snapped out of the illusion when the monster also seemed stunned for a moment, its thousand eyes all looking over simultaneously. Solun didn't hesitate to close his eyes and flash backward explosively. At the same time, with a sweep of one hand, more than a dozen puppet weapons appeared, hacking the monster into an exploding mess. As the intelligence had identified, the creature's main body defense was extremely weak. With that chaotic slashing, mixed with the stench of dark green blood gushing out, sounds akin to numerous evil spirits screaming in agony at death resounded by his ear. Listening to those cries was even more hair-raising than nails scraping a chalkboard. In that instant, Solun had already retreated several hundred meters. Releasing his gear, dozens more puppets appeared, unleashing a barrage of firepower on that clump of rotten meat. Finally, the world quieted down. The tsunami-like surge of spiritual power ceased. Solun knew, the monster was dead. Only then did he walk over, looking at the rotten flesh that now glowed with the distinct sheen of cursed material, and he finally took a deep breath of relief. Huff! Solun felt lucky to have survived the ordeal. He hadn't expected that while he was still on the street outside the square, waking from the illusion would suddenly land him inside this temple. Visual illusion technique. It must have been when the crow saw this monster that it was enchanted. Solun guessed what had happened and felt a chill. This monster had managed to enchant him without him noticing, indicating how potent the illusion was. Within the mound of mangled flesh, countless eyes, as if refusing to close in death, were still staring at him. Not far from the pile of corpses, there were 20 or 30 human bodies not yet completely devoured. These bodies were all clad in uniform armor, naturally belonging to the people of the Sacred Judgment Legion. Solun's eyelids twitched involuntarily. It was almost a close call. If he hadn't reacted in time to kill this monster, his own eyes might have ended up adding to that pile of flesh. But fortunately, he had managed to kill it. The bodies were now emanating a grey mist, and Sol Lung calmed his emotions and harvested the souls. Gained Abasis 1000 Meat Mountain Soul Shard, you have understood a great deal of the mysteries of the visual illusion technique, and received an enhancement in understanding of necromancy laws. You received some chaotic and furious information: labyrinth, seal, bodies, danger. Spiritual power plus 15.5. Is there a dangerous labyrinth beneath that palace up there? Sol Lun separated the monster's soul, frowning. He then realized that those people from Old Lington were probably heading for the labyrinth. But since it was a distorted monster, the information was very unclear, only some fragmented scenes like thermal images. Sol Lun's gaze grew heavy, and he pondered for a moment. At that time, a fist-sized crystal stone also appeared on the monster's corpse. He also gathered his thoughts and picked up the stone. 1000 Illusion Demon Crystal. Detailed information: an extremely rare cursed material, containing a special mental matrix. Wearing it can shield against spiritual illusion techniques not higher than the item's rule level, can be used as the primary material for advanced illusion technique professions, to create some alchemical potions that unlock mental resistance. Sol Lun looked at the material and collected it. Then, from the rotting meat, he found a batch of stones similar to cat's eyes. Upon identifying them, they could replenish spiritual power, a decent material. Sol Lun looked at the materials he had collected, without any joy from his gains, and murmured complexly, indeed, there are deadly dangers everywhere. He had thought that having Black Crow meant everything was fine, only to encounter such a monster he had never seen before and being taught a lesson. He didn't dwell on it any longer, lingering was too risky. Sol Lun wasn't prepared to explore the Great Hall. His gaze swept casually, the relief he had seen in the illusion was there in the temple. The content of the carving was exactly the same as what he had seen before. He hadn't intended to look any further, but the next instant, he identified the mural with the all-knowing eye and let out a soft exclamation. This mural was not as simple as it seemed. Chapter 273. Original Runes. Sol Lun looked at the relief and identified it as no longer showing the words ordinary stone relief like it did in the previous illusion, and there was an additional detailed explanation. Relief containing special laws. Detailed explanation: a relief carved by ancient dwarf master craftsmen. You see some rune script. If your perception is high enough, you might observe something else. Is this yet another piece of information beyond comprehension? Sol Lun looked resolute. He was no stranger to this situation, as it had also occurred when he had appraised the divine class fallen angel. However, that was in the past. His knowledge had now become incredibly vast, making it extraordinarily difficult to encounter anything that could surpass his understanding in this world. Yet, unexpectedly, he had encountered another. How high level must this rune script be? Sol Lun thought this, and it stopped his initial thought of leaving. Discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire. Looking at the relief, where a man hanging upside down saw something fall from the tree, he finally understood that it was indeed some kind of rune script, and its grade was outrageously high. If it had been identified as a normal treasure, he might not have even batted an eyelid. But this string of genuinely piqued his curiosity. However, upon closely examining the stone sculpture, Sol Lun could not discern anything special about it. Touching it felt the same way. Do I need a high enough perception to see it? Sol Lun looked at the identified method, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He had two things on him that could boost his perception. One was the Delos Poet's honey wine, which could temporarily enhance perception. However, this perception was more about inspiration for poetry. The drunker you get, the higher the perception. In such a dangerously cursed space, he dared not drink himself into a stupor. The other was the Heartstealer's egg he obtained before, which had been identified as also temporarily enhancing perception upon consumption. High in protein, non-toxic. Sol Lun felt like the choice was already very clear. He took out a fist-sized, translucent egg, slightly raising his eyebrows, reminding himself to just think of it as an egg. He put it into his mouth. It couldn't be swallowed in one gulp, he had to chew a few times. He had thought, hey, the taste is surprisingly not bad. It was somewhat like caviar, bursting in his mouth with every bite. Sol Lun felt slightly weird inside, having eaten rotting flesh before and now consuming a Heartstealer's egg, always eating such bizarre things, was he straying further and further from becoming a bizarre foods host? However, the effect was immediate. After eating a heart-stealer's egg, the world in his eyes suddenly became clearer. It was an incredible experience, as if he could see the true nature of everything. Solun focused his gaze on the relief and indeed saw some wave-like halos, as if some shadows were flickering. He tried to concentrate harder to see clearly, but still fell somewhat short. Is my perception still not high enough? Solun thought of the reason. Unfortunately, only one heart-stealer's egg could be consumed, and the effects wouldn't stack. Thinking over it, he could only take out the poet's honey wine and took a sip. He also muttered inwardly in his mind, hoping it wasn't like mixing antibiotics with alcohol, leading to poisoning or something. He didn't drink much, but as the slight intoxication hit him, Solun's expression immediately grew excited. Because in front of him, a hazy image appeared as if it were projected by a slide projector. It was as if time was flowing, and he witnessed the entire process of this relief being carved. Dwarven craftsmen, about a meter tall, had carved a huge stone into its current form, transporting it from a distant place to this temple. Then, light and shadow flowed, and countless giants moved back and forth before the stone carving. It was like an accelerated video that vanished in an instant. Then, it slowed down. Before Solun, a human old man clad in a white robe stood in front of the stone carving, making hand gestures before the inverted relief. Another look, and the light and shadow dispersed. What's going on? Solun was very puzzled. That's it. It seemed like he had seen something, yet also as if he had seen nothing at all. The temporarily amplified understanding was rapidly declining, and the images before Solun's eyes became increasingly blurry. The relief turned back into an ordinary one. Just when he thought he had wasted a heart-stealing demon egg, Solun suddenly had an idea. Maybe I need to try it out myself to trigger some specific conditions. He recalled the scene he had seen before, moved his position slightly, and then traced the trajectory of the old man's fingers on the stone carving, drawing an arcane symbol that connected end to end. The first attempt didn't react. Solun then concentrated dark spiritual power between his fingers. This time, as he traced the symbol, it seemed to activate some special prohibition. On closer inspection, one of the carved runes on the relief emitted a bright glow. Hey! Solun watched in amazement. A mere stone had transformed into an item. Imitation of the primordial rune. Details? It had just a name, followed by a series of question marks. Seeing this, Solun, far from frowning, was overjoyed. The words primordial rune were thunderous to any rune master. The essence of runes was patterns imbued with magic power, abstract concepts of various laws expressed through visual concrete patterns. By special combinations and arrangements, they created a variety of miraculous effects. In ancient alchemical texts, it was recorded that when the Creator crafted the world's laws were in chaotic newly formed states, not yet fully dissipated and evolved into everything, and these chaotic laws condensed into some symbols, known as primordial runes. This was recognized by alchemists as the origin of rune studies. In various mythologies, such runes also appeared frequently. This was something countless rune masters dreamed of obtaining. It was said that glimpsing the true face of these distant runes would lead one to perceive the ultimate mystery of runes. Therefore, seeing that the all-knowing eye could identify this name made Solun very happy. Even if it was an imitation, he felt like he had found a great treasure. Although he couldn't understand it, the series of pointed out clearly that this was definitely a top-tier item. Seeing this object, Solun felt that it was worth the near loss of his life. Although he temporarily didn't know its uses, it was good to hold onto it. Solun kept the rune and, seeing that the relief identified as ordinary stone carving relief, he knew there was nothing more to take. This giant city was more mysterious than anticipated, and it also hid opportunities. But, the dangers were real. Solun wasn't greedy and had already heard some minor noises nearby, sounding like distant monsters attracted by the blood scent here. He left the temple, quickly walked up the steps in the square, and then arrived at the top of the huge palace. Surprisingly, this palace had no signs of battle. Just in the center of the great hall, a dark passageway leading to the underground was opened on a ground engraved with complex magical patterns. The Royal Legion of Lei had clearly gone down. After observing for a while, Solun then carefully walked into the grand hall. Upon entering, he noticed 2 rows of giant guards made of stone, armed with swords, spears, axes, and halberds, all stately and august in demeanor. Is that Following his gaze through the palace, Solun had thought there was just a wall in the distance, but unexpectedly, it was a massive throne sculpted like a mountain. Atop the throne, there sat a creature with 100 arms and 50 heads. Solun had thought the sculptures of the giant guards, several dozens of meters tall, were already imposing, but compared to the creature atop the throne, they barely reached its knees. A mythological 100-handed giant? Could it be that this city's former king was a 100-handed giant? Seeing this sculpture, a strong sense of mystery overwhelmed Solun. The creature on the throne was like those from mythology, standing at the pinnacle of combat strength, capable of tearing dragons apart with its hands and trampling deities beneath its feet. It was as if a chapter of history, long concealed by the dust of time, had been uncovered, invoking a profound sense of the ages in Solun's heart that stirred up exhilarating emotions. No wonder those adventurers and navigators would risk their lives to explore various perilous places. Unraveling ancient secrets firsthand and enhancing their understanding of the world was indeed a gratifying and fulfilling endeavor. Solun squinted and meticulously examined everything in the grand hall. Thinking about it, he stepped into the dark subterranean passageway. When Solun had previously extracted the soul shard from the Abbas Thousand-Eyed Flesh Mountain, he knew about the existence of a dungeon here. Therefore, after entering, the sight of the stairs descending into hell was not a surprise to him. From the moment he stepped on the stairs, it was as if he had entered another world, with the aura of the dead growing denser around him. Solun speculated that this dungeon was probably the key to sealing the god burial ground. Having been tricked by an illusion technique before, Solun was even more cautious now. He didn't dare to continuously share his vision with the crow he had released, for fear of seeing something he shouldn't. The crow was smart enough, occasionally returning to relay some information enabled Solun to grasp what lay ahead. Although progress was slow, it was safe at least. This path leading to the depths seemed endlessly long and was devoid of any light sources, not even a crack in space. The farther he descended, the fainter the red glow of the exit behind him became, gradually diminishing to the size of a sesame seed, and finally disappearing altogether. Solun dared not create any light sources, as that would attract the monsters lurking in the darkness. He found himself in absolute darkness. Fortunately, he mastered certain space laws, which allowed him to discern the presence of the stairs under his feet, so his walk remained steady. Solun stepped down, one step at a time. The staircase seemingly having no end. Absolute darkness, profound silence, the unknown ahead, these would instinctively activate the primal fear deep within one's heart. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat and breathing, along with the thoughts in his mind. If such a state persisted, those thoughts, like someone talking into your ear, became vividly clear. It could cause ongoing hallucinations and fear. But Solun was accustomed to this state of solitude and managed it quite smoothly. There's something in the darkness. In his perception, Solun keenly sensed some unusual spiritual fluctuations. But perhaps because he bore no signs of life, created no source of light, and hardly made any noise, he did not disturb those existence lurking in the darkness. There were also some unusual structures beside the staircase, looking like mechanisms. Solun did not study what these mechanisms were, and carefully avoided them. However, after walking for a while, he stopped. Am I trapped? No wonder I've walked for so long and haven't reached the bottom. In the darkness, Solun was expressionless, but not too surprised. If this underground was indeed a place of sealing, then it was normal to encounter some prohibitions. It's not a visual illusion technique nor a physical labyrinth. Solun sensed for a moment and confirmed some things. He stopped moving forward, propping his chin, and began to recall the path he had taken, thinking to himself, every 305 steps, the staircase repeats itself. Have I encountered something like a Penrose staircase? He thought back to before he entered, when the all-knowing eye identified a hint. No wonder I felt that the space was abnormal. This space is chaotic indeed. Because Solun was proficient in space law, he quickly noticed the anomalies. Obviously, this was not the three-dimensional space recognized by senses, it might be a higher dimension, or perhaps several chaotic spaces intertwined to create this staircase that infinitely descend, yet one couldn't walk out. In this fantasy world, such existences are not uncommon. Sometimes, the senses of sight, hearing, taste, touch, and intellect could deceive the brain, giving out some incorrect judgments. Trusting perceptions too much can lead to misjudgments. That was probably what the designer of this labyrinth thought. For example, this staircase in front of him, even spatial perception did not notice anything unusual. Obviously, the restriction was very advanced. Solun had not yet thought of a way to break the enchantment, so he released a thread from his hand, using a very primitive method. The witch's hair had infinite length, no matter how complex this space, it couldn't be endlessly extensive. He continued to move forward. The thread was unraveling along the way. In his mind, quite quickly, a route delineated by the thread formed, it gradually took shape not as a direct downward path. Soon, Solun noticed something unusual. He bumped into what his spatial perception identified as a wall. As expected, he successfully made his way out. Solun looked at the structure in front of him, no longer a stairwell, and muttered, "A very clever spatial restriction." The designer even considered spatial abilities. At the same time, he thought of something and squinted, thinking, those people from Lying are very familiar with this underground palace. Since he hadn't encountered those people, it meant that they passed through very quickly and didn't trigger any mechanisms. Clearly, they had a map, or perhaps a special method to decrypt it. Solun tended to think the former. It seemed that decrypting this labyrinth was not difficult for him. But in reality, it was very difficult. The ability to decrypt the space staircase just now was not a matter of superior or inferior rank, it required many special abilities. If Solun hadn't mastered a multitude of knowledge and abilities, he really couldn't have escaped. But at the same time, he was even more puzzled, where did those guys from Lying get their information? Moreover, what are they here for? Solun's thoughts whirled in his head as he looked at the high passageway in front of him dense with roots, and soon noticed something else. The passageway looked like the city walls outside, constructed from numerous huge blocks of stone. The air was slightly moist, and tangled roots emerged from the rock crevices. The identification revealed that these roots belonged to the druid's divine tree. This timeline must be after the Dala clan performed the burial god ritual. The ground is still from who knows how many years ago, so this is 500 years ago? What a chaotic timeline indeed. Solun slightly frowned, contemplated for a moment, and then stepped into the passageway. He hadn't walked far when he saw a fork in the road, and more than one at that. Solun knew this was an underground labyrinth. He should have been more cautious, but intuition told him it wasn't necessary. There were clear traces of a large troop having passed through on the ground, those people from the Lying Royal Legion, and it wasn't long ago. Those people knew this relic well, Solun thought, following the traces would save a lot of effort. As he walked along, Solun saw bloodstains and bodies in the passageway. There were human ones and monsters too. The human bodies were naturally from the Lying Royal Legion, while those monsters' corpses were bizarre, some new monsters had appeared here. Chapter 274. The Toxic Magician. Solun appraised the unprocessed monster corpses and saw many species he had never seen before. There was a spectacled king snake over 10 meters long with 2 legs, the Gulgar blind snake, something akin to a fusion between a mantis and a spider, the hell mantis spider, and the plague white bat. The monster types were numerous, mostly undead creatures of the plague variety, often carrying deadly poisons and fatal diseases. Of course, the most common were the mutated monsters with root-like tendrils, the toxic wood sprites, a vine-like creature that seemingly had to be burned to ashes to ensure its complete death. Every type was enough to give Solun, a lone wanderer, a headache. Fortunately, those wood sprites didn't show any signs of attacking Solun, it seemed they even regarded him as one of their own. Solun guessed that this might be due to the protection of the oath. That was good news. The Lying Royal Army cleared the path, and Solun followed closely behind. They encountered a few isolated monsters, which they swiftly dispatched and quickly passed by. As they walked, the aura of death around them grew denser, the foreign energy eroded like flame burning into flesh and bone. Had it not been for the Isaac alchemy heart that Solun had sealed into his chest, providing a continuous supply of dark spiritual power to resist this wild, foreign energy, anyone else would have likely been corrupted and mutated by this aura of death long ago. The deeper Solun went, the more cautious he became, guessing that they might already be nearing the core area of the seal. The fact that the Lying army hadn't been annihilated yet meant that they had made it through. Solun didn't rush forward recklessly but instead released the black crow once again. His vision followed the crow's journey. It didn't fly far when it indeed saw the exit to the maze. Did they really make it out? It was so easy that it was almost unbelievable. Such a complex maze, having followed along without passing through any corridor twice, led straight to the exit. Solun, looking at the exit in front of him, was even more certain that those from Lying must have had a map of this underground maze. The black crow flew out of the exit and entered a vast space. A glance revealed highly unstable spatial cracks everywhere, magma in view, an all-encompassing heat. On the walls, countless shrine-like cavities appeared densely packed. The exit through which the black crow flew was just one among thousands. Seeing no danger, Solun also went to the cavity entrance, his pupils dilating to take in the entire space. Upon appraisal, the words Giant Race's Hall of Heroes appeared. This world's Hall of Heroes wasn't much different from the ancestral halls of Solun's previous life, all equipped to display ancestral plagues and provide shelter for descendants. Put simply, this place was a tomb of the giant race, used for sealing and suppressing. And in his field of vision, Solun also spotted the lying troops. 2 elite battalions of the Sacred Judgment Army, now reduced to less than 200. Even with information from unknown sources, such heavy losses highlighted the perilous nature of this space. Looking down from where he stood, a few hundred meters away was a huge obelisk. On the ground beneath the steel, a massive 9-pointed star formation was engraved. And most striking was the black iron coffin above the obelisk, held fast by 8 chains. The coffin was adorned with bas-reliefs of fierce evil spirits, exuding an aura of mystery, malevolence, antiquity, terror, and the indescribable. From a distance, Solun observed thick black miasma wafting out from the coffin. Is this coffin the seal? Solun's brows furrowed deeply. He kept looking down. And the lying crowd was gathered in front of the huge underground obelisk, pulling out the Nelgal's death battle flag and sticking it beside. A thick blood fog emerged around, forming a special domain that shielded the necromantic aura of the temple from the outside. The soldiers formed a shaped defensive formation, with several people in khaki trench coats busy with something in the center. Solun was just watching them in front of a 36-sided bronze die floating with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. On every face of the die, ancient and special alchemical symbols were engraved: eagles, fire dragons, mercury, alembics, scales, sunflowers. Below this strangely shaped die, there was also a complex machine forged from brass that resembled a differential engine. 2 people in trench coats were typing away at the machine like typists. The air was filled with the crisp and dense sounds of click-click. Under the control of the 2 people, the floating die with 34 6-sided faces changed rapidly, combining into different arrangements. It was like a slot machine, trying to get a specific combination of patterns to hit the jackpot. They're really here to break the seal. Solun's gaze was very solemn. He naturally saw that these people were cracking the prohibitions here. That strange alchemical device, although Solun had never seen it before, he had certainly heard about it. It was the fabled specialty machine developed by the Lying Royal Academy of Sciences. Babbage's Prohibition Decoder. A machine that supposedly could quickly decipher any kind of prohibitive arrangement. But usually, it was used in the military field. For instance, to decode the spy operations of Mafa. This is going to be troublesome. Solun looked on with furrowed brows. That the lying soldiers had such detailed intelligence, they couldn't possibly be completely unaware of the situation here. That meant, talking reason would be futile. Telling them this place was God burial ground and that unleashing the seal would bring great disaster, they would undoubtedly ignore that. And they might even slap you in return. A Royal Legion commander who dared to venture into the unknown at the risk of a 90% casualty rate was definitely not acting alone. That commander didn't have the authority to do so. Clearly, those people were also acting on orders. This wasn't something that could be dissuaded in a few words. Those in the higher echelons of the lying royal family, they were the truly tricky ones to deal with. Could it be that someone in the royal family covets the treasures of this burial ground? Solun thought of this. And now in this cursed space, there was only him, an outsider. It seemed that only Solun himself could stop these guys. Mr. Jing would not arrive for another 2 days, and that was the most troublesome part. Although Solun's level of thinking had not yet reached the point of considering the continuation of civilization, he would not hold back against those who, for some unspeakable reasons, played with nuclear weapons wishing for everyone to perish together. There was definitely no chance in a frontal confrontation. Seeing this, Solun's thoughts raced, contemplating countermeasures, thinking about what means he had to stop them. 1 minute earlier. Actually, just when the Black Crow flew out of the cave to scout the surroundings, someone in the Lying Legion had already noticed the bird. The perception-inclined adjutant sharply sensed something and said to the Legion commander, "Ferocious beast Barrett beside him, Commander, that Black Crow has appeared in our field of view for the 2nd time." I've noticed as well. At first, I thought it was one of the undead creatures from this cursed space, but appearing a second time, it must mean someone has followed us. Barrett nodded expressionlessly and glanced sideways without much concern. Compared to the Black Crow, he was more interested in the prohibition decoder in front of him that was currently in operation. His adjutant continued to analyze. The scouting traps set by the service team along the way haven't been tripped, which suggests that the guy has strong anti-spy capabilities. Most likely, he is here with malicious intent. It was as if Barrett had guessed something, agreeing with this speculation, that Black Crow seems to be a mythical kind of strange bird. To control such a bird, one must be either a necromancer or at least well versed in some death laws. I am thinking of someone. The adjutant next to him immediately understood. Commander, are you referring to the mysterious person who attacked the reserve officers and killed Roxy? Barrett commented lightly. The adjutant said, according to intelligence, that guy has a set of Major General's battle mechas in his possession, and it is highly probable that he is a spy from Magefa. Now that the human skin umbrella has fallen into his hands, maybe. Barrett's eyebrows lifted slightly, interrupting. The human skin umbrella indeed is a troublesome cursed object, but not everyone can use it. Besides, that guy hasn't shown himself, which shows he's not of a high rank. He must be a professional with some special abilities, possessing some powerful cursed objects. A force capable of cultivating such talents would not be numerous, whether it's our line or the Zide Empire. Once we get out, we'll have the intelligence department investigate it. The adjutant said, are you suggesting that we don't need to deal with him now? Barrett hummed noncommittally, pondered for a moment, and then added, that person is hiding and hasn't shown himself, which means he lacks the ability to confront us directly. He knows space law, so pursuing him in the maze is meaningless. The moment we move, he will surely flee. The only uncertain threat is whether he has any special cursed objects in his possession. Pausing, he added in a lower tone, that, too, cannot be prevented. As he spoke, the experienced and decisive old general had a flicker of hesitation in his eyes that had never been seen before. Even, deep down he was hoping for some accidents to occur. He looked at the intelligence officers in front of him working on breaking the prohibitions and his expression shifted subtly. The adjutant seemed to catch on to his commander's thoughts, muted his voice, and whispered, Commander, from what we see now, this relic must involve some ancient prohibition. Do we really need to do this? If we don't handle it correctly, it could bring disaster to us, the Empire, or even the entire alchemical civilization. Upon hearing this, Barrett was expressionless. The slight twitch of his eye muscles indicated that he was not as calm as he appeared. The adjutant continued, what I mean is, since we know the relic is here and it won't disappear, we could wait for the Empire to send more professional archaeologists to investigate before taking action. Those guys at the intelligence department might not have the best intentions. Upon hearing this, Barrett's eyes narrowed slightly, and he only responded in a low voice, it is the Empress's decree. And we are the Royal Knights. Understood, Commander. After these words, the adjutant showed a hesitant look but sighed and said no more. It was at this moment that suddenly, the beehive-like holes in the surrounding rock walls started buzzing with noise. Everyone was shocked. Monsters are coming. How is that possible? We've been extremely careful, shielding all our traces. How could such a massive monster revolt happen? Could it be an issue with breaking the prohibition? It's not because of the prohibition breaking. There is a special toxin mixed in the air, those creatures have been deliberately lured here. Damn it, a few of you, find the source. The lying Royal Legion instantly entered combat mode. Barrett and the adjutant from earlier exchanged glances, obviously guessing something. An accident is one thing, but in their eyes, there seemed to be a sense of relief that passed. Following that, various poisonous creatures emerged from those cavities in the rock walls. Of course, the commotion was Solun's handiwork. He knew he had no power to stop those people head-on. Reflecting on his experiences in passing through the cursed space multiple times, he knew that sometimes wisdom was more useful than strength. The one chance he had to stop them was to exploit the rules of this cursed space. Solun thought of the monsters here. The monster corpses he had seen earlier in the labyrinth were identified as predominantly plague-ridden, highly poisonous creatures. He thought of a cursed artifact in his possession, Aniastora's toxic incense burner. Lighting the incense burner would attract all the poisonous creatures within range. But using this item was not without danger to Solun. The labyrinth's complex terrain made the range of the poison gas uncontrollable, the number of monsters in the underground palace was unknown. All these were uncertain factors. Perhaps upon lighting it, even he would be overwhelmed by the tide of monsters. Moreover, if discovered by the enemy, it could also be extinguished prematurely. Considering this was the only method he could think of, Solun hesitated little before deciding to give it a try. He took out the incense burner and crafted a simple trigger mechanism. He then placed a fan near the incense burner, hoping to blow as much of the poison gas towards the temple as possible before the fan was corroded by the gas. The effects were better than expected. The Hydra's poison gland emitted an intense poisonous gas that corroded the solid rock walls swiftly, much like a red-hot iron on ice, melting it rapidly away. Moreover, this toxin wasn't solely a gas but also had a corrosive quality on a low level. Even the mechanical fan Solun had set up was instantly melted. However, the results were excellent. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. As soon as the toxic fumes appeared, it was like blood had been spilled in the ocean, with sharks from dozens of leagues away smelling the blood. In an instant, the vast underground palace came alive with activity. All sorts of highly poisonous monsters surged out as if mad. Solun fell back into the labyrinth, wrapped himself up in the ounce Iceman's shroud, and hid in a corner pretending to be invisible. Then, he watched countless monsters rush past him like moths to a flame. And that was just one corridor. There were countless corridors in the labyrinth. By the time those underground realized it, it was already too late. But the troops from the lying royal army were no fools. Almost immediately, someone located the position of the toxic incense burner. Solun watched a spotted python over 10 meters away rush toward the incense burner, thinking it was a creature from the underground palace. But to his surprise, after the serpent drew close, it opened its gaping maw and spat out a man in a trench coat. Toxic magician. Solun, seeing the man wearing physician's gloves and the green barrier on his body, immediately guessed his profession. The lying fellows had clearly come well prepared, having considered various possibilities. That man apparently had his own ways to counteract the poison and wasn't affected by the corrosion. He walked straight over, seemingly intending to close the incense burner's air intake. With not enough monsters having arrived, Solun naturally couldn't just watch the other party neutralize the incense burners so soon. Toxic magician was a rare profession, and he didn't think there were many among the lying army. Killing this man could at least greatly slow down the enemy's progress in solving the puzzle. Solun took out a chessboard and didn't hesitate to fire a beam of light at the man in the trench coat. He was well aware that this man was also a bait. When the lying royal army undertook missions, they typically operated in groups of 3. If Solun made a move, he was sure to be exposed. Even if he had various methods, being discovered and encircled would make it difficult to escape. He had to kill quickly. Chapter 275. Reversal. The space around them transformed, becoming a black and white chessboard. Having chosen to strike, Solun gave his enemy no quarter. He tossed his fast black umbrella into the air and his hands quickly formed magician's seals, planning to unleash the Nightfall domain to strip away the opponent's perception before delivering a swift kill. The man in the trench coat watched as he was pulled into the space, his expression also turning grim. But he was a truly battle-hardened elite of the royal forces who, even when facing certain death, did not panic and reacted with combat readiness at the first opportunity. His hands, too, swiftly formed magician's seals. As he formed the seals, a bizarre scene unfolded. Solun hadn't expected his chessboard and black umbrella ploy to be easily countered, and thought that swiftly killing a fourth-order enemy shouldn't be a problem. But when he saw the man's skin lose its color at an alarming rate, revealing patches of greenish-black mortuary spots, Solun also showed a hint of surprise. Talent C008 Plague Bearer. Solun caught sight of the enemy's condition and immediately guessed it was some kind of talent ability. Such individuals with this talent were often sickly from childhood and many died young. But if they survived, correspondingly, their resistance to plagues would be very high. This was a talent with a very high compatibility with the profession of toxic magician. Solun did not dare to be careless. This was his first encounter with a toxic magician and he was unaware of what techniques the man might possess. But watching the sequence of seals being formed and the increasingly turbulent fluctuations of the plague laws, he immediately thought of a notorious plague-related technique. Flesh alchemy whale explosion technique. Solun's eyelids twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, starting with self-destruct, that's pretty decisive. This technique was as the name suggested. Once cast, the practitioner would explode like the rotting carcass of a whale, self-destructing and scattering large amounts of diseased and decayed tissue everywhere, widely contaminating the surroundings. Among the countless alchemy spells, it was counted as one of the most disgusting. In the enclosed space of the chessboard, an explosion would be a disaster akin to being smeared with excrement. With this move, the enemy turned the tables from passive to active. Starting with self-destruct, they did not fear being killed. Solun felt that even if he were hiding inside a combat mecha, directly withstanding the blast would see the armor corroded and damaged. Now, it was up to him to consider whether to dissolve the space. Otherwise, he could only take the hit directly. The enemy's quick reaction clearly indicated he was well prepared. In an instant, as Solun continued making sorcerer's seals, he thought, seems like the battle earlier exposed some of my techniques. This guy was ready for the black umbrella and the combat armor. Almost concurrently with his realization, the man in the trench coat's body swelled rapidly like a rotting whale carcass. His stomach ballooned out like an inflating balloon, growing larger and larger. Even before explosion, the greenish glow of the plague laws grew brighter and brighter. Seeing that the man's technique was irreversible, Solun knew his opponent wasn't just bluffing. In the final moment, he decisively chose to dissolve the chessboard space. The two were once again back in the corridor. The next instant, a muffled boom like the bursting of drum skin echoed in his ears. A wave of foul stench, detectable even through his gas mask, flooded over them in an instant. Solun quickly teleported back in retreat. But even so, the closed passage added a directed diffusing force to the plague airstream. Solun avoided the initial wave of impact but was still swept by the aftermath. His beaked mask let him breathe unhindered, yet the corrosive airstream directly burned through his clothes, breached the barrier condensed from the laws of death, and struck his right arm. In an instant, a searing pain shot through his forehead. A glance with the corner of his eye revealed a large patch of blistered red spots on his arm, teeming with water-filled blisters and pustules. The eradicating property of the plague laws, Solun said to himself with respect. Plague laws were niche, but mastering them made them far more insidious than regular elemental spells. Just the ability to corrode elemental barriers was enough to put practitioners of the same level at a substantial disadvantage. It was a good thing he had exited the chessboard space in time, otherwise, taking the brunt of that move would have covered him in rotting flesh. Even if the mecha armor had blocked it, the enchantment's encoding layers would likely have corroded away by 70 to 80%. The plume of gas poisoned Solun, and only his serum-modified constitution coupled with a long-term wearing of the beaked mask, which was not low in toxin resistance, saved him from the arm infection potentially claiming his life in a short time. Solun did not delay further and took out a strong antidote serum, broke it over and drenched it on the wound, rinsing the contaminated skin. A wave of coolness instantly eased the burning sensation, and his body's healing ability started to resist the toxin's corrosion. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on a distant incense burner, not daring to let his guard down. Solun didn't think that it was the end of the affair. It was when the stench of the explosion's shockwave had subsided that the spotted python vomited once again, spitting out a man covered in mucus with a deathly pale complexion. Looking at the man, Solun muttered to himself, knew he wasn't dead. And this guy wasn't alone. At the same time, another man wearing a monocular and a trench coat appeared. The man probably didn't expect that his accomplice would choose self-destruction when faced with Solun. But despite his surprise, the guy was quick to act. He pinched the sorcerer's seals with his hands, and to his feet, an octagram array shone brightly as he shouted, "Human dissection technique release." There was no time to dodge, and just like the principal word becomes law, Solun watched as his body was sliced into 3 parts by some sharp object. A 7th tier spell? No. It's an illusion technique. At the glimpse of the octagram array, Solun was instantly alarmed, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that made him think he was facing a top professional, or that the other had an embargoed item like the black scythe. But in an instant, he saw through the nature of the technique. It was merely an illusion. He glanced at the monocular the man was wearing and immediately realized something. Robert's monocle. Description: let the world feel your agony. Cursed attribute: alchemy imaging, which materializes scenes from your mind into an illusionary image, deceiving the target's sensory system. The pain the target suffers must be something you've personally experienced. Detailed explanation: the name Robert Roland is engraved on the brass frame of the lens. Once a genius magician, he was framed and lost everything due to others' jealousy of his talent. After struggling to rebirth from a hellish life, he forged this alchemical eye, swearing to let his enemies feel the agony he once endured. This is yet another cursed item with quite special effects. Indeed, the royal family of RU England has no shortage of treasures. Solon, although he saw through the illusion, found it eerie that the pain of being sliced felt so real. As if a blade truly cut through skin and flesh, the agonizing pain immediately covered his forehead with cold sweat. Even though it was an illusion, Solon knew he mustn't underestimate it, for illusions can kill. There are two ways the human body perceives pain. The first is normal, where nerves in the limbs detect external stimulation and send signals to the brain. The other is when the brain directly perceives false signals and believes it is in pain. The second is the essence of nearly all illusion techniques. While not truly felt by the body, the consequences are just as severe. Not just pain, but cold, heat, slashing, corrosion, fear, joy, and so on. All sensory experiences, in theory, can be simulated with illusion techniques. And the sensation of pain or any other feeling can trigger an instinctual reaction in the body, leading to some horrifying results such as death from pain, death from fright, mental breakdown, and so on. For instance, if one were to die in a freezing illusion, the autopsy would reveal the same results as if the person had actually frozen to death. The field of illusion techniques is broad and profound, and cannot be simplified in a few words. It even ties in with philosophy, the ultimate mysteries of the world. There's an ultimate topic circulating within the circle of illusionists that no one can prove: how can you be sure that the world you are in right now is real? Solon did not consider such profound philosophical topics as whether he was just a brain in a jar. He only knew that the man before him was troublesome. The pain of being torn apart might cause most people to lose the ability to fight instantly, but for Solon, it wasn't much of a problem. His gaze turned cold as he skillfully detached and blocked the sensation of pain. He knew he would be affected, but that didn't necessarily mean the other's spiritual power was stronger than his. However, the man's profession and equipment were definitely highly compatible with illusion techniques. Humans are different from heart-taking demons and other monsters. Knowing how to use external objects is the greatest advantage of an alchemist, allowing their combat power to increase exponentially. The man in the trench coat was a master of illusion techniques, his virtual signals not only affecting the mind but materializing like projections, made real. This monocle's curse attribute really is strong. Solon didn't pay attention to his body already cut into 3 parts, but with a light shout in his heart silk control secret technique slaughterhouse, his fingers gripped the air. Almost simultaneously, dense pale blue threads emerged around the body of the illusionist. Those threads, imbued with the sharp energy of the wind element, abruptly contracted as soon as they coalesced into physical form. In a flash, the man in the trench coat was sliced into pieces. But unexpectedly, there was no sight of blood splattering everywhere. It was like the reflection in the water being sliced open, only to restore itself back to normal instantly. The illusionist glanced at the silk threads in the corridor, revealing a barely noticeable sneer at the corner of his mouth. That expression seemed to say, "This trick is useless against me." Upon a second look, the illusionist split into 7 identical figures. Upon seeing this, Solon's pupils slightly contracted. A look of complete surprise appeared on his face. But in fact, he had already anticipated this outcome. This guy's illusion technique was almost indistinguishable from reality. Even in spatial perception, there stood a person everywhere. However, Solon knew it was an illusion before he made his move. Other things could be imitated with illusions, but the fire of the soul could not. Through soul perception, he clearly knew a ball of soul fire was nearby. The reason he deliberately struck the wrong one was to confuse the enemy. Because, even if he had determined the location, he was not confident he could kill the illusionist in one blow. Solon was very clear about his current situation. The opponent already knew many of his methods, and if he couldn't kill with one strike, the subsequent fight would become increasingly troublesome. Not having killed that poisonous magician in a single encounter earlier already cost Solon his chance for a swift victory. Now what he needed to do first was to protect himself. The opponent didn't know he had the ability of soul perception, so the illusionist's guard would be very low. He would eventually catch an opportunity. Besides, the enemy wasn't just the 2 in front of him, there was a third person. The poisonous magician had just self-destructed and must have used some special method to evade death, but his power also suffered greatly. He did not participate in the head-on fight but continued to attempt to extinguish Aniastora's poisonous incense burner. Solon was controlling the puppet, fiercely fighting the 7 illusions created by the illusionist. No matter how they were killed, the illusions could immediately revive. It seemed that if the situation dragged on, Solun was bound to lose eventually. Solun could have used spatial displacement to retreat to the maze, but he didn't want to watch these guys simply break the seal. Thinking that no fifth-order professionals had come, he still wanted to struggle in the end. The illusionist in front of him seemed not to be a great threat in Solun's view. He himself was also adept at mind spells, and with precautions and care, those illusions weren't a big problem. Instead, he was always on guard for the third person hiding in the shadows. In soul perception, that was a fourth-order assassin, stealthily making his way from the top of the rock wall. It appeared that the fellow was preparing for a stealth assassination. But, Solun had prepared his own body as bait for a counter-kill, yet what he least expected happened. The assassin crept up. Solun watched him passing by the poisonous magician, keeping his eyes intently fixed. He thought the guy would continue to stealthily approach him for an assassination, but unexpectedly, he made his move prematurely. Without warning, a pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared in the air. If Solun couldn't perceive the soul fire, he would have had no idea where the assassin was. Right above the head of the poisonous magician. The pitch-black dagger actually slid across the neck of the poisonous magician. An assassin's lethality is completely different before and after being exposed. An unexposed assassin could even assassinate targets above his rank. This cut directly severed the naked man's neck, spewing forth a jet of green blood. Even though the green blood corroded the assassin's arm, the poisonous magician's head also hit the ground. This was not any sort of self-sacrificial ploy. Solun looked at the rising grey mist from the corpse, full of confusion. What's going on? Is there a rebellion in their ranks? He could have never expected that the assassin would betray his own ally and kill him. Similarly, the illusionist was also greatly shocked, shouting, "Cortez, what are you doing?" Solun did not care about their internal strife. An enemy dead was a huge advantage for him. He watched the illusionist's moment of shock, his expression turning cold. What an opportunity! He had been feigning weakness all along, setting traps, waiting for this very moment. Silk Control Secret Technique Flower Waterfall. Behind Solun, the spider lance suddenly tugged, and countless silken threads instantly condensed into form. But the target was not any of the 7 illusions, it was another dark corner. The illusionist used illusions to create an environmental barrier, completely concealing his figure. It seemed flawlessly executed. But had Solun fought with puppets for so long without any preparation? The scattered fighting puppets were meant to cover the act of laying down those silk threads that would leave the enemy with no escape. It was in the moment the silk threads converged that the illusionist realized he had been discovered. Just as he tried to act, the long-anticipated threads had already sealed off his retreat. In that instant of error, a crack in space suddenly appeared at his neck, severing it in two. Seeing the mist of the soul spill out, Solun confirmed he had killed the man. However, he did not react. Instead, he stared solemnly at the unclearly aligned assassin from afar. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. The assassin glanced at the illusionist whom Solun had killed in an instant, and a trace of surprise showed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. I thought." The rest of his thought went unspoken. He had come to rescue someone but didn't expect his aid to be unnecessary. Solun did not respond to him but asked, "Who might you be?" The assassin shook his head, "Who I am is not important. I am entrusted to make sure you don't die." After a pause, he looked at Solun with a somewhat complex gaze and added, "It seems now that I was over-concerned." He even suspected that the person before him had noticed him from the very beginning. Even if it were 3 against 1, there was a possible chance that the person could strike back. Entrusted by someone. Upon hearing this, Solun immediately realized that this was a spy arranged by a certain power within the royal army. His first thought was of a person. The young noble lady with a large braid and small freckles. There were not many who could plant a spy in the Sacred Judgment Army. Solun had just come out of the old Lington mine and did not know anyone with such influence. The only one that fit the profile was Katusha. She actually arranged for someone to protect me. Solun felt strangely about it. Although unnecessary, he still appreciated the sentiment. By then, the assassin also muttered, "It seems you know who it is." Solun remained noncommittal, raising his eyebrow slightly without elaborating. Setting up a spy in the royal family was a grave crime. Even if he guessed who it was best not to say it aloud. Katusha had good intentions to save him, he did not want to cause the young girl trouble. However, such an ambitious move did not fit with her persona as a wandering poet, or an apprentice astrologer, did it? Could this assassin be a secret agent from her family? Solun did not dwell on it, thinking that he should thank her the next time they met. He also did not hesitate to use the silk threads to collect his spoils of war. Having frequently used the spectre of death, the eclipse totem was already showing signs of strain. He dared not continue using it under the circumstances and casually stripped it away. The souls of royal lineage were inevitably of high quality. Even a blind draw had netted him a large amount of knowledge on advancing in the profession of illusions. He also stored away the monocular. The assassin, quite considerate, deliberately kept his distance to avoid suspicion, allowing Sud to conveniently dispose of the body of the toxic magician. Solun began to examine the contents of the storage ring, engrossed in what he found. Solun's goal was to use the incense burner to attract monsters, to stop those people from breaking the seals here. Naturally, he would not leave now. The assassin looked at the incense burner and also said, "I can't stop those people from breaking the seal. Your method might have a chance." Solun remained non-committal. Now that he had killed a group of people, he could at least delay them for a while. But before the assassin could finish speaking, he frowned and exclaimed, "Someone is coming." In an instant, his expression drastically changed. "Not good, it's Barrett." Chapter 276. Am I dead? The poisonous fumes from the magical incense burner continued to burn, and the monsters in the labyrinth grew increasingly frenzied. Solun knew very well that the people from the Liuyi royal army below must have realized their failure to extinguish the incense burner meant their assassination attempt had failed. They would certainly send more people. If 3 4th rank professionals couldn't stop him, the next one to come would surely be of a higher rank. It was very likely one of the 2 5th rank deputy legion commanders. Solun was also prepared at all times for both battle and retreat. But he never imagined that the legion commander of the Sacred Judgment Army, a 6th rank professional known as Ferocious Beast Barrett, would come in person. With his current abilities, Solun was confident that he had a slim chance of survival against a 5th rank professional even if he couldn't defeat him. But against a 6th rank, there was only one word: run. Moreover, this was not just an ordinary 6th rank. A 6th rank able to serve as a legion commander in the Liuyi royal army was definitely among the elite of the elite. This Barrett was even stronger than the 2 6th rank professionals he had seen before, Frost Giant Gal Popov and Solar Flame General Gladys Orm, from under the command of the King of the North Sea. 6th rank professionals nearly reached the limit of ordinary humans in all physical aspects. Whether it was perception, physical condition, combat skills, alchemy armor, they had almost achieved a state of perfect harmony. The gap of 3 whole ranks was not something Solun could overcome by outsmarting the enemy. Solun, hearing the assassin's exclamation and the name that escaped his lips, also sensed a soul shard shooting up towards him with the speed of lightning. His reaction was extremely fast, and without hesitation, he darted into the labyrinth behind him. Although he wished to stop the Liuyi people from breaking the seal here, he had to act within his limits. This was an irresistible force, survival was the top priority. As for the incense burner and such, he couldn't worry about them now. Since he was prepared early on, in the blink of an eye, Solun had already fled to the end of the passageway. Just as he was about to turn the corner, he caught sight of the assassin in the corner of his eye. To Solun's surprise, the man had not chosen to escape but looked in his direction with a glance. As their eyes met for a moment, there was no panic in the assassin's eyes, only determination. Because no one knew better than he the terror of Legion Commander Barrett. He was acutely aware that if he didn't do something, the man entrusted to him by the young lady at all costs would never escape. Then he stood his ground, assuming a stealthy combat stance. Was he preparing to block Barrett? A dead man? Even without communication, Solun could understand the gesture, a complex feeling passing through his mind. The assassin had earlier exposed himself to save him. For an undercover operative, revealing one's identity also meant sacrificing one's life. Solun, although aware of Katusha's command, did not expect the assassin to be so decisive in the moment. If the two had chosen to split up and escape, it wasn't certain Barrett would definitely follow either of them, and there might have been a sliver of a chance to live. But staying now was almost certain death. All to give himself just a little more time to escape. Pop, pop, pop. A series of air bursts came. Even before the person arrived, this cannon-like series of sounds already exerted tremendous pressure. It was like mountains collapsing and tsunamis surging, an unstoppable force of nature. These were the sounds of stepping on air. So strong. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. Solun was shocked. He himself was adept at stepping on air. The shorter the bursts of air from stepping on air, the faster the opponent's speed. The continuous booming sound by his ears formed a thread, sounding like the strike of lightning. This was a realm Solun found unimaginable with his current level of ability. Barrett arrived faster than expected. It was when Solun was still at the corner of the corridor that the bulky figure charged into his field of vision, lightning fast. It was not a human form, but rather a giant black gorilla with a body like cast steel and muscles coiled like ropes. Talent C071 Ape. Upon seeing its form, Solun immediately realized something, his gaze sharpening. No, it's a second awakening. Although the ape wasn't too rare a talent, after a second awakening, the growth coefficient of strength would be exaggerated beyond belief. This talent and the career progression sequence that is focused on strength would be highly compatible. However, a Royal Legion commander having a talent of the second awakening was not what astonished Solun so much. What drew his attention more was the giant transformation of that fellow's body. That was the outward form of the alchemical implant Isaac's giant strength. Yes. This was the implant described in that collected volume of Isaac Alchemy notebook owned by the lying royal house. The memories Solun had stripped away from his kills happened to contain this secret. This implant was now standard issue for the Sacred Judgment Legion, and it was also the reason they originally came here to capture members of the giant tribe. This is bad. Only by encountering the opponent head-on could he understand the other's strength through pressure. The sight of that black King Kong made Solun think of a humanoid tank, devoid of any desire to fight head-on. Barrett's speed was so fast that it seemed to slow down time around him, elongating an instant into 10 seconds. Seeing this relative speed, Solun even felt his own escape seemed as slow as a snail's crawl, taking a good while to even run past that corner. While Solun struggled to escape, the assassin who had been lurking in the air also made his move. Without hesitation, he swung the dagger in his hand and stabbed towards the black gorilla. Unfortunately, it was completely ineffective. The gulf in their levels was too vast. The black gorilla didn't even give the sharp dagger another glance, as its big black furred hand caught the assassin's neck as easily as picking up a chicken. Then with one punch, it blasted the assassin's body into meaty fragments. Solun just happened to witness this scene of blood scattering through the air, and it left a complex feeling in his heart. For the first time, someone had given their life for him. He remembered that the assassin was called Cortez. That man, with his life, had bought Solun a fleeting chance to escape. There was no time to think further as Solun had already rounded the corner of the corridor. The most rational route in his mind was to withdraw the way he had come because he had already traversed it once. That way he wouldn't trigger any unknown mechanisms or wander into any dangerous areas. But now it seemed impossible. There were some corpses in the corridor before, but now with poisonous creatures swarming in, the previous path was cluttered with monsters and was impassable. Besides, Barrett's speed was too fast. Even with Solun possessing the 8-armed spider spear and teleportation, a straightforward run would inevitably result in him being caught sooner or later. The feeling of death pressing in from behind was like a sharp knife against his heart, a momentary pause would surely lead to being pierced. Reality left no room for Solun to choose, he opted to use spatial displacement to pass through walls. Solun pinched sorcerer's seals with both hands, tearing open a spatial rift, and dived right into it. And when he looked again, he had already emerged through the wall into an unfamiliar corridor. Using this twisting underground labyrinth was his only chance to dodge danger and escape. But before he could catch his breath, the wall behind him suddenly exploded. A black gorilla enveloped in a white glowing aura brutally entered his field of vision. Damn it! Solun cursed inwardly. The wall behind him was a solid 5 meters thick, normal circumstances would require several rounds of explosives to breach it. And yet, Barrett smashed it directly. It wasn't just the physical impact force, there were also laws involved. Seeing the force field around Barrett causing the space itself to distort slightly, Solun felt a jerk at the corner of his eye, thinking, is this the intensity of the force law that a 6th-order professional can condense? It's truly terrifying. He felt that even the mech battle armor of a major general would not withstand many punches. In that instant, all hope vanished into smoke. Fortunately, Solun's spatial displacement skills had significantly improved. After a momentary pause, he once again tore through the fabric of space and moved through the wall. The black chimpanzee relentlessly chased after him, wreaking havoc as it went. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of shattering walls echoed through the underground palace, resembling the muffled explosions of cannons. The exaggerated commotion was enough to instinctively make even the mutated monsters steer clear. The predator and prey dashed through the labyrinth, unwittingly venturing deeper into its depths. With his keen spatial awareness, Solun accurately determined his escape route each time. However, his time for thinking was shrinking. He faced several perilous situations, teetering on the edge of disaster. Sixth-order professionals, especially those who had formed a power domain, dominated in both spiritual power and recovery rate over someone like him, who barely qualified as a fourth-order professional. If it came to a contest of attrition, Solun had no chance to last until the end. On several occasions, he attempted to ensnare Barrett, the pursuer, in a few predicaments. But the wily old man saw through everything. In the face of absolute power, all stratagem seemed hopelessly feeble. Solun had originally intended to repeatedly change course, finding his way back to familiar passages, then think about escaping the labyrinth. That's because he had previously extrapolated some lingering thoughts from the soul shard of the Obas Thousand-Eyed Flesh Mountain, and knew that certain areas within the labyrinth harbored dangers beyond comprehension. But Barrett's meticulousness didn't afford him that opportunity. Seemingly anticipating traps in the corridors, Barrett didn't completely follow the direction Solun fled. Often instead of a pursuit, it seemed more like he was hurting. Barrett blocked Solun's escape routes, forcing him to rush headlong into unknown parts of the labyrinth. And so, as Solun ran, even he became disoriented, unsure of his location within the maze. He could have kept running, tried to hold out for a bit longer, and looked for an opportunity. But suddenly, in front of a tall wall, the black crow on his shoulder let out a sharp caw. After a brief communication with the bird, Solun stopped immediately. His gaze became grave as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing something. Before him, the tall walls of the space were slightly distorted, and the assessment revealed the characters for a chaotic space-time region. The crow on his shoulder was called the Herald of Death, because it possessed an exceptional innate ability to predict death. It had cawed twice before. Once when they were under an illusion technique. Once when Barrett first appeared. Both times were moments when Solun was on the brink of life and death. Now, the third time. The crow sensed something wrong with this space. Going through the wall might lead to death. Not going through would also mean death. Solun was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He looked back at the black chimpanzee and decided to make one last attempt. He panted heavily and bellowed with all his might, "Wait!" If talking his way out of this wasn't going to work, his only option would be to go through the wall. The more Barrett chased, the darker his expression grew. Thankfully he was personally on the scene, otherwise, if someone else had been sent, they likely wouldn't have caught such an elusive target. But even with his presence, the chase astonishingly defied his expectations. What he thought was a minor issue to be resolved in a few encounters turned out to be fraught with complications. A senior spy lurking within the Imperial military intelligence willing to sacrifice their life just to delay for this young man? Then there's the officer's battle armor from Mafa, each evasion tactic more surprising than the last. On a few occasions, Barrett almost suffered minor setbacks. This young man's identity and origin began to pique his curiosity increasingly. He watched as Solun stopped in his tracks, but didn't rush to act. This distance was now within easy reach. Moreover, he had discovered that the labyrinth here was somewhat different from others. Seeing that Barrett gave him a chance to speak, Solun cut to the chase and said, "Do you know what seal you are trying to break? This is a god burial ground, where gods that fell during the destruction of the Dawn era are interred. Once the seal fractures, those chaotic high-order laws, the aura of the dead, dark energy, will spill out uncontrollably. That would be catastrophic for the entire human civilization." He repeated verbatim what Mr. Jing had said before. This information was no secret that couldn't be shared, letting this guy know might still offer a chance for redemption. Upon hearing this, Barrett's brows visibly knitted together, his voice cold as he said, "Oh? And these are the last words you wish to speak before death?" Though he skirted the issue, deep down he was well aware that the young man behind the crow-beaked mask was likely telling the truth. Solun noticed a hint of struggle in his micro-expressions. There was evidently still a shred of conscience left. But it was a choice between loyalty to the Lurian royal family and conscience, and only one could be chosen. The struggle in Barrett's eyes lasted only a moment before it faded away. At his level of power, his mind was very firm, and decisions were made in an instant. Avoiding the topic, he coldly asked, "Cortez has been infiltrating the military intelligence department for so many years, now risking exposure just to save your life. I am more curious, whom do you work for? Realizing the implication of his words, Solun immediately sensed danger. The adversary clearly acknowledged his point but did not pursue the topic of the seal, meaning he had chosen loyalty. Solun naturally would not betray Katya. Even in death, he couldn't bring himself to commit such a betrayal. Besides, speaking wouldn't change the situation. Knowing there was no room for negotiation, he held no illusions in his heart, his hands moved with lightning speed, forming the sorcerer's seals. Humph! Seeing this, Barrett snorted coldly. His reaction was quick, as he launched a punch straight forward. With the fist that twisted space, one punch struck Solun's chest, sending him flying backward into a spatial fissure. The scenery shifted around him, and Solun had passed through the wall to appear behind it. But this time, the wall was not shattered. No pursuers, the immediate danger was resolved. Solun also let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm with a pft from the bitterness at his chest. Assessing his own injuries, they weren't too severe, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, that guy still showed some mercy. That last punch from Barrett was clearly held back, probably out of a sense of duty. One punch forced him into this conspicuously problematic space, not pursuing him to the end, leaving him a sliver of a chance at life. Solun looked at the labyrinth that was similar in style to the one before, his gaze filled with solemnity. For the Black Crow to issue a death warning, the situation was certainly not as simple as it seemed. Could this timeline be before the burial god ritual again? What chaos! Solun, seeing no tree roots in the underground palace, thought of something. He observed his surroundings, trying to locate any potentially lethal dangers. Suddenly, the wolf claw amulet hanging from his chest momentarily grew warm. Solun was overcome with a surge of strong empathetic sorrow. Listening closely, it seemed to be Yuda's sobbing. The sound was initially intermittent, then gradually became clearer. Mr. Solun, I'm sorry, I'm late. But, how could you be dead? Hearing this, Solun felt a chill run down his spine as if he had seen a ghost. I'm alive and well, how could I be dead? And where is Yuda? Chapter 277. Notes I wrote for myself. Mr. Solun, I'm sorry I'm late. Yuda's sorrowful, self-blaming sobs echoed through the space. Solun's first reaction was that he was hallucinating. He immediately tried various methods, only to find that he wasn't in an illusion, nor was he influenced by some special spiritual power field. The attribute panel was all normal. Right now, everything was very real. Meanwhile, the sobbing sounds continued next to his ear. I came as soon as I received the communication signal, but you. Solun confirmed it was Yuda's voice. She was crying very sadly. Am I dead? Solun, listening to the content of the words, realized something. Yuda must have seen his body, which was why she was crying so sadly. But there seemed to be a missing link, which made the scene very eerie. I am clearly alive and well, so why would Yuda say I am dead? Moreover, where is the voice coming from? Solun's thoughts in his mind started to whirl. Assumption 1, I am hearing hallucinations, mostly ruled out. Assumption 2, it's really Yuda, or some other Yuda speaking. He instantly had an analysis of the current situation in his mind. Having ruled out the first assumption, his thoughts automatically went to complete the possible logical links of the second assumption. The wolf fang amulet hanging from Solun's neck was Yuda's actual wolf fang, which had some kind of spiritual connection with her. Solun didn't know exactly why he could hear Yuda's cross-dimensional conversation, but it probably was because of this wolf fang. So, Yuda was here and had seen his own body? But why can I hear her speak yet not see her? Solun ruled out that he was in a spirit state. He considered that it might be something similar to a phonograph? No. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. A chaotic timeline? Solun suddenly realized something. If I'm not dead now, could there be a possibility, Yuda might have seen the future me? Yuda was just in this corridor, maybe even right in front of his eyes. But not on the same timeline. Was it after I had died? Some special force allowed him to hear her cries across time and space. So, will I be trapped here to die? Solun concluded, his gaze immediately becoming serious. Black crows give warnings, so this space must definitely have some lethal danger. There's no doubt about that. Wasn't Yuda supposed to be outside, so how could she appear in the cursed space? A thought flashed through Solun's mind. He instantly understood that probably she had sneaked in for Dolo tribe's inheritance. This silly girl probably didn't tell him because she was afraid he would worry. But now was not the time to think about that. If another timeline's version of himself had really died, Solun had to quickly figure out the cause of his death. Perhaps now he could avoid it and survive. He tried calling out to Yuta, discovered she couldn't hear him speak. Yuta saw his body. The best way was to ask her directly. It would also confirm if his guess was correct. But since the voice could only travel one way, how could he let her know? Solun saw the wolf fang amulet on his chest. An idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately thought of a method. That's it. Since my body is still here, it means the wolf fang amulet is also still there. Solun's eyes whirled. He pulled off the amulet, then carved a line of small characters on it. I am Solun, Yuta, I can hear you speak. If you see this, tell me what you saw. He quickly carved these characters, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If things were as he guessed, Yuta in a later timeline saw his body. Then, she should be able to see the characters on this wolf fang. The moment he finished carving the characters, the sobbing sound by his ear suddenly stopped. The Yuta on the other side seemed stunned for a moment, then cried with joy, Mr. Solun, is it really you? Solun, hearing those words, felt elated. My guess wasn't wrong. He hurriedly carved another sentence on the wolf fang, it's me. Can you see the characters on the ground? The wolf fang being quite small, he wrote some more words on the ground. I might have fallen into a space with a chaotic timeline. Describe in detail what exactly happened and what you saw. Just after writing those two sentences, indeed, Yuta's response came through the air, I can see them. I'm sorry, Mr. Solun, I didn't heed your advice and sneaked into the cursed space. Indeed, just as Solun thought, Miss Druid had sneaked in. She continued, I suddenly received a communication from you through the device specifying a route, asking me to come over. I came and then I saw you, no, a corpse. The corpse had the wolf fang amulet I gave you, and then I thought it was you. Solun, hearing this, his mind went blank again. Was it my corpse that contacted Yuta through the communicator, leading her to this place? What is this situation, resurrecting a body? Solun hastily carved another line on the ground, what else? The Yuta from another dimension saw the characters on the ground, obviously also hoping it wasn't Solun's body. But after looking carefully, she probably suspected she was caught in an illusion or something else, her tone becoming uncertain, it's a mummy, appears like a natural aged death, very old, very old. It seems, it truly is your body. Mr. Solun, are you a spirit now? A naturally dead mummy? Solun heard this, his gaze shifting. It meant, he didn't die from an accident but was trapped until he died of old age? No. If there was no misfortune, Solun felt he should at least have 180 years of lifespan left. Moreover, the food supply simply couldn't support dying of natural aging. Doubts flashed through in succession. Solun's mind raced at high speed. He rapidly ruled out some incorrect logic. Thus the only possibility left was, there was some strange chaotic timeline in this space, letting himself age and die in a moment. Solun thought about this, and immediately realized the problem was serious. Since he was not dead now, he thought about saving himself. If it is really my own body, since I have tried to contact Yuta using the communicator, I must have considered something. I definitely wouldn't let her take the risk, even, I was very aware that I would die. Solun knew himself too well. He quickly thought of something and carved another line, Yuta, check the storage ring on the body, and see if there is something like a notebook. As he spoke, he also took out a notebook and began to record everything that was happening now. Perception can be deceived, and even memories can be distorted, erased, or altered by some extraordinary powers. But a poor pen won't. This clumsy method sometimes works wonders in certain situations. And Solun himself had the habit of taking notes, and he thought that if he were trapped in a maze, he would definitely leave notes to crack it. Once the line was carved, Yuta's response indeed came through the air, there really is one. Solun felt like he had grasped the key point and immediately carved, read what is on there. Yuta, you received the communication, which means you definitely sneaked in here, you. When you see this notebook, it means that the delayed communicator I made could withstand the erosion of more than 200 years. Tisk tisk, the craftsmanship is pretty good. In the last moment before deciding to step out of this space, I recalled my life. Although it was brief, it was splendid. I have no regrets about coming here. I'm writing this because I've left some things for you, and some words. Oh, don't be sad. I quite liked you. Solun was surprised to hear Yuta reading these words from the notebook. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Such grandiose words, were they really written by himself? Could it be that he thought about these things in a desperate situation? In the air, Yuta's reading turned into uncontrollable sobbing. She continued reading. You must want to know what happened, why I died here. If nothing unexpected occurred, am I a dried up corpse by now? Hopefully, it wouldn't scare you. If I'm not wrong, I've fallen into a time distortion zone where the time ratio to the outside world is 1/3700. That is, if I spend one day in this space, the equivalent of 10 years passes in the normal space. And I've been here for over 20 days, so if I were to go out, my body would instantly age 200 years. Thus, what you see should be a corpse that died of old age. That was it. Upon hearing this, Solun immediately realized how the events had unfolded. He abruptly looked around the cursed space and blurted out a curse. In this place, 1 day equals 10 years outside? No wonder people are trapped to death. But at the same time, he grew hopeful. Because according to his character, he would definitely not wait to die but would find ways to decipher this space. And moreover, since he had left notes, it meant there must be a detailed process to break it. Yuta continued reading. I explored every part of the maze and found a way to break it, but it was too late. I spent more than 20 days in this space to break it, and after coming out, it was more than 200 years. If I had stayed hidden in the space, I could have lived much longer. But when I came out, I would turn into nothing but dust. I never lived a life of compromise. So, I decided to come out. This is how I chose to leave this world, with peace of mind. Don't be sad. By the time you read this note, it simply proves that everything I predicted was right. If you encounter similar trouble, you can also use this method to get out. Yuta likely had tears streaming down her cheeks, touched by the emotion across time and space, and she began to cry, Wah! Mr. Solun, please don't die. But in Solun's heart, there was a different feeling. Hearing this he immediately conceived hope. He carved on the ground, urging Yuta to read everything out loud, afraid the signal might suddenly cut off. We are not dead yet. But if you don't finish reading, I might really die. I spent over 20 days figuring out how to get out last time, and another attempt would likely take no less time. 1 day equals 10 years, he couldn't afford that. Fortunately, fate did not play tricks on Solun, nor did any accidents happen. Yuta too realized the seriousness and kept reading the contents of the notebook. The notes towards the end are a bit chaotic, but I've organized them for your ease of reading. If you need, you might want to see what I did at the end of my life. Nevertheless, this time distortion zone is quite interesting. This world is wonderful, it's just a pity life is too short. I understood some of the meaning of death, it seems I also grasped some of the meaning of life. Give me some more time, I could possibly make my life even more splendid, letting the world know I was here, but, there's no more maybe. The rest of the content was mostly the methods to break the time distortion zone. Solun carefully recorded on the notebook the method he had left behind to break the region. He had also seen himself take too many detours. Because he had to grope through the entire maze to find clues to get out, he had wasted too much time. Now, all he needed to do was follow the strategy in his notebook, bypassing the exploration process. Soon after, Solun finished understanding the method and determined in his heart, so this is how to get out. With this strategy, he was confident that he could handle it in half a day at most. The notebook read up to this point. Logically, there shouldn't have been any important content left. What needed to be explained had been explained, and everything that needed to be said had been said. However, in the last few pages, Yuta read a few sentences that caused Solun's just calmed heart to suddenly feel a chill down his spine. It feels like I have forgotten something very important, which is astonishing. How could I have done such a thing? Was there something guiding me to do it? Or did I see something that made me think this way? Hey! Why did I write down these words? Was it due to some external influence? I am sure that there is something else in this space, something beyond my understanding. When Solun heard these sentences that sounded like mad ravings, his hair instantly stood on end. He looked around at the dim space and couldn't help but think, could it be there is some other terrifying presence here besides the chaos in time? Fear stems from the unknown. Since he had written those words in the notebook, then that thing must certainly exist. Some kind of monster? The chaotic rules of the god burial ground? Or something else? Solun's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. At least that thing hadn't killed his other self in that timeline, it had only caused him to forget something, which seemed not too serious. However, there was one more sentence at the end of the notebook. I wanted to understand the source of this feeling, so I carefully searched through all the items I was carrying, item by item. Then, I finally noticed something unusual. That is, I couldn't remember how I got the replica of the original rune. Upon hearing this, Solun suddenly became very alarmed. He instantaneously felt a chill down his spine as if a ghost had blown on the back of his neck. A deep, terrifying thought. Solun was surprised to find that he actually couldn't remember how he had acquired that replica of the original rune. I remember, it seemed like I had fallen under a monster's illusion, and I then scraped it off from the stone wall. Solun saw the Thousand Illusions demon crystal in his storage space, recalling the origin of the rune. Just like that? Scraped off from a mural? It seemed logically sound. But it felt like it shouldn't have been that easy. Solun immediately realized why he had written that sentence in the notebook. It was then he discovered, his memory was missing something. Not much, but crucial. Within this cursed space, there might be a special presence that his subjective consciousness had forgotten or otherwise overlooked. However, now was not the time to ponder this question in detail. Time in this space passed so shockingly fast that every second wasted was a massive loss of life. Solun engraved the last sentence on the ground, I am going to break the space now, Yuta, be careful. A gentle response also came through the air, okay. Mr. Solun, you, be careful too. Chapter 278. Arm, Crown, Hourglass. Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire. Solun recorded everything he was now preparing to do in his notebook. Because he was not certain that even with his own strategy, other variables wouldn't occur. After all, what if this wasn't the first time he died in this space? If there was a first time, there could be a second, a third. And possibly countless times. The himself who left the notes might not necessarily have succeeded on his first try. It could be the only version of him that the current timeline self could see. Making detailed notes might, perhaps, provide a lifeline to another self in another timeline. With this thought, his mind started to infinitely nest. No wonder it's one of the supreme laws of the time law, it truly is the most elusive. Solun gathered his increasingly complex thoughts, failing to understand them, he stopped trying to figure them out. He merely sighed, acknowledging that the chaotic laws of the god burial ground were indeed beyond mortal comprehension. According to the route in the notes, there's no need to waste time revisiting most places in this maze. The route was now etched into Solun's memory. First thing to do to get out, he had to find the black iron coffin in the Giant's Hall of Valor. The notes mentioned that the item sealed within the coffin is likely one of the energy sources of this cursed space. It might also be one of the objectives of the Royal Legion. Solun carefully walked through the corridor. Another timeline self had already meticulously explored almost every corner of this underground palace and had clearly recorded the dangers and mechanisms. Solun didn't have to explore blindly this time, which saved him a lot of effort. He had some concerns that the actual situation might differ from the notes, but these were dispelled as soon as he stepped into the maze. Since the notes were left by himself, as soon as Solun saw those words and matched them with the surroundings, he could immediately grasp the meaning of the sentences and flawlessly understand what he needed to do next. Following the route map, he easily avoided the monsters inside the underground maze. Soon, he arrived once again at the previously visited Giant's Hall of Valor. The timeline should be before the burial god ritual, and the place now didn't have its usual entangled routes. However, there were many spatial rifts. And now, there were more drifting ghosts. These ghosts were no longer normal spirits, they had become mutated spectral aberrations. The iron, silver, and even gold monstrosities were everywhere. The notes said to wear a mirror organization cloak, open a black umbrella and a phantom of death, and be careful to avoid the spatial rift at 10 o'clock, because there will be monsters there. Solun looked at the detailed reference on his notes, planning not to miss any step. One could imagine that the past self had probably spent a lot of time here, trying many times cautiously to find this correct route closer to the coffin. After observing that the environment matched the description completely, he then donned the cloak, opened the human skin umbrella, and a phantom with a scythe appeared behind him before he proceeded. After making these preparations, the drifting spectral creatures in the sky seemed not to notice an extra living person here, and continued drifting on their own. Solun let out a long sigh of relief. Shortly, he easily approached the coffin. However, getting close wasn't easy. The black iron coffin wasn't chained yet, but from several meters away, Solun felt an overwhelming pressure. Mysterious, evil, ancient, terrifying, indescribable. Previously seen from afar, and now up close, these unclear auras hit him like a tsunami. It was as if an invisible force was repelling all foreign objects from nearing the coffin. With every step Solun took, he had to withstand tremendous pressure. This necromantic aura really is exaggerated. If one hadn't grasped the law of death, it would probably be difficult even to get close to this coffin. Solun took 35 steps, stopping at the position noted in his notebook. He also clearly saw the ghastly bas-relief on the coffin. The carvings depicted a story of the 100-armed giant king battling a horde of demons. In the end, the dimensions collapsed, the 100-armed giant king perished, and his enormous body was torn apart, shattered into countless pieces scattered everywhere. Solun gazed at the mural, his gaze sharpening, and then he noted down something more in his notebook. The massacre demon subduing coffin. Detailed explanation: a coffin of fallen corruption iron forged from the underworld. It contains seals and prohibitions beyond your understanding. The notes did not mention the possibility of moving the coffin, and Solun did not dare make any unnecessary attempts. Following the method described in the notes, he took out a space scroll and released a mechanical mecha. Then he controlled the mecha to forcefully open the coffin. Yes, sufficiently cautious, this was very much in his style. This was one of the most dangerous places in the underground maze, where the past him had hesitated due to concerns about triggering something dangerous, saving it until the end to take the risk and explore. In the end, it also caused a substantial waste of time. The mechanical mecha moved forward, the necromantic essence rapidly corroding the runes and plating on the mecha, and the living corpses inside instantly decayed into ashes. Luckily, the witch's hair could forcibly be reconnected, and Solun intermittently controlled it, finally managing to get the mecha close to the coffin. The steam boiler accumulated power and, just before a shutdown, pushed open the heavy lid of the coffin. The click-click of metal friction sounded like a hellish demon grinding its teeth, making one's hair stand on end. As the coffin was gradually opened, revealing just a slit, Solun saw a coffin full of black water. He had been curious about what exactly was inside the coffin, but now he already knew from the notes that it contained the arm of a 100-armed giant king. Only, its rank was a bit preposterously high. Just a segment of a corpse's arm exerted such a daunting presence, one could only imagine how fearsome it was when alive. Moreover, it wasn't black water in the coffin, but rather a dense mist-like liquid of necromantic essence. Originally, knowing the steps to opening the coffin, he could have reacted more quickly. But Solun, in order not to cause unexpected changes, did not do so. He counted a 7-second interval in his heart, then took out a transparent bandage, which was indeed the ounce Iceman's binding cloth. This thing was genuinely an enchanted object, used for invisibility on ordinary days and seldom useful otherwise. But now, using it to wrap a corpse could not have been more suitable, as it could contain that surge of violent corpse energy. The water inside the coffin was very black, yet very clear. From where Solun stood, he could clearly see the jet black, crystal clear, sinuous arm. Just the arm alone was nearly 3 meters long, visibly brimming with power. The identification showed, as well as a name, just a row of question marks. The arm of the 100-armed giant King Briareus. Detailed explanation? The laws exuding from this corpse's arm were terrifying, and even from such a distance, Solun felt the special reaction of corpse dissolution forming a terrifying dark energy, like a black hole with the ability to tear through everything. This object, Solun's current elemental barrier, definitely did not have the qualification to approach. To touch it physically felt like trying to grab a red-hot iron barehanded, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. He lifted his hand, and a transparent cloth strip floated over, slithering like a snake into the coffin. The exceptional material of the burial cloth remained completely unaffected by the necromantic essence, swiftly wrapping the arm tightly like a mummy. The moment the energy was completely sealed, Solun immediately felt a relief in his scalp, the oppressive atmosphere around him instantly cleared. The feeling of walking on a knife's edge finally dissipated. He walked over and took the transparent object out of the coffin. He did not know what use the giant king's arm would have in the future, but now it had a big use. Only by obtaining this arm could he pick up another crucial tool for breaking through the maze located elsewhere in the labyrinth. Solun also collected the liquid of gathered necromantic essence in the coffin using a container. Though he was not a necromancer, for the Herald of Death, it was the best nourishment. Such pure necromantic essence could not be found anywhere else. After securing the arm, Solun then unfurled the black umbrella. He looked at the solar eclipse totem on his chest that had turned slightly pale. It also seemed it wouldn't last much longer. Without any accidents, the totem would completely collapse after this. Solun formed a sorcerer's seal with both hands and softly chanted, "Nightfall domain release." Although unaware of whether this move had any significance in breaking through the space, since the past him had done so, he did not hesitate much and followed suit. The black curtain spread from under the human skin umbrella, the runes on the umbrella lighting up with a brilliant golden radiance. Instantly, as if attracted by something immense, the drifting spirits of the giant tribe rushed towards the black umbrella like moths to a flame. Then Solun watched as each spirit dove into the pool like stones splashing water, disappearing without a trace. Before long, the vast space had become empty. The human skin umbrella, having absorbed the souls of the wronged, shone with a glossy black luster. With the addition of a few thousand giant clan spirits, the efficacy of the human skin umbrella likely increased by about 20%. This is the power of a growth-capable cursed object. Solun put away the black umbrella. Gazing at the empty Hall of Valor, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: could it be that there are no spirits in the Hall of Valor on the other timeline because I absorbed all the resentful spirits here? At the same time, he thought, so, if I go out now, will there be an arm inside the coffin those people from the Royal Legion opened, or not? With this thought, his face immediately showed contemplation. Like Schrodinger's arm, no one knows whether there is one in the coffin or not before opening it. The time law in Solun's mind became increasingly complex, seemingly tangled with quantum mechanics. Solun didn't figure it out, nor did he ponder further. He left the Hall of Valor and, following the route outlined in his notebook, navigated through twists and turns until he arrived at a massive stone door within the labyrinth. His past self had tried countless methods at this stone door to no avail. It was only later discovered that specific earth lineage was needed to open it. And since the giant clan worshipped the Earth Mother Goddess, a special prohibition for opening this stone door was the giant clan. Now, Solun was the only living person in the entire underground palace, so that severed arm finally came into use. Touching it with the arm, the stone door easily pushed open. The space inside was unsurprisingly vast. It was like a treasury of the giant clan. But everything inside had been moved out, with just a few scattered weapons and shields that had all decayed. In the most conspicuous place, there remained an item, a gold crown nearly a meter in diameter. Giant King's Crown. Detail: a legend states that only kings of the giant clan are entitled to wear this crown, which contains inheritance messages that only their clan can comprehend. Solun grabbed the crown and immediately left. He circumvented a monster's lair and climbed the endless dark staircase, eventually returning to the Great Hall of the giant city. This was the final step in breaking this bizarre timeline. The last step written in the notebook was, I discovered that the statue of the 100-armed giant king in this timeline does not have a crown, and once returned to its place, it is possible to move the positions of the giant guard statues. Then, I found my deduction completely correct. This is the key to breaking the time paradox. Solun looked at the sculpture of the 100-armed giant on the throne, his gaze somewhat complex. After a moment, he muttered with great emotion, how much effort did another timeline's me have to put in to find out that placing the crown back would be the method to break the space? Without the notebook, he felt it would take 10 days or even a fortnight to find the right method. Without any delay, Solun went up and placed the crown on the head of the stone sculpture. He respectfully bowed, my apologies, Your Majesty, the giant king, for the disturbance. Saying this, he went down and began moving 36 guard statues. Having come this far, even without the notebook, Solun knew what to do next. He had carefully observed when entering before, the positions of these 36 guard statues differed from those in the other timeline. But they could not be moved. Only the king has the right to command them, and the giant king's statue had to wear the crown. Solun moved 10 of the statues, positioning them according to the timeline in his memory. He speculated that there might be other ways to arrange these statues, corresponding to other timelines. It was somewhat like the pointers on a clock, specific positions indicating specific times. If it were a puzzle game, Solun would certainly be curious about other solutions. But now, he just wanted to return to his original timeline, to make it out alive. Suddenly after all the moving, Solun put the statues in their place. Then, in this great hall, a gilded hourglass, over half a meter tall, suddenly appeared. The transparent glass container was filled with some pale blue crystalline sand. Sand of time. Detailed explanation, a god-tier material containing the law of time, serving as the core of this time domain's restrictions. Watching the hourglass, Solun exhaled deeply. He had finally cracked this special space with a chaotic timeline. He stored away the crown and the hourglass, then walked out of the suddenly appearing door of time. The surroundings changed, and Solun found himself back in the corridor from before. Hey! Yuta is not here? Could the timeline still be incorrect? Solun didn't see his own body, nor did he see Yuta, which he found somewhat odd. But then it occurred to him, in this timeline I am not dead, which means my body won't appear. If my body doesn't appear, Yuta wouldn't receive the communication signal to follow up, right? Solun checked and saw that the engraving on his wolf fang necklace was still intact. However, the scenario of conversing with Yuta seemed as if it had never happened. Had the chaotic timeline resulted in different parallel spaces? Then, were there other timelines where Solun also existed? His mind was suddenly flooded with many complex thoughts. Time and space, intertwined together. Such thoughts gave him a headache. Regardless, at least I'm alive, he said. Solun felt that his current advancement couldn't comprehend such profound matters, and he didn't force himself to understand everything. He set aside those complicated thoughts and focused on the present. So, that means Yuta is in this space, not far from here. Solun's brow slightly furrowed. In this cursed space fraught with dangers, he naturally worried about Miss Druid. He took out his communicator, hoping to make contact. But at that moment, his hand touched the notebook in his bag. He thought it over and decided to write down the experiences he had not yet had the chance to record. However, when he opened it, he was stunned. The notes detailing his journey so far were all fine. But at the end, there were a few sentences, Solun's own notes, but he had absolutely no recollection of having written them. I only realized when I opened the notebook that I seemed to have forgotten something very important. Even the thought of it only came to me after seeing the notes. I realized there might be some kind of existence beyond our understanding. Hey! Why would I write these sentences? It seems some mysterious force made me forget about its existence. Even as I write to remind myself, this action might also be forgotten. Reading these sentences gave Solun goosebumps. This wasn't the first time he had discovered that he'd forgotten something. And the last page contained one last bizarre sentence: could the strength of the Dara tribe have been insufficient to stop the powerful deep-sea giant, with a third party involved too? Solun immediately realized that something had happened in the time anomaly that he had now forgotten. A third party? What exactly did I see in the space that led me to this conclusion? Solun's expression became very strange. As he hadn't yet been caused to forget by that mysterious power, he quickly recorded his current thoughts in the notebook. That mysterious force of forgetfulness seems to pose no threat to me, but it's irresistible. It's as if it does not want to be remembered, does not want its existence to be noticed. Unable to make sense of it after thinking for a long time, Solun closed the notebook, deciding to consult Mr. Jing later. But just after closing the notebook, the frown on Solun's face immediately relaxed, as though he had completely disregarded the contents of the notes. He tapped his head as if he had spaced out for a moment. Hey! What was I doing just now? Oh, right, contacting Yuta. With this thought, he took out his communicator and asked, Yuta, where are you? Chapter 280. The communicator signal had not been sent out long before Yuta responded. That Miss Druid was indeed here. Before long, Solun found Yuta in the underground palace. After asking, Solun realized his worries were unnecessary. Compared to his own near-death experiences, Yuta's experience seemed almost like a cheat code. As soon as she entered, she immediately felt the guidance and protection of the Dalu ancestors' spirits, and then she smoothly entered deep into the cursed space. Even more miraculously, as she walked, she casually picked up a holy artifact. Then, without encountering any danger, she just waited until Solun contacted her. So, you just casually picked up the Dalu tribe's holy artifact, Dada's magic cauldron, outside. Solun looked at the golden object hovering next to Yuta, his expression somewhat incredulous. This cursed space was indeed full of treasures. But every artifact he obtained had involved great risk to his life. And Yuta had just casually picked up such treasure? The cauldron, resembling both an incense burner and a vessel, contained a brilliantly colorful liquid, red, yellow, blue, green, all sorts of elements mixed together, looking like a stewed rainbow, extremely beautiful. Dada's Magic Cauldron. Description: one of the 4 sacred artifacts of the Dalo tribe, a divine weapon gifted by the god of nature, enhances the user's affinity for natural elements, magic recovery and spell penetration gains a huge boost. The holder gains powerful elemental spell comprehension and is protected by a natural barrier. It is a vessel to communicate with the gods. Devout believers can sense their presence, only those with natural divine power can wield it. The attributes identified were impressive, allowing manipulation of almost all elements, truly a divine artifact for elemental mages. However, similarly, only the natural divine power of the Dalo could wield it, enviable to others. What surprised Solun even more was that due to the magic pot at her side, the aura of this Miss Druid felt very special to him, ethereal and elusive. Yuta nodded timidly. She looked like a little girl scared of getting scolded for a wrongdoing, and she glanced stealthily at Solun, cautiously said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Solun, I shouldn't have kept it from you. But this is our closest approach to our ancestors yet, I couldn't give up." Upon hearing this, Solun shook his head with a smile. The 4 sacred artifacts indeed held extraordinary significance for the Dalo tribe, concerning their heritage and survival of the tribe. The ancestors of the Dalo tribe had been searching for the artifacts for centuries, a desperation that could make them forsake their lives. Solun naturally understood Yuta's decision. Besides, his survival owed much to Yuta's fortune. Although no communication through space had occurred in this timeline, had Yuta not entered, the previous time warp domain might have been a dead end. "Next time, you can just tell me straight," he said. Solun knew why Yuta had kept it from him and didn't say much, gently stroking her cheek. After a pause, he asked again, "So, where are you planning to go now?" Seeing that Solun didn't blame her for the trouble, Yuta blinked and seemed very happy. She smiled, showing her little fangs, and replied, "I plan to see what those humans are up to. Our ancestors' heroic spirit left instructions that we must not let them break the seals here." Hearing this, Solun also nodded. He was naturally interested in seeing for himself too. Though previously he had been frantically chased by the 6th Order ferocious beast Barret, he was now incredibly familiar with the underground palace, confident that even if pursued again, he could escape using the terrain. Besides, with that holy artifact in Yuta's hands, her combat power was not simple. Solun switched to a different route, quietly approaching the Hall of Valor. From a distance, he released a black crow and carefully flew over. In his view, the Hall of Valor was littered with toxic beast carcasses, and the perilous incense burner had disappeared. It seemed that the previous tactic of diverting disaster had caused some trouble for the Sacred Legion, but not much. The Legion had dwindled to about 100 people left. Solun and Yuta didn't go out and hid deep in the corridor instead. The breaking of the curse space was nearing its end, and it was no longer something they could stop. What they had to do was wait for an opportunity. There shouldn't be an arm in that coffin. Those guys will probably get quite a shock when they see it. The reflection in Solun's left eye showed the scene the Black Crow had seen. He watched as those people used the decoder to unlock the rune iron chains binding the coffin and were carefully opening it. He had once been up close to that black coffin and knew what state it should have originally been in. The absence of oozing necromantic aura had already confirmed that the arm was definitely not inside. So, the cause of the past indeed led to the present effect. Theoretically, it is possible for 2 identical items to appear in the same curse space. But the condition is that there is enough energy. However, when something like the 100-armed giant king's arm that supported the curse space as the source of the curse was taken away, it would no longer be possible to have enough curse source to form a second one. As expected. The click-click of metallic friction echoed through the Hall of Valor, and a man in a trench coat cautiously approached. Then, from the gap, they saw the empty inside of the coffin. Immediately afterward, an incredible shout came from the corridor, "How can it be empty? The seal hasn't been broken, how can the contents be gone?" However, before those people could think more, the surrounding scenery began to collapse. Those people had disrupted the seal, breaking the stability that maintained the entire curse space, and naturally, the space started to fall apart. Solun watched as the environment around him transformed. They were also in an underground labyrinth. But clearly, the roots around were more lush. Discover hidden content at my virtual library empire. Previously, the scene in the curse space was probably from a timeline 500 years ago. Now, this place was the real world. The air was moist and humid, the corridor was filled with broken collapses, and thick moss covered the stone slabs. The grey elm trees that had grown for 500 years compressed and deformed this relic, wrapping it more tightly. However, having escaped that perilous cursed space was also a good thing. Solun's gaze swept around, reassessing the place where they were now. The change in environment meant that the escape route planned earlier was different now. But just then, Yuda's expression turned very strange, as if she had been greatly shocked, looking somewhat out of her body. Solun thought she had encountered some problem and asked, "What's wrong with you, Yuda?" Hearing the query, Yuda seemed to snap back from her trance. "Mr. Solun. I. In an instant, her face showed uncontrollable ecstasy, and she excitedly said, I think I can sense the call of the great nature god." It had been 500 years since the Dalo tribe had broken the inheritance after that battle, and they had not felt the call of a deity since then. Now, she had felt it. "You felt the call of the spirit of nature." Solun thought of the previously identified information and was not too surprised. He saw Yuda's eyes suddenly glimmer with tears and genuinely felt happy for her. At least, her risking her life to come here had finally paid off. However, being happy was one thing. Solun's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the magic cauldron floating beside her. He felt that Yuda's aura was becoming more and more ethereal, like being on the 4th, 5th, or even 6th level, and kept rising higher. "It's really exaggerated." Solun smiled, squinting his eyes, and muttered to himself. This is one difference between an alchemist and a follower of the gods. The strength of an alchemist comes entirely from oneself, alchemical implants and cultivation, which can only be difficultly improved step by step. The main source of a follower's strength, however, comes from the deities. The magic spells of the followers are more like prayers, hoping for a response from the deities, just like the Dalo tribe spells that all go, "Great God of nature above, please grant me the power of the XX element." Without the response of the divine, the power of the spell would be very minor. But once responded to, or blessed by a deity, the power was hard to predict. Yuda sensed the call of the nature god and knelt on the ground with devout faith, muttering arcane incantations in the Dalo language. A miraculous scene then unfolded before their eyes. From those twisted roots, small green dots, like fireflies, suddenly emerged, floating around Yuda before merging into her body. Gradually, her body emitted a soft glow, and a surge of magic power spilled out. The magic power gradually responded to the holy artifact Dada's magic cauldron near her. The cauldron radiated a prismatic sheen, as splendid colored ribbons of light flourished around it, lighting up the entire corridor. Solun had not expected such a grand disturbance and hastily shielded the surrounding energy fluctuations. Yuda was enveloped in a green orb of light, her aura growing stronger. Her clothes dissolved into specks that vanished into the air, and her skin subtly shifted from a wheatish to a translucent amber hue, purified of all impurities. The force of nature seemed to cleanse her marrow and purify her veins. Watching the power that obviously did not belong to Yuda, Solun grew more curious and guessed something. Is this the way of the Dalo tribe's heritage? Divinely bestowed power, truly a miraculous method. The phenomenon lasted for about a quarter of an hour, after which the glow around Yuda slowly began to fade. Her skin tone also gradually reverted to normal. But the green light did not completely disappear, instead remaining on her skin, leaving behind arcane red totems. They appeared on her forehead, cheeks, chest, back, abdomen, all over her body. Being close to her, Solun did not need to avoid any intimacy. He curiously looked at the red totems on Yuda's bare body. He had a sun eclipse totem himself, but compared to these red totems, the difference was stark. This is a very high-level totem. 7th tier? 8th tier? 9th tier? Solun pondered for a moment. Though the totem mysticism of the Dalo tribe and the runes of alchemy were different systems, some aspects were common. He could naturally see that Yuda's totem wielded a kind of authority originating from the very principles of laws. At that moment, Yuda suddenly opened her eyes, an authority similar to that of a wolf king reigning supreme radiated from her. This aura was so intense that Solun furrowed his brows. But an instant later, Yuda controlled the leaking aura, returning to her gentle demeanor. Looking at Solun excitedly, her voice trembled, "Mr. Solun, I felt the presence of the great nature god." Having witnessed the entire process, Solon naturally guessed that the power likely originated from a deity. He smiled and nodded, sharing Yuda's happiness. Our Dalo tribe now has hope. Unable to contain her joy, Yuda spread her arms and leaped over. Solon wrapped his arms around her warm and soft body, giving her a warm hug. Yuda buried her head in Solon's shoulder, crying with happiness, repeatedly muttering, "The gods have not abandoned our Dalo tribe, our Dalo tribe is saved." The centuries-old despair of the entire tribe was finally fully released at this moment. The darkest times had passed, and dawn's first light appeared. Solon gently stroked her smooth back, softly saying, "Yes, things will get better." Sensing the call of the nature god was a great boon for Yuda. However, now was clearly not the time for that discussion. Just as Yuda was still immersed in her joy and excitement, suddenly, a fierce argument erupted from deep within the corridor. Having been monitoring the group through a raven, Solon knew exactly what had happened. It seemed that there was some conflict within Ru's group. In the real world, the Giant's Hall of Valor was buried deep within the roots, and the ground where the coffins had been placed, previously marked by a 9-pointed star, had become a seemingly bottomless pit. Even through the raven's vision, the sight of that black hole gave Solon a chilling sensation. It was as if the hole connected to the underworld itself, carrying with it evil, destruction, and unspeakable horrors. At that moment, two groups of people were confronting each other beside the pit. On one side were 3 men in trench coats, and on the other was the less than 100-strong Sacred Judgment Legion. Barrett, the Legion commander Solon had met earlier, seemed to have changed his mind about continuing to decipher the seal. "General Barrett, do you understand what you are doing? You are defying a military order." "No, I am not trying to prevent the seal from being unlocked. But after all, the northern ice field is too far from the imperial capital, and there may be some discrepancies in the transmission of intelligence. What I mean is, Her Majesty might not be aware of the situation of this relic. I think the most prudent method is to first preserve this relic, and after I personally report back to the imperial capital, we can excavate the relic later." "Humph! Are you questioning our military intelligence?" No, Yegel, we are old friends, you know I did not mean to question your military intelligence. But I think the situation may involve some factors we currently cannot control, so it is appropriate to be cautious." "You?" Solon watched as the argument between the two parties became increasingly intense and sighed in relief. "It seems that my previous words were not entirely in vain. Barrett still has some conscience. Otherwise, if these guys really forced the seal open, I would be powerless against them." However, things were clearly not so simple. The few men from the military intelligence in trench coats were not so easy to appease. The leader named Yegel suddenly took out a golden lion token. "Barrett, this is the Empress's hand order. Seeing the order is as if seeing Her Majesty herself." As expected, once the golden order was shown, the soldiers of the Sacred Judgment Legion looked at each other. Even Barrett solemnly crossed his chest. The soldiers behind him knelt in unison, performed a knightly gesture towards the token, and shouted in unison, "Glory is my command." Yegel sneered and, holding the golden token, shouted coldly, "Sacred Judgment Legion, heed the order. Per Her Majesty's secret order, continue deciphering the seal." Hearing this, Barrett still maintained his kneeling posture from saluting and did not rise immediately. He stared deeply at the ground, pondering something. The Legion commander did not move, and neither did the soldiers behind him. You guys." Seeing that the group remained unmoved, Yegel's face turned dark in an instant, and he shouted angrily, "You defy the Empress's secret order. Are you trying to rebel?" Listening to the jarring word rebel, the faces of the Sacred Judgment Legion soldiers turned ugly. As knights who had been loyal to the royal family for generations, this was the greatest insult to them. After hesitating for a moment, Barrett finally spoke, his voice extremely low, "My Sacred Legion has always been the most loyal guard to Her Majesty." Hearing this, Yegel's expression slightly relaxed. But at that moment, as if Barrett had made a decision, he then said with conviction, "However, I still insist on my opinion, this relic absolutely cannot be unsealed now. As the commander of the Judgment Legion, I have the right to make the most reasonable decision based on the situation on the battlefield, and this is also the right granted to battlefield commanders by Her Majesty and the Congress. I also believe my judgment is in the best interest of the Empire." Upon these words, the soldiers behind him immediately echoed their commander, shouting, "Glory is my command." Hearing this, Yegel's face became very unsightly, and his speech became less polite. "Barrett, Do you know what you are saying? Defying the Empress's secret order, you and your subordinates will be sent to a military tribunal, and the punishment could be death. Moreover, you would also destroy the centuries of honor of your Judgment Legion, and even implicate your families and friends in the imperial capital. This threat was fully laden with implications. Betraying a royal command was not a simple matter of death for a knight. Ultimately, it would lead to total disgrace and extermination of their families. Yet even so, Barrett's gaze was firm and his tone unyielding. I am well aware of what I am doing. In the eyes of others, Barrett was seen merely as a crude man who only knew how to fight. A professional ascending to the 6th tier. How could he be unaware of some secrets? Having fought battles, sailed and explored all year round, unearthing relics and encountering various indigenous intelligent races, the legends he had heard, and the secrets he knew were not few. His experiences far exceeded those of the nobles in the imperial capital who had never left their doors. Previously, in the cursed space, Basil may have been just suspicious. Now, seeing the piece of high-order chaos law leaking out of the black hole, he felt an inexplicable heart palpitation. How could he not guess that this situation totally matched the words of that crow-beaked masked man? He knew, even if it was not some god burial ground, this relic had significant issues. He even suspected that something was wrong with the high ranks of the military intelligence. Even that, something was wrong within the royal family. Before sorting it out, this relic must not be opened. Seeing Barrett's attitude, a fierce light suddenly flashed in Yegel's eyes. Holding the golden token, he declared, by Her Majesty's secret order, I now announce that Basil is defying military orders, and his position as commander of the Sacred Judgment Legion is revoked.